This is
Propitiation, the begotten Son, the law, the judge, the ruler, the standard, the Messiah, Yeshua HaMashiach, the one, the true Jesus Christ. Here on Understanding the Bible Radio, on Screen Study, Facebook Live, YouTube Live, on Screen Study, Live, on Screen Undeniable Facts of Scripture.
internet is acting crazy right now. We're going to try this one more time. Rissa Cleary stopped in on the Facebook. Thank you for stopping in. Got some guests coming on, so they should be here any second. Going to be talking about the whore, the beast, and the 10 kings in Revelation. And they've got some ideas that are pretty close to what I had back decades ago. I'm looking for them to get in here. I don't know where they are, but they're
I'm right here in here already with you, Ron.
Oh, cool. Okay. My Clubhouse is not showing it. It's not showing it. It's acting crazy, man. I don't know. All right. This is Josiah the King. Am I saying that right? Josiah the King?
Yeah, I go by Josiah the Hammer. I don't go by
Oh,
King.
I'm sorry. Josiah the Hammer.
You know Christ is the only King, my boy.
There you go. Yes, sir. Josiah the Hammer. I can't even see you up there, man, on the Clubhouse because it's acting weird. I don't know. We done had some up and down since I even just started with the intro. And we're waiting on Matt to come in because we want to talk about this. Now, Clubhouse will not let me put the title as the whore, the beast, the 10. So I had to change it to the harlot. Okay, just to let you know if that's an issue in regards to what you guys have.
Nah. You all good, Ron. Come on, you know how it works, man.
Yeah, decades ago, man, and I was into this in this thing, but I didn't get to this part. I didn't get to it like you guys have it. Have you guys got? So you go ahead. You want to give them your contact info, your app info, and all that. Go ahead, man.
Well, my name is Josiah the Hammer. I am a part of a congregation called Watchman 144. You can find me on YouTube, Watchman 144, all one word. Where else? I really don't be on too many different social medias. You can find me on Instagram too, under Watchman 144. You can find me on Clubhouse under Josiah the Hammer. You know what I'm saying? So other than that, that's the only social media that I have out there. I really don't be on too much. But other than that, that's it.
Good deal. I hope, and when you see Matt come in, Matt, hopefully he'll just start talking when he comes. So give me what you got. Let's go with the harlot, and then we can go with the beast, the 10 kings. However you feel is best for you to, talk about the topics there on this and what you found.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and I'll deal with the beast, and that includes the 10 horns too. And me and Matt's vision on the whore is a little different, but Matt, when Matt get here, he'll bring that out, and I'll just stay with the beast for right now, and I think it's very important because as soon as we find out who the beast is, it's going to be easy to find out who the whore is because the beast is supposed to destroy the whore. So what I'm going to do is let's take it back to the old school with this one. I'm gonna start off in Daniel's 2. Let's do this the right way.
Okay, go ahead. So I'm going to bring it up on screen on the YouTube and the Facebook for you guys, and you can click the link in the jumbotron. It's there in the Clubhouse if you guys are there. So okay, go ahead.
So what are we going to do here? So let's go ahead and start off in chapter 2. You know what I'm saying? In Daniel's 2 and 1. And it says, in the second year of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar dreamed dreams wherewith his spirit was troubled, and his sleep brake from him. We go to the next verse. Then the kings commanded to call the magicians and astrologers, sorcerers, Chaldeans, for to show the king his dream. So they came and stood before the king, and the king said unto them, I have dreamed a dream, and my spirit was troubled to know the dream. So let's stop right there. So we know that this is Nebuchadnezzar having this dream, right, that troubled him to the point where he couldn't sleep. So he went into astrologers and asked them in his story to interpret the dream, and not only to interpret the dream, but they had to remember the dream because he couldn't remember it. And I just want to jump down to a part when Daniel is telling Nebuchadnezzar about this dream. So we're going to jump down to verse 28, right? So this is Daniel speaking. He said, "But there is a God in heaven that reveals secrets and make known to the king Nebuchadnezzar what shall be in the latter days. Thy dream, thy vision of thy head upon thy bed are these." So Daniel tells Nebuchadnezzar, I'm going to tell you what's going to befall of you in the latter days. Or he's giving insight to Nebuchadnezzar on what's going to take place in the latter days. So the first thing that comes to my mind when I read this, well, obviously something in the latter days has something to do with Nebuchadnezzar, right? So
Mm-hmm.
we go into this statue, right? So we go down to verse 31, right? And it says, "Thou, O king, sawest and beheld a great image, this great image whose brightness was excellent, stood before thee, and the form thereof was terrible. His image head was of fine gold, his breast and arms of silver, his belly and his thighs of brass." And one thing that I noticed right here when I got
Mm-hmm.
to this part, that it said his belly and his thighs of brass, right? So we
Mm-hmm.
know that the belly is the torso,
Mm-hmm.
right? And we know that the legs are connected to the thighs. And we know the thighs is connected to the waist. We know the waist is part of the torso, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this, when I hear his belly and his thighs of brass, I believe that this belly stands for Alexander the Greek. But then
Mm-hmm.
when we get to his thighs of brass, so we see two pieces being split and it still represent for brass. So if we look in history, we go look at Alexander the four generals, and then we look at Daniel's 11. Even though it's four generals, Daniel's 11 only point out two generals.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe these are the two generals, the two Grecian generals,
Mm-hmm.
right? Thigh piece, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it says his legs of iron, his feet part of iron and part of clay. So now this, when we get to the legs and the feet and the iron part of clay, right? We know that's the fourth beast. So verse 34, "Thou sawest till that a stone was cut out without hands, which smote the image upon his feet." It said it smote the image upon his feet, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That were of iron and of clay, and break them in pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Then was the iron, the clay, the brass, silver, gold broken to pieces together, and became like the chaff of the summer threshing floor, and the wind carried them away, that no place was found for them. And the stone that smote the image became a mountain and
Great mountain.
filled the whole earth. So we
Old
know
Earth,
that
right?
that stone is Christ.
Right.
And we know that this small stone end up becoming a mountain, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the mountain stands for that kingdom, that 1,000 year reign,
Right.
right?
Yep.
So this is where I kind of, we all that come into this truth, we all come under the narration that the fourth beast is Rome. Because when we look out there, the research is already done. So it kind of leaves you no room for you to do your own research, but just to pick a source and then just start reading it. You know what I'm saying? So you
Right.
can get developed and know how to answer questions,
Mm-hmm.
right? So this is where, you know what I'm saying, I had to think. You know what I'm saying? I had to start thinking for myself. And I'm going to jump down to verse 40 real quick. And after this, I'm going to go ahead and jump into Revelations. So it says, Daniel's chapter 2, verse 40. "And the fourth kingdom shall be strong as iron, for as much iron break in pieces and subdue all things, as iron that breaks all these, shall it break in pieces and bruise. Whereas thou sawest the feet of toes, part of potter's clay, and part of iron, the kingdom shall be divided.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But there
Yeah.
shall be in it of the strength of iron, for as much as thou sawest the iron mixed with merry clay."
Yeah.
So this is the first characteristic I felt like I really understood when it comes to the fourth beast. Like, like I didn't get it when it said it was of iron, but through my time, I I always tell people, so imagine if you got a lion on one side, regular lion, the biggest lion in the jungle you can find, right? And then on the other side, you got that same exact lion, but everything like that, from the nails to the muscle of the lion and the teeth. Imagine if all that was iron and them two went at it. Like, who bite will be more devastating? It would be the lion with that's made of iron.
Mm-hmm.
So by me coming up with that in my mind, just thinking of that illustration, I'm like, oh, this is talking about military might. Like, this thing is gonna be so powerful. You know what I'm saying? When he throw
Mm-hmm.
a punch, kick, or blow, it's gonna be like no other.
Mm-hmm.
So this thing is military might because it says it breaks in pieces and smash.
Mm-hmm.
So that's talking to me when I hear that, or when I got to that point. That sound like military might.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So this Force Beast, the first characteristic I see is a military might. Is the power of its military, or when it conquers, is like no other. And on top of that, it's gonna be divided. It's gonna be a
Yeah.
divided
A
kingdom.
division. Yeah.
Exactly. So it's one. So one is gonna represent. So we can either say they both have a little clay in them, or one is just pure iron, and one is clay.
Okay. Yeah. 1 foot is. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Because it's a mixture. You feel me? It's a mixture, but I
It's a
always
mixture.
try to. I don't get
Right.
the. I'm not gonna get the climax of the vision. So meaning the exact thing. So I'll be like, dang. So is it iron versus clay, or is it a little iron in the clay? But then when we get to the clay side, it's more clay. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because obviously, when we get a little bit forward, I personally believe that these two kingdoms are going to fight each other.
Ooh. Well,
Yeah. So just go ahead, Ron. Go ahead.
do you think? Because I'm like, okay, if the feet are mixing are a mixture of clay and iron, that means they're unifying. They're trying to, you know what I'm saying? They're trying to unify is what I'm thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And because he's using the metal of iron, which is pretty strong, but clay is not as strong. Okay, even if you
Exactly.
bake it and make a statue out of it, it's still not as strong as iron. So when they mix together, I think you mentioned this the other day. When they mix together, it's not gonna. They're not gonna hold. They're gonna become a problem. There's gonna be, you know, contention among them, or division. They're not. They're gonna have a time. They're gonna quarrel because they're not able to mix. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. And exactly is right here in the next verse in 42. And as the
Oh.
toes of the feet were part of iron and part of clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly broken.
Mm.
And whereas thou sawest iron mixed with murky clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of man, but they shall not cleave to one another,
Mm.
even as iron is
Mm.
not mixed with clay, given the definition of the illustration, iron and clay. So this is what I take from this, Ron. We got two kingdoms. Now, when two kingdoms unify, they mingle with each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
mean that you send your daughter, I send you my son, right? And
Right.
boom, it brings the kingdom together, right?
Right.
So these two are going to be totally opposite. They're going to mingle with people outside of themselves and not each other. And then their people or them and their people that they mingle with, these people all together are not going to cleave to one another.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
that talks
That
about a
makes sense.
division. It talks about a division between these two kingdoms. But then this is what let me. So I just want to just bring this out when I say that they go war with each other, because I want to jump over to Daniel 7. You feel me, and bring
Mm-hmm.
that out.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So when we look at Daniel 7:7, same beast, but this is Daniel version of the vision, because that what we just read was given to Nebuchadnezzar.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? Because Daniel tells you, he was like, I don't even know what's going on. All I know, the Most High want me to interpret this. I'm going to interpret this so I can save these astrologers and them. You feel me? Because you about to kill them. Because really, what I got from that too, he saved the astrologers and them. He did,
Okay.
because Nebuchadnezzar
Right.
was like, dude, I'm gonna kill you if you don't interpret this and make me remember this dream. So they ran to Daniel. And Daniel, like, oh, okay, all right. So Daniel now ends up in front of the king.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So I want to jump over to Daniel 7:7 real quick.
Okay. 7 and 7. All right.
Yes, sir. And it says, after this I saw in the vision, and behold, a fourth beast, dreadful and terrible, strong exceedingly, and it had great iron teeth. It devoured and brake in pieces, and stampede the residue with the feet of it. See, this is why, Ron, to me, all that sound military. Because it said it's dreadful and terrible and strong exceedingly. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I
to me,
agree.
that's,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? And it had great iron teeth, and it devoured and brake in pieces, and stampede the residue with his feet. All that's talking about war. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it was diverse from all the beasts that were before it, and
Mm-hmm.
it had 10 horns. Now this is, I'm not gonna say this is tricky, but you got to think about it. Every beast that's named above this guy, so we got the Greeks, we got the Medes and Persian, and you got Nebuchadnezzar. If you think about them and their military might, these cats was powerful.
Mm-hmm.
So he's saying that basically comparing their military might to him, he was gonna be diverse than all them. Because
Mm-hmm.
if you think about this, if we believe that this fourth beast is Rome, and we say how was Rome diverse from Greece when they were literally the same, almost the same people?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I always say that. So I believe that the power that this fourth beast is going to have is what separates him from all the other beasts before him. Because if you know how I know that the dragon gives this beast his power.
Mm-hmm.
And when I mean power, if you go looking at Greek word, it's gonna say abilities.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So basically, like we were speaking the other day, it's the reason why we see so many superhero movies being pushed out. We see why we see so many of those type of films. They're so popular right now.
Mm-hmm.
They wasn't popular back in the 70s and 80s with the old school Batman, right? Right. It wasn't popular, but I mean, it was cool to
Right.
watch, but it
Yeah.
wasn't really, they didn't grasp people like that.
Right.
But as soon as they came up with CGI and all that stuff, and they was able to put this stuff in people's eyes, and they seeing this stuff, and you got a person flying in front of you on TV, and it looks so real,
Mm-hmm.
convincing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
almost witchcraft in a way,
Yeah.
almost. You know what I'm saying? So let's. I'm gonna
Yeah.
finish off. So let's get verse 8, and it says, "I considered the horns, right, and behold, there came up among them another little horn, before whom there were three of the first horns plucked up by the roots." Let's stop right there. So when it says that that little horn plucked three of these horns up, right? Let's just take the word horn and let's change it with toes, right? So another toe came up among these 10 toes, right? And he roots up three toes, right? So if we look at the verse we just read about the kingdom being divided, then now I have to ask, what is the little horn doing rooting up three of its own horns?
Right. He's
Like, you
getting
know what I'm
them out the
saying?
way. Right. Mm-hmm. Taking some
So to
dominion and
me,
power over
but
with those kings. He's moving them out the way.
exactly. And exactly. And these, and if you believe how I believe that Daniel 7 and all, I mean the whole book of Daniel, and then in Revelation, especially the vision with the dragon, you know what I'm saying, and the beast that was, you feel me? Those
Mm-hmm.
that's the same vision.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Those two are the mightiest visions in the book, and to me, they both have to coincide with each other. It can't be different.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you read one, it's a high climax. You read the other one, it's a high climax. So it's like, wait, hold on. This is the same movie, right? This ain't two different movies, right? This is the same. So it's only one ending. You know what I'm saying? So,
Mm-hmm.
so let's verse 8. So it says, "I considered the horns, and behold, there came up among them another little horn, before whom there were three of the first horn plucked up by the roots.
Mm-hmm.
Behold, in this horn were eyes like the eyes of men, and a mouth speaking great things. And I beheld till the thrones were cast down, and the Ancient of Days did sit, whose garment was white as snow, and the hair of his head like the pure wool. And his throne was like the fiery flame, and his wheels as the burning fire. So I'm gonna go down and skip down to verse 17. It says, "These great beasts, which are
Working.
four,
Mm-hmm.
are four kings,
Mm-hmm.
which shall arise out of the earth." So we know that for a fact, right? So we know that the head of gold was Nebuchadnezzar. The two silver arms, right, is the kings of Media Persia. And then this is one thing I really want to highlight: the leopard. I personally believe when you see the leopard with four heads, that's talking about Alexander generals and not more so Alexander. It's talking about
Mm.
Alexander is in the story. But if you look at that leopard, it has four heads, not five. It has
Right.
four.
Right. Right.
So that means when Daniel seen that leopard, he seen the generals of Alexander the Greek.
Okay.
He seen his generals. Now I'm not saying Alexander the Greek ain't got nothing to do with this, but I'm just personally saying when I'm looking at Daniel, like, dang, he's looking at the four heads that was given dominion.
Okay.
Alexander is in the story because it's telling you how these four heads get their dominion because they got it through Alexander's death. So he's a part of the story. But when Daniel seen the leopard, he seen Sir Lucius, Ptolemy, and the other two cats. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So so these are four kings. And then I just wanted, and then if you really look at, if you count the kings in Daniel 7, it's hilarious to me. So you got one king, that's Nebuchadnezzar. You got two kings from Medes of Persia, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you got four heads from Alexander the Greek. You got seven, and then this cat will basically be the eighth one, right? Like he this the little horn.
Little horn.
So
But you got 10 of the Mary Clay and the iron
but
in
then
Daniel
three
2.
but then three get rooted up, Ron.
3 get rooted up. That leaves
Yeah.
7.
So if we got 10,
And then he comes up because he
so
takes
that's
down
11.
3. So that's going, yeah, that leaves you 7. So when he comes up, now it's 8. You're right. You're
It's
correct.
8, and then
You're correct
and
with your
then
calculation there. Yeah.
and then the beast that was in Revelation 17, he is of the eighth. He's the eighth.
Okay. All right.
I'm just saying.
He's the final one. Right.
Exactly. He's the final one.
Because
he's the final.
right, because we know Antichrist at that time, he's going to rule it all. Right. He's not going to share rule with anybody.
Exactly.
Right. Okay.
And I think that's why. And it's it's funny. I think that's why they destroyed Mystery Babylon. Because thinking she's ruling over the kings of the earth, right?
Okay.
You feel me? In order, and in order for them to rule, they go knock down all the. I feel like I think the beast is going to mimic what Christ is supposed to come and do. Because when Christ comes, he's going to conquer all these different places that have kings. He's going to conquer the whole world. But he's going. It says he has put many crowns upon his head, meaning he went into these nations and conquered them and took their crown and placed it upon his own head. So I believe that this beast is just gonna come out, you know what I'm saying, destroying a couple of cats, and it's gonna have to destroy Mystery Babylon, and then it sets itself up as to be worshipped as God. Because
Okay.
that's the one point that I do want to make when it comes to what we saying. We sometimes we get lost on who we feel like it is, and sometimes when I bag away from the conversation, I look at it from an outside point of view. It's like, dang, we kind of making it sound like we saying this is gonna be the religion of this guy, but it's not that, because this guy is gonna place himself above everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I really take that to heart when he said that. But let me get back over here to 17, man. Let me get
Okay.
back over here, man.
Okay.
You know,
So
we'll get off. I'll get off the
right.
whim.
So
Let's
you
read
so
verse 18.
okay. Yeah, but the saints of the Most High shall take the kingdom and possess the kingdom forever and ever, even forever and ever.
Mm-hmm.
That's something in the end times people really don't really talk about. They
Yeah,
don't
I
even
ain't gonna bring
focus
them
on it.
people up,
They don't
but
even
yeah,
focus on
that's deep.
it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I ain't gonna bring them up.
You know, and I'm sure they will be empowered to do so. Because we know basically forever and ever, the Ancient of Days, the Lord God, you know, however, you know, the greatest, the mightiest, the Most High, He is going to, as you just said earlier in the previous discussion of Daniel 2, He's going to reign and rule and all that good stuff at the end, and we are His saints. Okay, so there you go. There you go.
That's it. That's it.
So,
So,
so go ahead. What's your next one?
I just want to hit
You
where this at. I just want to hit where is this speaking of great things. So, verse 20 it says, "And the 10 horns which were in his head, and of the other which came up, and before whom 3 fell, even of that horn that had eyes, and a mouth that speak great things, whose look was more stout than his fellows."
Mm-hmm.
So that's another characteristic. So the word stout means greater, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
when I look that up in Hebrew, so this he's gonna have a distinctive look. He's gonna look different than his fellows,
Right. Hold on.
either his
Strong's
companions
H,
or people that he.
7229. Rav. Rav.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, what was the definition to it?
Rav. I like to use the Gesenius. It says to speak great things, to speak
Mhm.
proudly, impiously, chief, leader, captain, great. It says great there. Now in the Brown Jarvis Briggs, it may be a little more there. Looking for Daniel 7 in here. It says 7:2. That's not the one. Great literal image. Beast. See, great imposing feast. Daniel. Figurative power, influence. Great king as noun. Captain chief. But I've seen that too before. About his look, you know.
Yeah.
Image rock. Daniel. Absolute. Okay. No, that's grammar stuff there. Ain't this crazy?
Yeah, that is. If you and
This is
it, you know, it's
crazy.
so
It don't even
funny. And
say it
even if
now.
you, yeah, yeah.
It doesn't say it now. What's up with that? I'm got it right on screen. It don't even say it now. What's the deal? Okay, all right, go ahead. That's all right. Maybe it's in the Greek then, but wow, it don't even show it now. Let me see. Maybe it's Strong's. Maybe that's what it is. Let's see. Strong's is concordance. It's really concordance means dictionary. Correspondent, chief, captain,
Yeah.
great, lord, master. It just says stout. Strong's definitions. Now maybe in the book, because I got the books too, so I know that ain't changed. And if that's changed, that's weird. But yeah, in the H corresponding with the 7227 maybe. Let me click there. See what it says. Much, great. Okay, abounding. More numerous, abundant, great, strong, greater, much exceeding, captain, chief. It doesn't say anything about his look, though, does it? No.
So when I take that, abundant
Wow.
and stronger, greater than, his
Mhm.
look was more greater than his fellas, or his look was much exceedingly than in fellas. All I know, it makes a distinction. Whatever this word truly is, all I know it's making a distinction between him and his
Right.
companions or his fellas. No
Yeah,
matter
his
what the distinction is.
right. Now if we go to the actual verse 720, it says whose look was more stout than his fellow. So this guy's look, like there basically there it is. His look is more stout, so he looks more chiefly. He looks stronger. He looks more dominant, maybe. You know, so he's got this look that is real. Must be more stronger, maybe more masculine, overly masculine than the others. But we're real strong, so we're not going to be able to. And when God says something in a prophecy, every detail is going to be revealed. It's going to happen. Okay? So we can look out for this guy. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. And this is another reason why I kind of didn't think it was a pope. Because I look at the pope is brittle. You know,
Mm-hmm.
one gust of wind, and then, you fall down, and he gonna
Yeah.
need to press that life alert. I know he got a life alert.
Yep.
On him.
Usually
Hell,
old. Yep. Usually old too. Yeah.
yeah, I'm talking about brittle.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, so we know that by reading from 2 and all the way to here that the fourth kingdom shall be divided. It shall not cleave to one another, meaning that they were gonna be divided.
Yeah.
And you got in this is personally what I understand from divided. You can just be divided and go your ways, or you all gonna be divided, but you all gonna be against each other.
Mm.
You feel me? Because I look at the other 2 kingdoms of the Persians and Medes. They're 2 different kingdoms. One is Elam, one comes from Japhet, but they're united. They cleave to one another. That
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying? But these are 2, and they're the opposite of them, and they're not going to cleave to one another.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
then even if you look at the head of the statue, it's Babylon territory. And then that Babylon territory was at its height
Mm-hmm.
after he conquered Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
Then you look at Persia. Persia is coming from that same Babylon territory, and one of the places that it conquered to spread its territory was Egypt. When you go to the Greeks and you look at the 4 generals, you look at the Seleucus kingdom, right? He ruled from Babylon too as well, right? And when it
Mm-hmm.
comes to the territory and the landmass, he as well was trying to always conquer Egypt. So it's kind of like every time they went into the land of Babylon, they caught this um, Nebuchadnezzar spirit to where they end up worshiping the same God that Nebuchadnezzar was worshiping,
Right. Pass this
and
one on. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
they fought the same enemies that Nebuchadnezzar
Mm-hmm.
fought.
Mm-hmm.
So it's almost like they caught this, like you know what I'm saying, they caught this spirit. And even if you look at the time of the Assyrian Empire, the Assyrians was warring with the Egyptians too.
Okay.
And then if you look at in the scriptures, these was the 2 nations that took the virginity away from the northern and southern kingdom, which is the Israelites. What I mean by virginity, meaning once they went into those countries or those places, they've been spoiled ever since. They ain't been able to bounce back from that.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So I
Mm-hmm.
believe, and then if we look at them 2 nations today, these 2 nations is prominently Muslim today,
Okay. All right.
which is gonna
Yeah.
lead us to where we going. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? A little bit down this road, you feel me, that
Right.
we on right now.
Yeah. 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 We were there back in the days when I was doing it. Yep. Yep. Many people were on that same path back then. And I'm glad,
Yeah,
I'm glad, that's what I'm saying. I'm glad the way, you are talking about it and doing it now. It adds a lot of detail because you've done a lot of study on it. You've done a lot of insight looking into this about these kingdoms and stuff. And yeah, man. Yeah.
so when I'm real quick, I just want to jump over to Revelations. I don't. I
Okay.
just want to.
Yeah.
I just kind of want to deal with Revelations 13. Um, I just feel like because Daniel didn't see the beast, but John the Revelator seen the beast. Because if you notice what we read in Daniel 7, there was no description of the beast. The
Okay.
nails and the teeth and the stomping of the feet is what we see.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But if we read Revelations 13, 1 and 2, it said, I stood upon the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads, 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy. And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, and his feet were as the feet of a bear, and his mouth as the mouth of a lion. And the dragon gave him his power, his seat, and great authority. So when we look at Revelation chapter 13 and verse 2, it's saying that this beast has the different body parts of the previous beast that came before it. And
Mm.
also these are the same beasts that's named in the book of Daniels.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So you got the leopard as the body, and it's funny because the leopard got 4 legs last time I checked, and last time I checked, that leopard in Daniel 7 had 4 heads. And then it says its feet, not its legs, but its feet, whereas the feet of a bear. We know that's Medes and Persian. And then it says, and his mouth was as the mouth of a lion. Now the head of this beast has a lion's mouth. Either has a whole lion head or a lion's mouth. Now we got to understand the head of anything figuratively means its chief captain or its ruler, or it's the head of this beast. It
Mm-hmm.
says the mouth, and that's the lion's mouth. Because it's given us clear illustration.
Mm-hmm.
Leopard, bear, right, and lion. So this beast is going to be a collage, a mixture, right?
Mm-hmm.
A
Okay.
mixture of all these other beasts that came before it. But in order to understand it, you know what I'm saying, fully in our time, we need to go look and see who those empires are and where they are today. And last time I checked, they're all still in the same place. They're all coming out of one place. They're all coming out of Babylon.
Okay.
I mean, that's
The
how I
land,
look
that
at it.
land, right? That land over there, right? Because the
It's an
torso
expanded.
is right. The torso is leopard. Though you got to remember that torso. Okay, because that's what he says. That's the foundation, or that's the core of this beast. And then he spreads off into the extremities. Then you got the mouth of the lion, whatever. But yeah, when you're talking about the four, who was that? After Alexander the Great, generals.
Yes, sir.
You were saying, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
because I
okay,
associate them with the leopard.
right, right. Okay, I just want to make sure I remembered you right. Okay, good deal, good deal.
So we
Gotcha.
should in this one thing I wanted to show too. Now this is one thing I'm gonna go there real quick. So according to this verse right here in 2, Ron, the feet is the feet of a bear,
Feet of
right?
a bear. Yep.
All
Now,
right.
yep. I was thinking about that. Yep. Mm-hmm.
So we go to Daniel chapter 7, right? And we read verse 5, and it says, "Behold, another beast, second like to a bear," right? So we know that, you know what I'm saying? That's either let's put Russian in there. Let's
Okay.
put Russian, and I say the
Okay.
Medes and Persian. I like to take, if I can, like, not all perspectives, but let's just put them all out there. You feel me?
Okay.
Because
Okay.
regardless who it is still gonna happen this way.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So we see that the bear is on the feet of this beast that we see in Revelations. So we hear in Daniel's right now. So if we look at Daniel 7, and it says, I saw after this, I saw in the night vision, behold, a fourth beast, dreadful and terrible, strong exceedingly, and it had great iron teeth, and it devoured and brake in pieces, and stampede the residue with the feet of it.
Right.
And it was diverse from all beasts.
Yeah.
And we know that we go down again, it says that same thing again in 19. Then I will know the truth of the fourth beast, which was diverse from all the others, exceedingly dreadful, whose teeth was of iron, his nails of brass, that ain't that Greek, which devoured and break in pieces and stampede the residue with his feet.
Right. What verse is that? What chapter? What chapter and verse you at?
So this is Daniel's chapter 7, and I just read 19,
Oh,
verse
okay.
19.
All right. I was there. I don't know where I missed it. Okay, go ahead. Got you.
So then it says it's highlighting that this beast is go use it's highlighting, it's
Yeah.
telling us this so we can get the illustration.
Right.
So if it's stampede with his feet, and then we go back to Revelations 13 and 2, and the beast which I saw was like a leopard, and his feet were as the feet of a bear. Is that not a connection?
Yes.
So if the fourth, so we know that all these, so no, it wouldn't be a connection if this bear was not a part of the illustration of this fourth beast. It wouldn't be a connection then. But now that we see it on the body part of this beast, it has to be a connection.
Yeah.
It has to be.
Truly.
So whether it be Iran or Russia, right? They both rising up today. We see problems with Iran, right? We see situation going on in Ukraine and Russia. So regardless who it is, regardless, I'm not saying who it is don't matter, but if you with different people and you got different interpretation, you feel me? Because I'll be around people that has different interpretations, so I had to learn how to, you know what I'm saying, how to conduct myself around others. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Without, giving my interpretation without making somebody else feeling, disrespected or belittled. So let's throw all our interpretations in here. Whoever we say that bear is in Daniel chapter 7, that same bear is a part of that beast that's mentioned in Revelations 13 and in Daniel 7 at the bottom.
Okay.
So this beast is a collage, is a mixture of all these other beasts that came before it. You know what I'm saying? And so this is one thing that I seen, that I know, that I feel like the Most High was trying to show me. You feel me? Because I was looking, I'm like, wait, Daniel didn't see the beast, but then we read over here in Revelations, and then John sees it. And I can see why John didn't see the beast, because if they really seen these visions, Ron, meaning they really seen a monster in this brief, like they really seen it, Ron, that then that
Mm-hmm.
thing would be so terrible to look at if it was
Yeah.
like had different body parts and it had iron. And think about it, it got iron teeth and claws.
Yeah. I agree.
I'm talking about if these brothers really seen like that image, and then the angel was like, all right, look, I'm gonna tell you what it means. You feel me? If they really seen it, which I believe they did, bro, that was scary to look at, bro. Boy, if he wasn't in the spirit, he would have used the bathroom on himself.
Yes, sir.
You
Things
know what
that
I'm
they were
saying?
seeing.
So
Yes, sir.
that's exactly.
Yes, sir. I'm
So
try-
so
I'm
we
trying to
see
pull the
that
map up right now so we can see how all of this works together. Trying to get a map. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. For the viewers.
so we see that this beast is a mixture. So we got leopard, we got a leopard's body, we got the feet of a bear, and we got the mouth of a lion.
Okay.
And it says, and the dragon gave him his power, his seat, and great authority. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go into my Strongs, and I'm gonna go into power, which is G1411. G1411. So so what is this? Who is this? KJC. I got different. So which one? What do you read all of them, or do you rather you deal with Brown Jarvis Briggs, just the Strongs?
I
Because
like
I
the
look at all of them.
Gesenius in the Hebrew. I like to go to the Gesenius mainly, but we just go to whatever. Go wherever you got to go. We just go
Okay,
wherever
so
you
this
going.
is
Yeah.
okay.
Uh, there we go. Dynamis. Yes, that's it. Okay.
Strong's G, 1411. Dunamis. Dunamis.
Yeah, giving the ability, the power. And what's our scripture here that you're looking at?
So this is Revelation 13 and 2.
Revelation 13 and 2.
But and all the ones that I'm reading, all of them say power, strength, ability, energy, authority,
Okay.
majesty, omnipotence, miraculous power, miracles, a miracle, a worker of miracles, spiritual powers.
In the Thayers, it's saying of the power of the devil and of evil spirits. That's 1 Corinthians 15:24. Of the devil, Luke 10:19, and Revelation 13, verse 2. Yes.
So this is one reason why I think this beast is gonna be diverse from the Grecian kingdom, the Babylonian kingdom, and the Parthian kingdom, because this cat is gonna literally have superpowers.
Oh
And
yeah.
now everybody probably like, what you talking about, right? What do you mean superpowers? We got to understand that the Messiah told us about these things a long time ago.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So to me,
Mm-hmm.
let me just get a precept on this real quick, brother, on this power. So it says it gave him power, his seat. Now we know. Now my brother chosen to tell you that Satan's seat is in Pergamos. You know what I'm saying? Because he said, I
Okay.
know where Satan's seat is,
Okay.
which is let me get this real quick. Let me get this real quick.
While you're
So
doing that,
this is
did you know? Did you know? Now here's why people might be saying it's Rome. Did you know that you probably know this anyway? Medo-Persian Empire was from 539 BC to 331 BC, and guess where it is? It's right over. It's the old Roman Empire.
the
Based on
Parthian
this map,
Empire.
based on this map that I'm looking at, it's the old. It's before the Roman Empire of this. It's the same land. You know what I'm saying? And well, that fits what you've been saying. It's the same lands from the ancient times. You understand what I'm saying? But they're different names now.
Yeah,
It's
but
the same thing.
what they
Go
did,
ahead.
what I'm seeing though, Ron, when they
Uh-huh.
went into these lands, they caught these spirits of these people that was there that was previously before them. The same spirits that got on those people and drove them to do wickedness and the war like that and worship idols came into these conquerors who came in after them.
Mm-hmm.
Like the spirit is hopping down all the way to the end time to
Right.
where who and to where when he go rise up, he go the next time he rise up, he gonna have that power.
Right. Yep. Yep.
It's been happening ever since the Assyrian Empire and the Tower of Babel fell. You know what I'm saying? This has
Mm-hmm.
been going on. And think about it. If we write about what we saying, right? If there's because I personally believe that northern area of Israel, I believe that this is where this beast gonna come from, and then the divided kingdom is the kingdom to the south of Israel, which is Egypt, Libya, and Ethiopia. You know what I'm saying? Those
Okay.
areas back there. Now, if these two got something to do with the end times, look who's right in the middle of all that. Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And then we look at those places today, as those places are predominantly Muslims today. You feel me? That's and we know about their religion. But
Yeah.
let me
Mm-hmm.
I want to read this Revelations 2 real quick so I can get this Satan seed.
Okay.
Uh, so this is Revelations chapter 2, verse 13. No, I'll start at verse 12. And it says, "Into the angel of the church in Pergamos, all right, these things saith he which has the sharp sword with two edges. I know thy works and where thou dwellest, even where Satan's seat is. And thou holdest fast my name and hast not denied my faith, even in those days wherein Antipas was my faithful martyr, who was slain among you where Satan dwelled."
Dwelleth. Mm-hmm. Church at Pergamos. Right.
Right. And it also says above where his seat is, too. You feel me?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So when we look at Revelations 13, when it says authority after that seat, right? Now, a lot of brothers, and we all do notice it says in the book of Job that the world has been given into the hands of the wicked, which we know that's Satan. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? So when this beast comes, Satan is gonna, I personally believe Satan's gonna give him his angelic power, he's gonna give him his seat, and he's going to give him the authority that he got since the fall of Adam. You feel me?
Okay. All right, so hold on, because there's going to be plenty of people that's going to see this and watch this. So we're saying, based on your study here, you're saying that the seat of Satan is at Pergamos, this church of Pergamos.
Now that's what Christ said in Revelation 2.
Right. I mean, that's what I'm saying. You're putting it together. You're putting the facts together. So now if I'm on my Google Maps. I'm showing it live on screen if anybody's looking on the Facebook and in the YouTube. You're seeing the Pergamos, Cyprus. Is that correct? That's the it's going to be over there in the Grecian area, I think. Asia Minor. Oh, that's the island of Cyprus. That's the island.
Oh, on one map I seen, it showed Pergamos above. What's that city called? Ephesus.
Ephesus.
Yeah, one map that I seen, it showed it being above Ephesus.
Well, okay, because I'm seeing right now, modern day today, I'm seeing a island of Cyprus in the that's right in the sea north of right directly north of Israel and south of is it Turkey or Turkey? However they pronounce that now. That's not spelled the right way. I don't know what that is. Unless it got a new name. Turkey, it looks like, but Turkey used to be Turkey back in when I was in grade school. Now it's Turkiye. Oh, that's different. Okay.
Yeah, they switch it up every now and then.
I see. But so that would be Cyprus now. Now there's some other Pergamoses that might come up here. Now you might be talking about, let's see, let me just take Cyprus out. And so now there, okay. You said it's above where now? You saw the one that you're talking about is, where is it?
I think it's by what's the Ephesus.
Ephesus. Okay.
Yeah, because
So
it's a shrine of Zeus in Pergamos.
Oh, that's Greece.
Big,
yep, that's gonna be Greece then. You know that's Greece
but
all
if you
day.
think about it, they all ruled that. Rome ruled that area. Greece ruled that area. The Ottoman Empire ruled that area. That area has seen multiple kings.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because that was the head of the Byzantine Empire too. That area too.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't mind, real quick, Ron, if I can just go into that little power part, and after that power part, I'm gonna just head to Revelation 17. You feel me? After that,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So we read in Revelations 13:2 that Satan shall give this beast his power, and we looked up in the Strong's, and that power said ability, strength, miracles, spiritual powers, majesty, right? So
Dunamis, yeah.
So I want to go to Matthews. Okay. I'm going to start off in Matthews 24 and 24. And it reads, "For there shall arise false Christs, false prophets, and shall show great signs and wonders, insomuch that if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect."
The chosen. That's it. Of God the Father. Yes, sir. Yes, I've been talking about that. Go ahead.
So that means the signs that they go show.
Yeah.
Go be so, like, I want to say, I don't want to use the word, but I'm using miraculous.
Yeah.
That even the very elect, you know what I'm saying?
Could be, would be deceived. Yeah. Might be.
Like, damn, he doing that, but I know that's the devil. But damn, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? They go know it's him.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The elect will know.
And this is because he gonna have superpowers. That's like easy to see.
Yeah.
But people now this is the twist. This how this how I see it. Some cat pop out, he doing magic tricks, right?
Yeah.
And then regular folks go be like, oh nah, or whatever. Or people may not even pay attention to it at first. And he gonna start building up, and then you go just see a lot of people flocking to him.
Right. Sending strong delusion.
Exactly. And you know what's so crazy? So it says, for there shall arise false Christ, right? And what does Christ mean? Don't that mean Messiah or
Yes.
anointed one?
Yes.
So there shall arise false messiahs
Mm-hmm.
and false prophets, and shall show great signs and wonders, insomuch that if it were possible,
If
they
it were.
shall deceive the very elect.
Mm-hmm. If it were
Meaning them
possible.
signs is gonna
Right.
be strong as heck,
Mm-hmm.
right? I mean the miracles. And then look, let me show you. And this is one of the miracles they go do right here. Revelations 13, real quick. This is one of the miracles. This is the beast that comes up out of the earth.
What
Verse
verse?
12.
Verse
This
12.
is Revelations chapter 13, and verse
12.
13.
Verse 13. Okay.
Yeah, I start 12. I start at 12. No, I start at
Okay.
12. You're right.
All right.
And he exercised all the power of the first beast before him, and causes the earth and them which dwell therein to worship the first beast. I personally believe that. I think this first beast is Babylon, because the whole statue was about Babylon. The dream was about Babylon. The conquerors were conquerors of Babylon. They were the kings of Babylon. I believe that this first beast, most people say, well, the first beast is the beast above. But I told them, well, if we didn't have chapters and none of that, you wouldn't be saying that. Because when you
Mm.
open up your Bible,
Mm-hmm.
what is that called? The title head of the paragraph, it says second beast. Mine says like this. Mine says first beast. So the
Okay.
reason why your mind goes to the beast above, because that's how they laid it out
It's
in your
leading you to
Bible.
it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
If it
Right.
was all running through the first, when you hear first beast, and if you read Daniel's, the first person that came to my mind was the head of gold.
Okay.
Yeah, because
That's
it
where it
literally tells
starts.
you that.
Right.
Yeah, that's where it starts. But then this beast comes from that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? This beast comes from that. So that's just how I see it. And it says to worship the first beast whose deadly wound was healed, right? And he does great wonders, so that he makes fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of man. That's what Christ was just talking about.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Signs and lying wonders, right?
Mm-hmm.
On the earth in the sight of man, and deceive them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles. So he
Right.
deceived everybody by doing these miracles, which it says he's going to have power to drop fire from heaven. And the only person that did that in the Bible was Elijah. The only person that dropped fire from heaven is, so you can't say it's missiles. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Because a lot of people were like, "Oh, that fire that's dropping from heaven, that's talking about missiles and all this." No, isn't in the scripture. I know it is. I don't know off top, but it's a scripture in the New Testament when I think somebody denied Christ or walked away from him or something, and the disciples were like, "Are you not going to drop fire from heaven on them?" I'll find the quote and I'll put it in the chat, but they said that. So I was thinking, like, wait,
Mm-hmm.
they couldn't be talking about no damn missiles, no nukes, and how a lot of people
Actual
would
fire.
describe this.
Yeah. Actual fire.
Right.
Yeah. That
This
that
is
that would make
literally
it a
going to be
miracle.
actual fire from the
Right,
sky.
because that would make it a miracle. A missile is not gonna make it a miracle. That's
Exactly.
okay. Well, that's just a missile they sent over here. Ain't no big thing.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know.
right. That's what they do. It's not nothing miraculous.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
But for him to stand
So
there
I,
and say, or whatever, command fire to come down, that's different. Okay.
and you know what it's gonna do when you do that? He's gonna mimic Elijah. When Elijah did that, he was proving that the power that was behind him was real,
Yeah.
which was the Most High God.
Yeah.
So when this dude do this, he's gonna have power. He was like, yeah, he's gonna do it, and he's not gonna point to Allah, Vishnu, the God of the Bible. He's not gonna point and say the power behind that came from this individual, but he's going to point to somebody else that's on the
Yeah.
planet Earth too as well.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay.
So you know what I'm saying? So this is what we're dealing with. When it says he gave him power in Revelation 13:2, this is what it was talking about. To
Okay.
deceive them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast, saying to them that dwell on the earth, that they should make an image to the beast which had the wound by a sword and did live. So this dude doing all these magic tricks. So he got everybody influenced, right? He
Right.
on TikTok, he on YouTube, he on Good Morning
TikTok.
America, he
Right.
on Shannon Sharp,
CNN,
and
Fox News. Oh yeah.
everybody talking about this. Everybody is going to talk about this dude while he's doing this.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Hmm.
think about it. They won't let you talk about Christ or nothing like that on TV. But when this dude come, he go be on
Right.
every eye go
Exactly.
see him.
Exactly.
Because this is who they've been waiting for. When you watch
Hmm.
the old 90s movies, Damien and Omen and all that, and when the woman is pregnant and they chanting and they trying to bring this satanic child into the world, this is who they've been waiting for. This who they've been telling us about the whole time.
Hmm. Hmm.
The whole time.
Yeah.
And when he comes, it's going to be ugly.
Oh yeah.
Because look what the Messiah said. Look what John the Revelator said. Let me go back to Matthew's 24 real quick. I'm gonna hit on one more verse on this on a false prophet, them doing miracles and all that, right? So we gonna go to Second Thessalonians, just real quick. Second Thessalonians 2:9. Well, actually, I'm 2:8. Second Thessalonians 2:8. So it says, and then shall the wicked be revealed, who the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth, and destroy with the brightness of his coming, even him whose coming is after the working of Satan with all power and signs and lying wonders.
Same factors.
And
Right.
that's the same thing. Superpowers. Of course, back then they didn't call it that. They
They
call
didn't
it
call it that. Right.
miracles and wonders.
Right.
But to us, they got something for that. Yeah, I got something for that. We go call it superpowers.
Right.
And then even think about this, Ron. This is scary. Wow, this is so scary. When this dude come, if he gonna have superpowers, guess who's gonna flock to him first? Kids.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Think about it.
Yes, sir.
I don't really talking about kids. Like, they ain't gonna have no problem with him. Look,
Yes, sir.
him mimicking Christ.
Yep.
Greatest Hosanna, Hosanna. Greatest he that come in the name of Hosanna. When it is some children that said that.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that Christ did miracles and then the children said that, but then I really think this cat is gonna literally mimic Christ down to the T.
I fully agree.
So he even said here in Second Thessalonians that even him who's coming is after the working of Satan, meaning Satan has something to do with this cat being here. Satan is
Yeah.
the reason why this cat got all these power and these signs and these lying wonders.
Yep. Good
You know what
deal.
I'm saying? So to me, this is why you see in Revelation 13, this is why we see two beasts. Because one of them, they showing you from Satan ruling the whole beast. And then I feel like when it talks about the beast of the earth, it's showing you just the two horns, the two leaders of that end time beast.
Okay.
But they're the same thing though.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
They're literally the same thing.
Okay.
You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? So I
So
want to just you got any questions or anything before we hop over
no,
to Revelation
let's
17?
let's go. Let's go. I don't see anybody else saying anything or asking anything. So come on. Let's go.
So I want to get to Revelation 17, and this is where the terrain gets tough. You know what I'm saying? So what? So this is Revelation 17 and 8.
17 and 8. Going there now.
Yes, sir. This is
All
my
right.
favorite one right here.
And we got it. All right. 17 and 8 showing live on screen. Okay.
So it says, the beast that thou sawest was, and is not, and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit, and go into perdition, And they that dwell on the earth shall wonder whose names were not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world
Who were not.
when they
Okay.
were not.
Who were not.
When they
written.
behold the
Mhm.
beast that was and is not and yet is.
Okay.
Now this is the title. I consider it a characteristic. They called this beast the beast that was and is not and yet is. So if we look at the empire that's over the world during John the Revelator's time, we see it being the Roman Empire. So, and a lot of people believe that the Roman Empire is the climax of the height of the fourth beast,
Right.
right? Meaning that there's going to be a revived Roman Empire, because whatever out of these seven heads, one of them is the five that are fallen, one of them go come back.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember,
Yeah.
one of their heads
The
is
deadly
wounded.
wound in the head. Right. Mm-hmm.
And then remember, the seven mountains are seven heads, and there's seven kings. Because when we look at a mountain figuratively, that's talking about a kingdom. Because remember, the stone that was cut out without hands became a great mountain.
Right.
And then in Jeremiah, it talks about mystery Babylon and calls her that destroying mountain.
Yes, sir. That's
But it was talking about a kingdom, though. We know that it wasn't a mountain, but it was a kingdom.
Right. Mm-hmm. Right.
So it says the beast that was, meaning that this beast had to been an empire previously to the Roman Empire, or previously during John's time, because he said was is past tense. Am I right, brother?
Right.
So he said the beast that was, meaning it used to be here,
Mm-hmm.
and is
Okay.
not. Is mean present, right?
Okay.
So he said is not, meaning it's not. It's not. It's not living at the moment, and yet is. Just real quick, how many versions do you have on your a Bible? Do you have on you right now?
How many you need? Because I got the Blue Letter Bible. So
Okay, so
it should have whatever version you want to go to.
I got you. I think it's the ERV, the easy to read version.
Let's see. Let's get it.
And if you can you read verse 8 in that version?
ESV. No, that's the English Standard.
The ERV.
Let's see. Let's do this. Okay, we'll grab it from Bible Gateway. I'll pull it up. And what verse is it you want?
Verse 8.
8. Everyone. Okay, chapter 13. Verse 8. Everyone living on earth would worship the beast. These.
Chapter 17.
Oh, chapter 17. I'm sorry.
Verse 8. You good.
The beast you saw was once alive, but now it is not. However, it will come up out of the bottomless pit and go away to be destroyed. The people who live on earth will be amazed when they see the beast, because it was once alive, is no longer living, but will come again. These are the people whose names have never, let me say that again, never, I have to say that because of my once saved, always saved opponents. Their names have never been written in the book of life since the beginning of the world.
So it calls this beast, the beast you saw was once alive.
Yes, that's what it states.
Now is not, meaning that John's time it was not alive.
Right. He said before, it was before John, and it's no more.
not at John's time, but
At John's time, right?
for my preterist people, it will come. However, it
Okay,
will come out.
right. It's gonna come up again if we see. Okay, all right. So it's like tomorrow or later today, if the news is CNN breaking news, the rise of the Holy Roman Empire, you'd be like, what?
Yeah, exactly.
The new,
No, exactly.
you see what I'm saying? The new Holy Roman Empire. Oh God, what is this? What is they doing now? Oh Lord, what's this mean for everything? What does this mean?
Nah, that's whatever it is. That's the role that is going to play.
And
It's,
it's and
and then
it's and
this
it's a
is the thing, right?
kingdom. Go ahead.
And this the key. This the key point too, right here, Ryan. Every time I bring this up, a lot of people they don't want to believe it. It says that the beast is gonna come out of the bottomless pit. Let me get this real quick. Let me switch
Right.
my version.
That's another
So
one.
let me get Revelations chapter 20, right? So this is Revelation chapter 20 and 1. And I'm gonna read the verse 3.
I'm ready to go. Let's go.
Yep. And it says, and I saw an angel come down from heaven, having the key of the bottomless pit and a great chain in his hand. And he laid a hold on the dragon, that old serpent, which is the devil and Satan, and bound him 1,000 years, and cast him into the bottomless pit. Right? So
Mm-hmm.
we see that Satan is being cast into the bottomless pit. Right? And I'm going to jump
Mm-hmm.
over to Revelation chapter 9. I'm going to read verse 1 and 2.
We ready.
So this is Revelation chapter 9, verse 1 and 2. And it said, the fifth angel sounded, and I saw a star fall from heaven unto the earth. And to him was given the key of the bottomless pit. And he opened the bottomless pit. And there arose a smoke out of the pit, as the smoke of a great furnace, and the sun and the air were darkened by reason of the smoke of the pit. So we see in this chapter that the pit has been opened, right? Smoke
Mm-hmm.
comes out, locust, right? And now if we go to right back to Revelations chapter 17 and verse 8, right? It says, the beast that thou sawest was and is not, and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit. So this beast, hold on. So this beast ascends out of Sheol.
Mm-hmm.
It comes up out of the pit. Now we hear stories of people saying, "Oh, Nero supposed to come back." This person supposed to. But really, it's only Nero that I hear. I don't think a certain individual is gonna come back,
Okay.
right? So now it could be, but then when we say certain individuals, I don't think it's nobody that everybody is saying today,
Okay.
like Nero or Antiochus Epiphanes, or it's not gonna be none of those. It's gonna be somebody and something. You feel
Right.
me? And think about it. If this guy comes out of the pit, I mean, if he literally come crawls out of the pit,
Mm-hmm.
obviously this cat is gonna have superpowers. Once again, he's not gonna be no regular man.
Nero. Okay. Right.
You feel me? He's not gonna be no regular dude.
Right.
You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? So to me, that's and then not only that, right? Real quick. So it tells us that the beast is not during John's time. And then if you jump down to 12, it kind of solidify that same saying. And in verse 12 of Revelation 17, verse 12, and the 10 horns which thou sawest are 10 kings, which have not received no kingdom as yet, but receive powers as kings 1 hour with the beast. Meaning these 10 horns, these 10 toes, do not have power nor a kingdom during John the Revelator's time. Because he said, as they have no kingdom as yet. Like not yet. It's gonna come, but not yet, meaning not during his time.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So to me, by me emphasizing and saying all this beast is supposed to come in the future.
Right.
We got a lot of people saying that a lot of these prophecies has been fulfilled during 70 AD. Well, we
No.
know John the Revelator is after 70 AD, and he
Yes.
is seeing this beast.
Yes.
And he tells us the beast was not during his time.
Right. And all this is coming from the Lord to John. Right. We got to remember
Exactly.
that. It's coming from the
Exactly.
Lord. Right.
Exactly. John didn't hit no juice, and he just
Right.
went into it and he wrote this book.
Right. It's coming from the Lord. See, a lot of people will forget that. A lot of people really, just a side note, are taking the scripture, the book, and making that the Lord. That's what they're really doing. They're following the book like it's the Lord, and it's not. The Lord gave us the information that we have in the book. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to make that clear to all of my listeners and people that may be getting too caught up in the ink and paper. You see what I'm saying? You're getting, you're making it your Lord, and that's not what you need to be doing. You need to be trying to say, okay, let me see what the Lord is trying to say with this ink and paper. What has He been trying to say to us? Okay, so there you go. Yeah. But I mean, I'm following you, man. I'm following you. Okay.
Now, so we see that the beast. It says I'm just pointing out the characteristics of the beast. It
Right.
has a title that's
Mm-hmm.
called the beast that was and is not and yet is. They,
Mm-hmm.
they call him that for a reason because that's a
Mm-hmm.
clue. And
Mm-hmm.
then it says he comes out of the bottomless pit. If you go look up bottomless pit, this is the same. This is the same bottomless pit that that the pigs, that the not the pigs, that the bad spirits that wanted to go into the pigs when Christ came across them when he was walking out of that temple. You feel me? Those two cats that had those bad spirits.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? That asked to be tossed into the herd,
Yeah, into
in
the
the
pit.
pigs.
Right.
If you go look up them words and that it's talking about Sheol. It's literally and this same bottomless pit is associated with that same situation. You feel me? So that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So we got the bottomless pit, and then we got the 10 horns, where did not have a kingdom nor power during John's time. So what I hear from that is this thing is coming down the road from John. It
Okay.
wasn't behind John. It's down. It's
Right.
in front of him, down the road.
Right.
I'm talking about
Mm-hmm.
time wise.
That confirms that it hasn't happened yet. It does confirm it.
Now that's true. It. I mean, that's just what the scriptures say.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And before because I wanted to start getting in just basically from my point of view who I think it is. I would just wanted to point out some characteristics, and then I'm gonna just go into who I personally see who the beast is. You know what I'm saying? But I just before I do that, I just
Okay.
want to read the verse 9 until 11. All right,
From
so this is
17.
Revelation 17. Yeah,
Okay. All right.
Revelation 17, verse 9 to 11. And it says, "Here is the mind which has wisdom. The 7 heads are 7 mountains
Mm.
on which the woman sits."
Okay.
So if I go up to the first, what is it? Not the first verse, the third verse, it said, "He carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sit upon a scarlet colored beast full of names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns." So it's right here in verse 3, she is sitting on the beast and she's
Yes.
sitting on the 7 heads.
Right.
Verse 9 says the 7 heads are 7 mountains on which
And
the woman sits,
right.
meaning that 7 heads of the beast. He's basically saying these 7 heads are 7 mountains. And so now the illustration is basically the mountains. So this is basically what I mean by that. And where it says kings, I'm gonna say mountains because they're one and the same. The heads mean a king. We know a king is a king, and we
Right.
know a mountain means a kingdom. And there
Right.
is no kingdom without a king, right?
Leader of the kingdom. That's right.
So all these words are in a way they're synonymous in this illustration, in this context. So it says, "Here is the mind which has wisdom. The 7 heads are 7 mountains on which the woman sits. And there are 7 kings. 5 are fallen, and one is." So when we see is, we know that's presently, right? So
Mm-hmm.
at the present time, I'm sorry. and one is Rome. This when people go through this, the one is this is talking about the Roman Empire.
Okay.
And these seven heads, mountains, and kings, it was talking about the kings that the mystery Babylon has been sitting on, and these kings kind of been pushing her through civilization. One pop up, she sit on him for like 100 years. Another one, he come conquer him. He pop up, she sit on him for 500 years. The next one come pop up, she sit on him, and she's making her way through civilization. So I see why she's the whore. Because if you think about it, she's sleeping with every. She didn't slept with Napoleon. She didn't slept with Alexander the Greek. She didn't slept with the Sir Lucius. She didn't slept with
Oh,
the Ptolemies.
this is
She,
it.
you know
Go
what I'm
ahead.
saying?
Go ahead. Keep going.
She didn't. She didn't slept in Egypt. She didn't slept with Pharaoh in Egypt. She didn't slept with all these kings during these time. And these seven heads have to be like the seven most like popular or mighty kingdoms that she sat on in order to get through time. You feel me? So
Okay.
this is
Now you clearing some stuff up for me. Okay, go ahead. Keep going. Keep going.
not because this is because if somebody say so, who are the seven kings? So I would say Egypt, I would say Assyria, I say Babylon, I say Medo Persia, I say Greece. That's five. And guess what's the sixth one? Rome.
Oh,
She and
okay.
these are the what so during the Assyrian Empire, what other empire was greater than that? Nobody, none of them was, right? That was the highest at that time, right?
Right.
During the Assyrian Empire. They were the only they were the bad boys of the world back then, that kingdom.
Okay.
She was with them under the name Inanna or Inanna. That was the goddess Inanna. That's Semiramis. That's Mystery Babylon. And then she goes down, she jumps down to Babylon. And then she jumps down to Medo Persia. Now she's Artemis in Greece. Now she's Diana in Rome. You feel
Okay.
me? And now she's keep going down, 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 all the way to the cobblestone today. Because when I did my research on the cobblestone over there in Islam, and when you do your research on the god Allah, the moon goddess Allah, keyword goddess meaning female. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
This goddess is not something new. Mystery Babylon has always been here. Mystery Babylon has been in every civilization. That's why they call her the whore that sits upon many waters, many people. Cause she been through every civilization.
Okay. Okay. Now
So
here
it
it
says,
is. Here it is
yeah,
about the harlot, the whore. Here it is. Here it is. Go ahead.
and it says, and there are seven kings, five are fallen, and one is. So that's six. The one is the six, and the other is not yet come. When he come, he must continue a short space. That's the seventh, whoever that is. And the beast that was and is not, even he is the eighth and is of the seven. Not the seventh, but the seven, meaning the seven heads, the seven mountains. He is of them because
Okay.
he's the eighth one.
Okay. Okay. So, verse 9, it says that the seven heads are the seven mountains on which the woman sitteth. Now, this woman is the whore, correct?
Right.
Okay. I want to make sure. All right. I was going to open it up, but I'm not going to open it up just in case
Right.
it's going to reveal who you about to say that this woman, this whore, this harlot is. But I'm not going
Oh
to do
no,
it.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm saving that for you and Ryan. I'm staying away for that. I'm gonna deal with the beach.
No, I gotta get. I don't know
You
where
want me
Matt
to
at.
deal with it.
I do. I want you to tell me what your thoughts is on
I'll
it.
tell you my. Okay,
Matt
I'll
ain't
give my-
even here. He
I'll give
ain't
my-
coming.
I got you, Ryan. I got you.
Right.
I got you.
Because man,
I'll do it.
it's just was so refreshing to hear y'all say it, but to see how y'all came to this conclusion also was real cool too. That's why I got you here. Because I was like, I want you to.
No, I got you.
Yeah. All right.
I
So
was
go
trying
ahead.
to say room. You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
I got it. I got
Go
it.
ahead. Go
So
ahead.
so we at verse 11. So the beast that was and is not, even he is the eighth, and is of the seven, and goes into perdition.
Mm-hmm.
So we seeing that this beast going into perdition, right? And the reason why it goes into perdition, because this beast and the leader of this beast is the son of perdition.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Mentioned in Second Thessalonians.
Right.
So let's read down, and it says, "And the 10 horns which thou sawest are 10 kings, which have not received no kingdom as yet, but receive power as kings 1 hour with the beast. And these have one mind, and shall give their power and strength unto the beast." Right? So
Mm-hmm.
we see the horse sitting on this beast, right? This beast is going through time, right? And the
Mm-hmm.
whore is just passing down. You feel me? Through
Mm-hmm.
time.
Yes, what you're saying.
So
Yeah, so you're saying now, let me just make this clear. This woman has dealt with all of these kingdoms through time. So that means there's one people that has dealt with all these different lands or I'm sorry, kingdoms that have come throughout time. She's made it through and she's still going and is going to make it through to the end time, to the final time.
that's right.
One people. Okay. All right, let's go. Keep going, man. Keep going. I can't believe it. Keep going. Good deal.
So we see that, like the brother Ron said, she coming through all this time. And then, like me and the brother Ron was discussing earlier, that we see in verse 16 in the same chapter, "And the 10 horns which thou sawest upon the beast, these shall hate the whore, and shall make her desolate and naked, and shall eat her flesh, and burn her with fire." Right? So we see that all of us, they're all in cahoots, and all of a sudden, the 10 horns
The 10
turn
horns.
on
They're
Mystery
turning on her.
Babylon.
They're turning on this woman now, on this whore. Right.
Right.
Okay.
So
We're
they
seeing it.
excuse me. So they turning over this whore, and this is one of the reasons why I think they're going to turn on this whore. And it's verse 18. "And the woman which thou sawest is that great city which reigned over the kings of the earth." So, like I had the discussion with the brother earlier, that this beast's job is to take over the earth. Mystery Babylon reigns over the kings of the earth. So
Okay.
obviously, this beast is going to have to take her out in order to, to be placed above her.
Okay.
Because remember, this beast is going to place itself above that is all that is called God. And
Okay.
Mystery Babylon is a religion. So it's going to have to place itself above her as
Okay.
well.
Okay. Okay.
Now, in our world, it may be political reasons why this happened, but this is the spirit behind all those reasons right here when we read the scriptures. You know what I'm saying? This ain't no make believe. They seeing this, and this stuff is how they seeing it, and it's gonna play out a certain way on earth.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? So it's up to us to not, because I know a lot of people run from revelations. You know what I'm saying? And you should run, especially if you don't pray for the understanding.
Okay. Yeah.
Like for reals, because
So,
that book ain't no joke.
yeah, it's true. That's
That
true.
book is not no joke.
The spirit is given. I mean, the spirit is given really all scripture. I mean, all scripture is inspired. It's breathed by God the Father. So you really need, and that's and Christ understand. We talked about that too. He opens the understanding to the scriptures, but it's wonderful how He's opening this up to you, because now I'm seeing it like you're talking about. The reason why this woman is getting turned on, there's a reason why, and it's right there in 18. It's because she reigneth over the kings of the earth at this time. Now, at that time in the scripture here, when she's going to get to that point, to where she's going to be reigning. Look at that, over the kings of the earth. So the beast is getting ready to wait till she gets this power. This is what I'm seeing. And then we about to cut your throat. We gonna take it because we really want to reign over the earth. The beasts, the beast. They want to reign over the earth. So the woman here, which thou sawest, verse 18, is the great city which reigneth over the kings of the earth. Angel is making it clear right there to John and Patmos. And this is, so the beast is about to join up with her to try to, I don't know what you call that back in the day, when somebody try to be your friend to only, well, sabotage. That's how far we can get back. Sabotage. They're joining up with her to sabotage her and get her, because it wants to rule the world, and really it's going to, but for a moment, I think. But go ahead, man. Go ahead. Josiah?
Yeah, I'm there.
Oh, okay. Good deal. So that's what I'm seeing there, man. For that, I mean, but I'm seeing everything that you're saying is like, the facts is like right there. Man, you've done some great research on this. This is cool. So go ahead. What you got next? Come on.
So
I need
so
some
now,
help.
personally, let's get into something. Let's tread out in a little deeper waters, man.
Let's go deeper. Let's go to the bottom. Let's get it.
Ooh,
Let's get it.
all right now, brother. All right,
Let's get it. Let's go to the
So
bottom.
let's go to.
Okay.
Let's get it. Let's go to Let's get Micah, right?
Okay.
So so what we kind of going into right now, we still staying on the same topic of the beast, but I'm personally, from my research, I feel like what the Most High been kind of showing me, we're gonna highlight the little horn. We're gonna go through and see if we can find this cat, right? Because the Bible says that they've always spoken of this cat in the times that's gonna come before. Most of us call it Jacob's trouble. Most of us call it the 7 year tribulation. Most of us call it that last week in Daniel's 9. You know what I'm saying? So let's get in to some scriptures. So Brother Ron, if you can you read Micah 5:1-2?
Now I'm sorry. Now gather thyself in troops, O daughter of troops. He hath laid siege against us. They shall smite the judge of Israel with a rod upon the cheek. But thou, Bethlehem, Euphrata, though thou be little among the thousands of Judah, yet out of thee shall he come forth unto me that is to be ruler in Israel, whose goings forth have been from old, from everlasting.
So we know this is
Sounds like the Lord.
basically this is a prophecy of the Messiah, right?
Okay.
Christ.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, if you can you read verse 5 and 6?
And this man shall be the peace when the Assyrian shall come into our land, and when he shall tread in our palaces. Then shall we rise against him 7 shepherds and 8 principal men, and they shall waste the land of Assyria with the sword, and the land of Nimrod in the entrances thereof. Thus shall he deliver us from the Assyrian, when he cometh into our land, and when he treadeth within our borders.
So we know that the Lord in this chapter is Christ. When we look at verse 2, right? So when we read the verses that we skipped, right, it says, "Therefore will he, Christ, give them up unto the time that she which travails have brought forth. Then the remnant of his brethren shall return unto the children of Israel," talking about the gathering of the Israelites, right? And then it says, "And he, Christ, shall stand and feed in the strength of the Lord, in the majesty of the name of the Lord his God, and they shall abide, for now shall he be great unto the ends of the earth." So we know that's talking about Christ. "And this man," talking about Christ, "shall be the peace when the Assyrian shall come into our land, and when he shall tread in our palaces. Now, this is one thing that I do know, Brother Ron. I do know. So when we hear the Assyrian, most people are going to think Hezekiah, right?
Hmm. Okay.
Yep. Just Hezekiah, the Assyrian, right?
Okay.
So so this is let's get to Second Kings chapter 19, verse 10.
Second Kings 19, 10, verse 10. Okay. Thus shall ye speak to Hezekiah, king of Judah, saying, Let not thy God, in whom thou trusteth, deceive thee, saying, Jerusalem shall not be delivered into the hand of the king of Assyria.
So jump down, and if you can, read 32 to 35.
Therefore, thus saith the Lord concerning the king of Assyria, He shall not come into this city, nor shoot an arrow there, nor come before it with shield, nor cast a bank against it. And it came to pass, verse 35 now, and it came to pass that night that the angel of the Lord went out and smote in the camp of the Assyrians 180,5,000. And when they arose early in the morning, behold, they were all dead corpses.
So we know, according to this, that the Assyrian, God said that this cat is not going to come into the land. He not going to shoot no arrow. So when I did my further research, the only time that I know that they did come into the land after that, right? Because this guy did come in, not this guy, but I think another Assyrian came in close to the city of Judah. But before then, you have the Assyrian king taking out the northern kingdom out of the land of Israel and replacing them with other people from different nations. So this is what I so history wise, this is what I know. These three biblical history wise, this is what I know. The Syrian came into the land, right? So one time he didn't, two other times he did. Now the question is, when he came into the land, did that which was spoken of in Micah chapter 5 take place? Did the Lord Jesus Christ, during that time, in the spirit, in the flesh, however you want to put it, did he destroy them at that time? Right? Because when they
Mm-hmm.
both came into the land, they didn't get destroyed after they came into the land. They didn't.
Okay.
So then in this instance, they didn't come into the land as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm led to believe that was not filled in Micah chapter 5.
Okay.
So it says in certain translation, it says the Assyrians, because
Okay.
when they read this, they didn't get it. Like, dang, what it with the Assyrian? No, this just got to be talking about the Assyrian people and
Okay.
not an individual. But I personally believe it's calling this an individual for this name for a certain reason.
Okay.
And we're gonna get some more scriptures on the Lord and the Assyrian, right? So let's
Mm-hmm.
go to Isaiah 30. If you can, brother, can you read Isaiah 30 and 31 and 33 after that, brother? Or if you want to read on down from 30, you can. Don't matter.
There you go. Yeah, we can just throw it all together. For through the voice of the Lord shall the Assyrian be beaten down, which smote with a rod. And in every place where the grounded staff shall pass, which the Lord shall lay upon him, it shall be with tabrets and harps, and in battles of shaking will he fight with it. For Tophet is ordained of old, yea, for the king it is prepared. He hath made it deep and large. The pile thereof is fire, and much wood. The breath of the Lord, like a stream of brimstone, doth kindle it.
So when it says, for Tophet is ordained of old, yeah, for the king. What king you think that's talking about, Brother Ron?
I want to say Assyria.
I personally think it's talking about the individual right above,
Let's see. Hold on.
the king of Assyria. Yeah.
Yep, that's what the brown drivers is saying. Also, a place of burning, in figure of its of this Hebrew term here, judgment on Assyria. Yep, Isaiah 30:33. Yep, yep.
Right.
So,
So we
oh,
see right on 31, for through the voice of the Lord shall the Assyrian be beaten down with smoke with a rod. Well, let's just say, oh well, that's
oh,
talking about when they destroyed the Syrian camp, right? The angel came down. That was the Lord that was in that angel that did that, right? Let's just
okay,
say this was fulfilled during that time and all that. And even though it said, for Tophet is ordained of old for the king, that Tophet is talking about Sheol. That's talking about hell, Gehenna.
okay, okay.
Now, because that place is a place in Israel. Tell me if I'm right or wrong. Where they burn fire, wood, and all this other stuff at.
What place? What's the name of it?
Let me see. Let me
I
get
know
it.
it's somewhere. I know it's somewhere over there where it's like a big nasty garbage place dump where they do that kind of stuff. They just it's a place there that it's just nasty, and they
Yeah,
use
it's
it to
right
do
here.
that.
It's so I got 2 Kings 23:10, and he defiled Tophet, which is in the valley of the children of Hinnom, that no
Yeah,
man might make his son or his daughter to pass through the fire to Molech. So Tophet is an actual place
yeah,
where they burnt all their trash and garbage, dead animals, anything
yeah,
like that.
yeah,
So, but then that place is a representation for hell.
yeah. That's where they
It,
burnt.
it
Yeah,
is
where the Israelites sacrificed their kids.
children. Yep.
That he talks about. He's angry about it in Jeremiah. He's livid. He's talking to Jeremiah about that. Yep.
Exactly. And so it says, right, and it also says in verse 30, I want to just highlight and say verse with me, and the Lord shall cause his glorious voice to be heard, and show the lightning down of his arm, with
What
indignation of his anger, and with the flame of devouring fire,
what
with
verse of
scattering and
verse 30
that's verse 30. Yeah.
Second
It says,
Kings?
I went back to Isaiah 30, my
Oh,
bad.
okay, good deal. Good deal. Okay. There it is.
I
Go ahead.
went back to Isaiah 30, so this is Isaiah 30 and 30.
Good deal. Yeah, I wanted to show it on screen. So come on. Yeah, we with you.
Now you good. And it says, and the Lord shall cause his glorious voice to be heard, and shall show the lightning down of his arm, with indignation of his anger, and with the flame of devouring fire, with scattering and tempest and hailstones. For through the voice of the Lord shall the Syrian be beaten down, which smote with a rod. So bring out, right? Because this is one thing that I know about end times, right? So we in the same Isaiah chapter 30, right? I just want to read verse 27 and 28. So Isaiah 30, 27 and 28. This one
Be
thing I know about this one thing I know about the Lord. When he come, he's gonna judge the world with his mouth. He's not gonna
okay.
lift the sword, he ain't gonna kick, punch, no wrestling moves from the
Right.
top ropes,
You
no
yeah.
jujitsu, you know what I'm
Right.
saying? No ancient Hebrew
Right.
fighting style. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
You
So
just yeah. Yeah.
this
Go
is
ahead.
what he go do. So
Okay.
verse 27, behold, the name of the Lord comes from far, burning with his anger, and the burden thereof is heavy. His lips are full of indignation, and his tongue as a devouring fire, and his breath as an overflowing stream shall reach the midst of the neck, to the sift in the nations with the sieve of vanity, and there shall be a bridle in the jaws of the people, causing them to err. So when we look at when it says the Lord, his lips are full of indignation, right?
Right.
There are prophecies in the Bible, right, that speaks about this. Let's go to the first one. Let's go to Second Thessalonians 2 and 8. The lips of his indignation, right? And we know that the Lord is supposed to destroy the Assyrian with his voice. And we go see why this Assyrian is going to be destroyed by the voice of God. You know what I'm saying? His son.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So this is Second Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 8. And then shall that wicked be revealed, whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth,
Yes.
and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming.
Yeah. You
So
you
we know
just
that.
you just
Go ahead.
gave a scripture. We just looked at a scripture that said by his voice, didn't you? Didn't we just see something like that? And what was
Yeah.
that?
Isaiah?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was talking about the Assyrian. I still got it right here. It says, for through the voice of the Lord shall the
The
Assyrian
voice.
be beaten down.
Yes. What is that? What's that? Isaiah what?
30 and 31.
30. That's where. Okay. All right. Yeah. Good deal. There it
So
is.
this is Psalms 18, 7 through 9.
Okay. All right. Got it.
So it says, then the earth shook and trembled. The foundations also of the hills moved and were shaken, because he was wroth. There went up a smoke out of his nostrils, and a fire out of his mouth, devoured. Coals were kindled by it. He bowed the heavens also, and came down, and darkness was under his feet. This is King David is speaking on
Yes.
the coming of Christ, right?
Yes, I would agree. I would fully agree.
And it says that there went up a smoke out of his nostrils, and the fire out of his mouth devoured, right? So this
Yeah.
is talking about the Lord, right?
Yeah, I would agree.
So now, it's,
I
I
would
mean,
agree.
I just go off what the scriptures say. You feel me? Because that's.
Right.
I'm not saying we not doing that or you not doing that, but this basically all I'm doing, and this is how I was able to get to where I'm at through the
Right.
grace of the Most High and His Son. You feel
That's
me?
exactly.
'Cause-
Exactly.
And it's let me get just let me get one more. Let me get one more.
Okay. All right.
Let me get one more. Let me get what is that? Psalms. Let me get one more. I'm gonna get Psalms 18. Oh, that's what I just did. Hold on. What is this one right here? Job. I'm sorry, Job 4:9.
Okay.
I got my stuff written over here on this whiteboard behind me, so I gotta turn my neck in order to look at it. But
That's right.
Job 4:9. So this is Job chapter 4, verse 9. It says, by the blast of God they perish, and by the breath of his nostrils are they consumed.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm gonna so when we see, so basically him blowing fire out of his mouth and all that, what I get, that's an end time description. And I'm gonna read one more verse. Do you got
Okay.
a second address?
I
I'm gonna
can
read
pull
one
it
more
up.
verse on this fire part.
I don't think Blue Letter Bible has it, but I can pull it up.
Okay, because I just want to get second address. Where was it? Second Esdras 13.
What verses?
So I'm gonna do 1 through 4, and then 10 through 11. 10 and 11. I'm sorry.
And we go to, all right, that's King James Version.
Yeah, it don't matter to me, man.
Okay,
It's all the
okay.
truth.
All right. 1 through what?
Yeah, can you read 1 through 4?
Oh, it's not showing me there. Hold on one second. Let me go back. Hold on one second. Oh. I don't want the revised standard. I want the 13. All right, 1 through 4. And it came to pass. Let me blow this up so my people can see it on the screen. Oh man, this Bible study too is killing me with these ads. All right. And it came to pass after 7 days, I dreamed a dream by night, and lo, there arose a wind from the sea, that it moved all the waves thereof. And I beheld, and lo, that man waxed strong with the thousands of heaven. And when he turned his countenance to look, all the things trembled that were seen under him. And whensoever the voice went out of his mouth, all they burned that heard his voice, like as the earth faileth when it feeleth the fire.
Verse 10.
Down to verse 10. But only I saw that he sent out of his mouth as it had been a blast of fire, and out of his lips a flaming breath, and out of his tongue he cast out sparks and tempest. This answers the question. This answers the question. Okay.
Read the next verse.
and they were all mixed together, the blast of fire, the flaming breath, and the great tempest, and fell with violence upon the multitude which was prepared to fight, and burned them up, everyone, so that upon a sudden of an innumerable multitude nothing was to be perceived, but only dust and smell of smoke. When I saw this, I was afraid. Probably had a heart attack, 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah.
My goodness.
If he wasn't in the vision, he would have probably lost it. But he gave up the ghost. So we see right here, it says that this man waxed strong with the thousands of heaven. Sound like the book of Jude, right? And when he turned his countenance to look, all things tremble that were seen under him. Mm-hmm. Hold on, everything. Hold on. Let me get this real quick. I swear I just read this in Zephaniah. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. 14. No, I thought I seen something. No, never mind. I thought I seen something.
Okay.
I thought I had to research it on my own time. But like I said, when we go the second Esdras, that we see this man waxing great with the thousands of heaven, we know that's Christ. So it says, whensoever the voice went out of his mouth, all they burned that heard his voice.
Yes.
All all they burned that
Yes.
heard his voice.
Yes. That was
Now,
yeah.
go ahead, Ron. Go ahead.
No, you go. You go. Go ahead.
Now,
I'm with you.
so when we jump back to Isaiah 30 and 31, right?
Yeah.
So when it says, "For through the voice of the Lord shall the Syrian be beaten down," But I'm gonna let y'all know something. That's not it. Let's go to Isaiah 10. Let's go to
What verse?
Isaiah 10.
10 verse.
So, so we go read 5 through 12, and if you can get that for me.
O Assyrian, the rod of mine anger. Oh, that's enough here. All right. And the staff in their hand is mine indignation. I will send him against an hypocritical nation. I will send him against an hypocritical nation. And against the people of my wrath will I give him a charge to take the spoil and to take the prey and to tread them down like the mire of the streets. Howbeit he meaneth not so, neither doth his heart think so, but it is in his heart to destroy and cut off nations, not a few. For he saith, Are not my princes altogether kings? Is not Calno as Carchemish, or Carchemish? Is not Hamath as Arpad? Is not Samaria as Damascus? As my hand hath found the kingdoms of the idols, and whose graven images did excel them of Jerusalem and of Samaria. Shall I not, as I have done unto Samaria and her idols, so do to Jerusalem and her idols? Wherefore it shall come to pass that when the Lord hath performed his whole work upon Mount Zion and on Jerusalem, I will punish the fruit of the stout heart of the king. Oh, there it is again. There it is. I see it. You doing it. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. The king of Assyria and the glory of his high looks. That's that stout. There it is.
There it is right
You've
there,
been
brother.
doing some work, man. You've been doing some work. You've been doing some work, man. I don't even know why you made me wait this long. I don't understand why. I really don't. And I don't appreciate it. I don't appreciate you made me wait this long. Wow. Look at that.
Wow. Look at that. Hold on. Well, so, and this is the key, Ron. This is the key. Wherefore it shall come to pass, when the Lord has performed his whole work upon Mount Zion
The whole thing.
and on Jerusalem.
Okay.
Man, brother. Man.
Because of their idols.
So this is what we
Yeah. Go ahead, man.
exactly. And
Give it to
then
me.
where did them idols come from? Assyria, Babylon.
Man.
All them gods of the world came from Babylon, from three people:
See.
Nimrod, Semiramis, or Ishtar, and Tammuz.
Let me see this here. This is, hold on.
Hold
This
on, you, and whenever you're ready, I got
this
one more
dude,
for you.
This
Whenever
dude,
you're ready.
man. Let me see here. I'm trying to find this map here. Hold on one second. All right. So Assyria. Okay. All right. So it's south of Turkey. See how the Turkey's there? Turkey right there. Turkey. Not this new way that they spelling it. But anyway. And it's west of Iran, and it's north of Iraq, and it's east of Syria. All right, Syria. Assyria was in that. Oh, okay. So now today, This would be what? Let me see here. Let me do this. Let me go over here to there for my current modern day map so I can see exactly where oh my gosh. Iraq done took it over. Iraq has taken over ancient Assyria. Okay. All right. All right. So that lets me know that.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, ancient
Ancient
Assyria
Assyria.
is Iraq.
This is in the land.
It's modern
It's
day
what?
Iraq.
I'm sorry.
It's modern day
Modern
Iraq.
day Iraq.
Yep.
Okay.
I do believe, if I remember correctly. Or is it Iran? Oh, let me see. Because it's east of Syria.
Regardless, they're in cahoots with each other. That them two nations, Iraq and Iran, they are in cahoots with each other.
Turkey, Iran is. Wait a minute, I might be wrong. No, it is. It is. It's northern Iraq. Okay, northern Iraq. It would be right here on my. I don't know if you guys are seeing this on the video, but it's right here, as we can see. Well, it might be even part of Turkey. Let me see.
Yeah.
No,
it's in between them, right? Kind of.
It's kind of, yeah, in between it, where this water is right here. This little water thing right here is kind of the same shape as ancient. Okay, right at the nuzzle here. So it's somewhat in here. Yep, it's kind of shared by Turkey and Iraqish kind of lands, you know. It's kind of shared by that border. But yeah.
So y'all remember what the brother Ron said? Turkey, Iraqish, Iran area, right? This is where we want to be. So brother Ron, if you can get this Isaiah 14, 25 to 27. Isaiah 14, 25 to 27.
Okay. Then I will break, that I will break. Okay, let me see. Well, 24, let me go to 24. The Lord of hosts hath sworn. Okay, so people will know who's talking. And saith, surely I have thought, so shall it come to pass. And as I have purposed, so shall it stand, that I will break the Assyrian in my land, and upon my mountains tread him underfoot. Then shall his yoke depart from off them, and his burden depart from off their shoulders. And we said verse what now? 25 and...
Read all the way to 27.
Keep going to 27. Okay. This is the purpose that is purposed upon the whole earth. And this is the hand that is stretched out upon all the nations. For the Lord of hosts hath purposed, and who shall disannul it? And his hand is stretched out, and who shall turn it back?
So it says, this is the purpose that is a purpose upon the whole earth, and this is the hand that is stretched out upon all nations. Talking about the Assyrian. Or he's really talking about his hand, but the Assyrian, he's going to use this character.
Mm-hmm.
Just like we read in Isaiah chapter 10 and verse 5, it said, "O Assyrian, the rod of my anger."
Mm-hmm.
The indignation, the weapon in his hand is my indignation, meaning my anger.
Yeah.
So right here, he said, "I will break the Assyrian in my land and upon my mountains." Wait, hold on. Wait. God, your Magog, is supposed to be defeated upon the mountains of God, right? Let's get that real quick, brother. What is that? 39? Ezekiel 39. If you want to grab the one in 38, I usually go to the one on 39. But Ezekiel 39, 1 through 4.
Therefore, thou son of man, prophesy against Gog, and say, Thus saith the Lord God, Behold, I am against thee, O Gog, the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal. And I will turn thee back, and leave but the sixth part of thee. And I will cause thee to come up from the north parts, and will bring thee upon the mountains of Israel. And I will smite thy bow out of thy left hand, and will cause thine arrows to fall out of thy right hand. Thou shalt fall upon the mountains of Israel, thou and all thy bands, and the people that is with thee. I will give unto the ravenous birds of every sort, and to the beasts of the field to be devoured. Thou shalt fall upon the open field, for I have spoken it, saith the Lord God. I will send a fire on Magog, and among them that dwell carelessly in the isles, and they shall know that I am the Lord. So will I make my holy name known in the midst of my people Israel, and I will not let them pollute my holy name any more. And the heathen shall know that I am the Lord, the Holy One in Israel.
Like it said, right? That they shall bring them up and they shall die upon the mountains of Israel. So by us reading this, we should know that judgment is going to take place upon the mountains of Israel. And like we just read in the scriptures, in the scripture previous to this one, Isaiah 14, we see that the Syrian shall be destroyed upon the mountains. A who mountain? Mount Zion, right? And it said in the other one that after God is done, the Lord is done doing his work upon the mountains, that he shall destroy the stout heart of the Assyrian. And we seen Micah, the Lord destroying the Assyrian. So what I see when I see that Lord, I'm thinking Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Like,
Mm-hmm.
I understand we can be like, oh, that Lord is God, so God destroyed the Assyrian, right? Boom, it was fulfilled. Now, I
Mm-hmm.
think it's a little bit more than that. I think Christ is going to fight this end time figure, which if this guy is the Antichrist, that means they've been telling us about the Antichrist since the time of the Old Testament.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You feel me? So
Yeah,
this
I'm
cat,
following you. Yeah.
so this cat is I believe is the little horn. This is Syrian. Now we said now Assyria today is the Iran, Iraq, Turkey area.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So is there have to be prophecies, right, of these areas. Like one of the prophecies we were speaking about the other day, Revelation 16 and 12.
Okay.
So Revelation 16 and 12.
Okay. It states there that, let's see, and the sixth angel poured out his vial upon the great river Euphrates, and the water thereof was dried up, that the way of the kings of the east might be prepared.
So we know that the Euphrates River is drying up.
It's
So
dry.
it's literally dry.
it's bone.
So
Let me see
and,
here. Let me see. Hold on one second. Let me show everybody. Yeah, go ahead and talk. Go
and,
ahead
and
and
if
talk.
and if you can, if you can get a good picture to where it shows what nation lies east of the Euphrates River too as well, because that'll help too. Because that's what I'm gonna go into. Because who is these kings of the east? You know, that may be prepared.
Come on.
You know what I'm saying? We gotta see these kings of the east.
This must be
The
it.
sixth angel
It's gotta. Is this
poured
it?
out his veil.
It's. Let me see. Let me go back a little bit, because it's not really showing the actual river right there. Syria, through Assyria, Iraq. So it runs right through Assyria.
So do.
Yeah, it's running through Assyria,
Mm,
down into Iraq, or what would be
mm.
also maybe ancient Assyria. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
oh,
Into current day Iraq, and this is the river here. I would think. Yeah, this is the Euphrates. Now, Let's see. So let's go up and follow this river all the way up here.
All the way up.
It looks like it might be drying up though, because it's like, let's see, is this it? No, that's the Balikin River coming down here. So let's see here. Let's follow this. Make sure I'm getting the right deal. Euphrates. Okay, so it goes, and the Euphrates must end in the. What is this? Okay, it's not telling me what that body of water is there. But, okay, it must start right here. Let's see, what is this? Yep. Starts there. Maybe it continues on, because that's a lake or something. Let's see. What kind of sea is this? Oh, this is Lake Assad. Lake Assad. Let's go up here. Up Lake Assad. Yep, it continues on. It empties out into Lake Assad. Okay, we're going up north here, going further. So we're continuing up here. So we're north of Syria. We're over here. Is this Turkey? It's running through? Yep. Up through Turkey.
Yeah, Turkey. Yeah, I know it. Yep.
Up through
You're
Turkey.
Right.
Man, that's pretty okay.
So we're looking at the Iraq-Iran area, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we are. And let me see, is there any more? Gosh, Lee. Let me just do this, because I'm trying to follow this thing on Google Maps. It's crazy. Euphrates River, the longest, one of the most, rivers of Western Asia. Together with the Tigris, it is one of the two defining rivers of Mesopotamia. Originates in Turkey. Okay, so that's where I was losing it. In Turkey, the Euphrates flows through Syria and Iraq to join the Tigris in the Shat al-Arab, which empties into the Persian. There's that Persian Gulf. It empties in there, so it ends there. So let's see. Is it true that Euphrates River is drying? Now the drying up of the Euphrates River is not just a prophecy, but it is This is Google. It's on my screen here, people. Look, this is Google saying this. Okay, this is the archaeologist.org. Okay, the drying up now it says the drying up of the Euphrates River is not just a prophecy, but it is actually happening today. Along with the drying up of the Euphrates River, many ancient discoveries have emerged, and even those discoveries have shocked the world. We're not going into those discoveries, of course, but as you can see, dried up.
And like I said, we're in the Iran-Iraq area, right?
Yep.
So
Sir.
East of Euphrates would be running to Iraq and Iran. So the kings of the East either has to be Iraq or Iran.
That's right. That's right.
Or further, but it doesn't say utmost parts. So it's just the kings of the East.
Right. That's right. You're right. It's right there. You can't deny it. I mean, how can you deny this? How? You can't deny that. It's right there. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm just like.
Nah, you good. And then we know that this didn't happen during John's time or in 70 AD, right?
We know this.
Yeah, because it's drying up right now. Because if it is, it's dry. It's so dried up a second time. Right? So we in Revelation 16, and we just read verse 12. So I'm gonna read 12 again, but I'm gonna read to 13. I'm gonna read to 14.
Really, okay, you at what, Isaiah?
No, we still
you
at
at?
Revelation 16.
Okay, I was getting caught up in the pictures and the stuff, man. I'm sorry. Revelation 16. You said.
You good now? So just if you can, Ron, just read 12 to 16.
All right. And the sixth angel poured out his vial upon the great river Euphrates, and the water thereof was dried up, that the way of the kings of the east might be prepared. This is trippy. This is trippy. Hey, and hey, all right. And I saw three unclean spirits like frogs come out of the mouth of the dragon. All right, and out of the mouth of the beast, and out of the mouth of the false prophet. For they are the spirits of devils working miracles, which go forth unto the kings of the earth and the whole world, to gather them to battle of that great day of God Almighty. Christ speaking here, behold, I come as a thief. Blessed is he that watcheth and keepeth his garments, lest he walk naked, and they shall see his shame. He's coming like a thief. He coming like a thief. And he gathered them together into a place called in the Hebrew tongue Armageddon. And the
So
uh-huh.
go ahead, Ron, go ahead.
And the seventh angel, that's the seventh angel pouring out his vial. Is that what you wanted to?
Now
Yeah.
I wanted to stop right there at the sixth angel.
Okay, go ahead.
So we see that the sixth angel poured out his veil on the Euphrates River, and it dries up, which is right now is dried up. And it says that the way of the kings of these may be prepared. And then he said, I saw three unclean spirits like frogs, right? And we see that these spirits go out and work miracles and go forth unto the kings of the earth and to gather them for battle, right? So this is the sixth angel that pours out his veil, that pours out the vial upon the great river. So, Brother Ron, if you can read Revelations chapter 9, verse 14 to 18. So chapter 9, Revelations 9, verse 14 to 18.
Saying to the sixth angel, which had the trumpet, but he just poured out the vial on the Euphrates, driving it up. The sixth angel, right? He's back again. Saying to the sixth angel, which had the trumpet, loose the four angels which are bound in the great river Euphrates. Oh my goodness. And the four angels were loosed and were prepared for an hour and a day and a month and a year, for to slay the third part of men. And the number of the army of the horsemen were 200,000. And I heard the number of them. And thus I saw the horses in the vision, and them that sat on them, having breastplates of fire and of jacinth and brimstone, and the heads of the horses were as the heads of lions, and out of their mouths issued fire and smoke and brimstone. By these three was the third part of men killed, by the fire and by the smoke and by the brimstone, which issued out of their mouths.
So the sixth angel, which had the trumpet, looses the four angels which are bound in the great Euphrates, right? But
Yeah.
we just seen that in the previous verse we read that the river dried up for the kings of the east, right? And then frogs come out of the mouth of the dragon, the beast, and the false prophet, right? So now we see in this that the four angels were loose, which were prepared for an hour, a day, a month, a year, for to slay the third part of man. And the number of the army of the horsemen were 200,000. This is talking about the kings of the east. It's the same thing. We just got done reading.
Yep.
These are the kings of the east. Those frogs that go out and rally everybody up to battle, it has to associate with the four angels, which were loose, which were prepared for an hour, because these angels can't be good angels, because they're locked up in the Euphrates River.
Right.
So these has to be the frogs.
It's ramping up. This thing is, listen, if you can't see what the world is saying, the only other way you're going to believe this thing, if you don't believe it right now, I'm telling you, if you don't believe that the Euphrates Rivers is dried up, either you going to contact somebody over there that you know over there in that area, they're going to tell you it's dried up, or you got to go over there and see it yourself. Because if you don't believe it, the world got to lie about it, right? This thing is dried up. It's bone dry. Now, either America's lying to it. We got ABC News. We got Al Jazeera saying it. And this thing is making way now. This thing is making way that John is seeing by the Lord. The angel is drying it up. Okay? Then this is up under there. Here they come. Here they come. Here they come. You know, you better listen. You better get it together. Oh my gosh, man. You did some work on this, man. You did some work on this. Yeah. Go ahead.
So we see, right? 4 angels being loosed, right? We jump back over. I'm gonna just back over to 16 real quick. 16 to 13, and I saw 3 unclean spirits like frogs come out the mouth of the dragon, out the mouth of the beast, out of the mouth of the false prophet. For they are the spirits of devils working miracles, which go forth unto the kings of the earth. Right? So then we see that these are the kings of the east, right? So now let's get into some prophecy, just 2 prophecies, right, on these kings of the east, right? Brother Ron, are you able to pull up Enoch, Book of Enoch?
I can.
I just want to grab something out of it real quick. I know everybody feels a certain way about it, but I personally want to just grab something out
Oh,
of it
that's
real
man.
quick.
Listen, we on here studying. This is really actually, should be a live study deal going on. But let's see here. I was trying to get my map of ancient Babylon showing so I can see where these people are, where this is,
Yeah, get it up.
because it's like we were saying, these are the same lands that's been over there. The names are different, the boundaries may have been changed, but the lands is still the same. It's still the same deal.
And you know why the names are different? Because these people do not believe in the Bible no more. Now, if they all still believe in the Bible, they all still would have been. They all would have kept their biblical names. You feel me? They all would. We would have known who's who. But the reason why we don't is because man dominated the world, and thus for he pushed God's knowledge, everything that has something to do with the Most High and His Son. You feel me? Everything from Moses, what size shoe he wear, his staff, all that detail, bro. They buried all that stuff and
Yeah.
put themselves and their information above that.
Right.
You feel me?
Right. It's like
So
a
this is
wiping
the
out of
stuff we learn in
history.
school.
Yeah. Babylonia was actually it was before Israel was established, before Israel was Israel. It's what I'm seeing here. Arabia. Ooh. Arabia was right south of it. It's based on this map now. Based on this map. Media Persia is to the north. East, northeast. Armenia, Cappadocia is north, direct north. But see, yes, okay. You were talking about that yesterday.
Yes, sir.
So Babylon, actually, West Babylon would have been where Israel is sitting today. Arabia also has Syria in it to current day. Syria, maybe some Iraq, depending on how big it is. Arabia back then. Media Persia. Oh yeah, the Persian Gulf right there. Okay. All right, good deal. Got an idea. Good deal. Okay. So we're going to Enoch now, right?
Enoch 56.
Right now,
5 through 6.
which book is it? Ain't it 3 books? Which one is it? Is it the
Yeah,
Book of
it
Enoch?
should just be chapter 56. Should be in the first book.
Let's go with
We're going on
this
the
here.
Kings of the East,
Chapter 56. What verse?
verse 5 through 6.
As it says, henceforward shall the saints be told to seek in heaven. Is that the one?
No, that's not the
No?
one. It should
Okay.
be ones where it says, it should say Parthians and Medes. I know it should be in that chapter though.
Verse 5 is not saying that. Now you might want to
You
go
at
ahead and read it. No, I'm trying to.
You at Enoch 56?
Yeah, I'm at the Book of Enoch 56. But there's 3 books though. It's 3 different ones. Let's go with Enoch's chapter 56. Let me do that one. 56. Since you said just Enoch. And let's see, verse 1, I'm going to say, and I saw there the hosts of the angels of punishment
Yep, that's
going.
it.
That's the one? Okay.
Yeah, so verse 6. So verse 6 through 9.
And they shall go up, and they
What is
shall,
real quick? What does 5 say?
and in those days the angels shall
Yeah,
return.
start right there.
Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah. If you can,
Oh,
just
okay.
verse 5 and 6.
Oh, okay. And in those days the angels shall return and hurl themselves to the east upon the Parthians and Medes. They shall stir up the kings so that the spirit of unrest shall come upon them, and they shall rouse them from their thrones, that they may break forth as lions from their lairs, and as hungry wolves among their flocks. And they shall go up and tread underfoot the land of his elect ones. His is capitalized, so we know who that is. And the land of his elect ones shall be before them a threshing floor and a highway.
Meaning to tread it down, to knock it down, and all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what I'm hearing. So it says they shall hurl themselves towards the east, and the Parthians and Medes. It says they shall what? What about their spirit? What that part say, Ron?
They shall stir up the kings, so that the spirit of unrest shall come upon them. They shall rouse them from their thrones, that they may break forth as lions from their lairs, as hungry wolves among their flocks. That's with what the Greek is known as a passion, a suffering, is hurting. They've got to get this thing done with a great wrath and hunger. This is yeah.
So let's see if we can get the vision on that moment. Let's see if Enoch really did see the Parthians and the Medes, right? Because we know the Parthians are the ancient Persians, Iranians. That was the name of their empire, Akkadian Empire, and what was it? The Parthian Empire. So if we can get Second Esdras chapter 15, brother.
Oh, I left address. I'm sorry, I closed it. I closed that link. Hold on 1 second. What's the verse?
So we going to let me get there real quick. So with verse 28 to 44. So Second Esdras chapter 15, verse 28 to
All right.
44.
Behold, a horrible vision, and the appearance thereof from the east. where, let me bring this up, where the nations of the dragons of Arabia shall come out with many chariots, and the multitude of them shall be carried as the wind upon earth, that all they which hear them may fear and tremble. Now I'm reading this old English here, so just bear with me because the words is not like what I'm used to reading. Also the Carmanians, raging with wrath. Look at there. See that? Raging with wrath shall go forth. You just said that. You just said that, right? Shall go forth as the wide bores of the wood, and with great power shall they come and join battle with them, and shall waste a portion of the land of the Assyrians. And then shall the dragons have the upper hand, remembering their nature. Remembering their nature. And if they shall turn themselves, conspiring together in great power to persecute them, then these shall be troubled and keep silence through their power, and shall flee. And from the land of the Assyrians shall the enemy besiege them and consume some of them, and in their host shall be fear and dread and strife among their kings. Behold, clouds from the east and from the north unto the south, and they are very horrible to look upon, full of wrath and storm. It's 34. How far we down we going?
To 44.
Okay, they shall smite one upon another, and they shall smite down a great multitude of stars upon the earth, even their own star, and blood shall be from the sword unto the belly. And dung of men, I want to say dung of men unto the camel's huff. Ooh, that's nasty. That's all of our
So
innards.
like Revelations.
That's all of our innards. Yeah. They all coming out, and they all coming up into the camel's huff. And there shall be great fearfulness and trembling upon earth, and they that see the wrath shall be afraid, and trembling shall come upon them. And then shall there come great storms from the south and from the north, and another part from the west. And strong winds shall arise from the east, and shall open it, and the cloud which he raised up in wrath, and the stars stirred to cause fear toward the east and the west wind shall be destroyed. The great mighty clouds shall be lifted up full of wrath, and the star, that they make all the earth afraid, and them that dwell therein, and they shall, I want to say, pour out over every high and eminent place and horrible star. Fire and hail and fleeing swords and many waters, that all fields may be full, and all rivers with the abundance of great waters. And they shall break down the cities and the walls, mountains and hills, trees of the wood and grass of the meadows, and their corn. And they shall go steadfastly unto Babylon, and make her afraid. And they shall come to her and besiege her, the star and the wrath shall they pour upon her. Then shall the dust and smoke go up unto the heaven, and all they that be about her shall bewail her. There you go.
And so this is starting off saying this is a horrible vision in the appearance thereof from the east. And it says the dragons of Arabia, right, shall come out with many chariots, And Ron, this is what makes me think this is future. And the multitude of them shall be carried as the wind upon the earth. That's talking about airplanes.
Okay.
But no airplanes back then.
Right.
I
Right.
mean, even if this happened during the time of Medo Persia or the
Yeah.
Caliphate
There
with the
wasn't no. Right.
Arabians,
Right.
no,
No.
no. So this has to be talking about something down the line. And if you look at the Carmanians, right? I believe
Right.
this is an ancient either Iran or Iraqi people. I really want to say Iran. So it says, also the Carmanians, raging in wrath, shall go forth as wild boars of the wood. Right.
Yeah.
So we see these Arabians and Carmanians. Right. We see them rising up. Right. And we see that they go come together. Right. And they're going to start to war from Assyria, because this is where I wanted to home in at. Well, one of them.
Okay.
So it says in 33, and from the land of the Assyrians shall the enemy besiege them. So is this saying that the enemy is going, when he make war with these people, he's going to make war with them from the land of Assyria? And from the land of the Assyrians
Mm-hmm.
shall the enemy besiege them.
Right. From that land. Right.
From that land, right.
Right. They're going to launch a strike against, right, from the east, the kings of the east.
There you go, brother.
Right. The Assyrian, right, that the Lord is about to meet. We talking about they coming to Armageddon. They coming to Megiddo.
Go blow his top back with his mouthpiece.
That's where he's gonna handle his business. We got a question. Hold on. We got a guy, and then I gotta go before my bladder explodes. But hold on 1 second.
I got you.
Yoshi D is coming up. Hold on 1 second. And he's gonna ask a question. Now, Yoshi, don't be coming up in here, man, starting no arguments. All right. I'm trying to get this thing rolling. Hold on 1 second. So he's coming up. He's gonna ask a question. And while y'all doing that, I'm listening. I'm coming right back.
What's up, brother?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I was listening. And is it Yoshia?
It's Josiah. It's like Josiah,
Josiah?
but just with a Y.
Okay. So you were talking about you said the Middle East. Were you talking about the scripture that you read was basically where the Middle East is now? That's what they were describing as far as the people?
What verse you referring to, brother? Oh, you talking about the one in Second Esdras?
I think that's the one where you said that they were talking about the Middle East at the time.
Yeah. So it's Second Esdras 15 and 28. That's where I was commenting on.
Okay, and wasn't that the Persian Empire at one point in time, or was that the what empire was that? It was an Ottoman.
Yeah.
But anyways,
So I made a comment that this couldn't have been during those times, because it makes a phrase in verse 29, and if you read this whole chapter in Second Esdras, it's talking about the end times. You feel me? So
mm,
when you read Second Esdras 15 and 29, I'm gonna read it out. It says, I'm gonna start at 28. Behold, a horrible vision, and the appearance thereof from the east, where the nations of the dragons of Arabia shall come out with many chariots, and the multitude of them shall be carried as the wind upon the earth. I believe that phrase is talking about airplanes. Because anything that's carried upon the wind upon the earth is flying.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And
yeah,
from the Ottoman Empire leading all the way to the Persian
yeah,
Empire, they didn't have no planes. You feel me?
yeah.
And
I
it's,
get it.
and then so this is from what I get. So basically, what I'm linking to this is Revelation 16 and 12, where it says the river Euphrates dry up to make way to the kings of the east. And I believe this is what's gonna happen once those kings of the east rise up.
Okay.
Good deal. I mean, the factors are here. I mean, you bringing out stuff I have never heard anybody say, which is getting me. But I'm getting it. I'm getting it. I see it. I see it loud and clear.
It's always good to have a fresh pair of eyes, especially when you start to get older and you get wiser. Your eyes aren't as what they used to be. So I get what you're saying. These younger generation and stuff is starting to look at things a little bit more untraditional or unorthodox as the way that we were back in our day, and they're starting to see things that we, like you said, we've never even thought of to look at it from that angle. So.
Well, I agree because where is it at, Yesiah, that it talks about in the end times, in the last days, that they will the people are going to be searching the scriptures more and more and increasing in knowledge.
Daniel chapter 12.
Yes.
That's Daniel's 12.
Yes.
And verse 4. But thou, Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book, even to the time of the end. Many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall be increased.
Right. That's people are doing it. I mean, more and more people are searching more and more and using and running to the scriptures, and more is being revealed to them because it was sealed to be sealed up until this time. Now the Euphrates River is dry. It is dry. We just looked at it. I don't know how long you've been here, Yoshi, listening, but if you can't see there that thousands of years ago, okay, let's say even 20 years ago, let's just say that, nobody was even looking at the Euphrates or whatever. We didn't know nothing about no Euphrates drying up. But this book that's been translated into English, written over thousands of years ago, said that an angel was going to pour out his vial, and he causing the river Euphrates to dry up. Now it's dry today. So I mean, I can't hit that mute, get that echo, but I mean, if you can't, I mean, I don't know what else we need to see. We're looking at Matthew 24. We're seeing the stuff that he said in Matthew 24 is happening. It's ramping up. The documentaries are showing it, So people don't believe this is it's ramping up. It's coming up now. This is the time. I don't know what else to tell you. But go ahead. Okay. All right. Back to your side. Yeah. What you got?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. What you got?
Well, I was going to say, not only that river, other lakes and rivers have also dried
True.
up. And,
True.
And certain seas are not there anymore. Small bodies of water that were considered seas. Most of them has pretty much dwindled down or almost dried up themselves. So.
True. So are we saying that the Euphrates drying up is not significant?
No, I think I'm just concluding too that the Euphrates drying up was just the first indication, and then all others will probably follow after it, showing. And I think it could be showing the progression of the age of time. You know what I'm saying? As far as what the scriptures are saying, like those moments in time. So the Euphrates will be the first to mark the whatever period, and then everything else after that can be marked, I guess, with certain rivers, lakes, or seas drying up as well. I guess, I don't know. That's just how I'm looking at the timeline.
Okay. Okay. All right. Good. But I appreciate your view. I appreciate it. Now, Christ talked about some things that will definitely affect. Water drying up will definitely affect and cause some things to happen, like famines. You see what I'm saying? Famine. That will cause. Yeah, there will be famines in different places. Now we got all these earthquakes going on too, not just in California. No, they're all over the place. They're happening all over. We have links now that you guys can earthquake and free to tell you where an earthquake happened at. In diverse places, different areas, different places. We also see the minds of men. What's going on? The love of many is waxing cold. People just not caring no more. They just, and because see, also, with that is if the water dries up, I'm not really gonna be loving too many people if I ain't got no water. Okay, I'm not really gonna be caring that much. The love of many will wax cold, amongst other things that's causing us to, because it's affecting us. For one, internet is really the big factor. It causes us to love ourselves more, but we don't love each other. We don't care. So I mean, I'm seeing it, and I can't deny it. That's all I'm saying. I just can't deny it. What else you got, Josiah? Come on, man, give it up. Now, okay, now here's where you brought us. Now, I really wanted to just get the main factors for 30 minutes, but we have been hours now. But that's okay. It doesn't bother me. You have brought out the beast. You talked about it. You told me what you've gotten, what you thought. Your factors are very hard to deny, but it's possible that a man could deny, because a man doesn't have to believe anything. But it's hard to deny. All right? You've brought out the 10 kings, which is hard. You have touched on the harlot, the whore. All right? You've touched on that. You haven't really gone into that. But I'm going to tell you, from decades ago, I'm going to say this in regards to the factors that you've brought out. And you've dealt with the 10 kings, okay? When I was back into this decades ago, into the end times, I knew that Jerusalem, the Antichrist and Jerusalem, that they would not let, I knew it couldn't be Rome. I knew it couldn't be Rome, because everybody was thinking that, and even in the movies even show it, that this Antichrist is European or Caucasian from the Holy Roman Empire. I stand here and tell you today that they will never, ever, Israel will never let a Caucasian come into the newly rebuilt temple and for anything and stand up and claim anything. They're not going to let him come in there and take up residence and then stand there and claim he's God. No, they're not going to do that. This person that's going to do this is going to be someone that is going to make them think that he's Hebrew, and he's going to look it. He's going to have paperwork, or he's going to have something. People going to be working with him to make him be of the 12 tribes somehow. That way he's going to get in there, and they're going to be thinking that he's their Messiah, and he's going to fool them. That's what I think. And with that, I know I'm starting to touch on the woman riding the beast too, but I'm going to let you come on and give me what you got on that. So come on, Josiah, what you got?
Man, look. So what you want me to get one more time? I got you right here. What you want me to get?
I'm just saying. I see where you're giving me all these things. Now, if you want to give some more facts on what you were talking about, you can definitely do that. But in regards to this Assyrian, because I see that's what you're touching on, is going to trick Israel and fool them to make them think that he's one of them. And that he is their Messiah. Because that's what I said decades ago when I used to be into this. He is going to trick them that they're his Messiah, and then they're going to find out that they've been tricked.
I got you. And this is where I'm at today with my study on that. Now, if you look at the Jews and the Muslims. Now, first of all, before I say that, what you said was true. The Jewish people and the Muslims is not gonna let no Caucasian go on that Temple Mount, go in the new temple, and proclaim himself to be God. If anything, that will band the Jews and the Muslims together to fight that individual. If anything, you feel me? So we know that when it comes to the Antichrist, it has to come out of these two people that own the temple. If you look at the Jewish people, some people say they own the whole world, but the one thing that they do not own is that Temple Mount, which is very important in them. This is the reason why they call him for a third temple. That's why you have to watch out what you say and what you listen to, because you probably got some Christian somewhere saying, "Yeah, we need a third temple," and you're not knowing that the reason why those Jewish people want to knock down that temple is because the Muslims own that temple,
Mm.
the Dome of the Rock. The Jewish people they cannot go up on that Temple Mount. They have restrictions, governmental laws. Why is the government putting laws on their own temple?
Now hold
If
on a
they're
second.
the
Hold on a
Go
second.
ahead, go ahead.
Hold on a second. You're telling me that the Temple Mount, where Solomon's temple is built, or not necessarily, it's not built there. It's partially built because it's partially destroyed. Okay, and that the gates entering into that there's a sealed up. Maybe it's the eye of the entrance. All right, the ancient entrance where he was. It's sealed, and there's a cemetery. Did you know that? In front of this entrance that is sealed. That cemetery was put there, I believe now, by the Muslims.
To do
Okay.
what?
To
They
stop.
gonna try to defile Christ
Yeah,
when he
they're trying
comes
to
down on that gate.
right to stop him from coming into that entrance because they think that that's who it is. They think they don't think it is this Antichrist. They don't think the Antichrist is the one, but he's going to make them think that he is. Okay, I mean, the Hebrews think that he's going to get in there. Now I don't know how he's going to work it out with these Muslims to get the Dome of the Rock out of the way, so that they can rebuild this temple, so that he can go in there. I have no idea how he's going to do it. But if he's going in there, which the scriptures say he is, which I do believe that's the abomination of desolation. If I'm wrong, you let me know what you got. But he's also got to remove that cemetery, and he's got to open up that entrance there that's sealed off. He's got to remove all that stuff because see, it's belief. It's just a belief. You see what I'm saying? Christ don't care nothing about no cemetery in the way of no, he don't care nothing about. But God ain't like, I'm not. That's not nothing that stops me. I don't, But because it's a folklore understanding, I do believe that he's got to get that all worked out. This Antichrist. He's got to get all that worked out so that he can, which is probably part of this covenant he's going to confirm. But you give me what you got.
So personally, I believe so what character is going to be able to bring the Jews and the Muslims together so this character can be able to walk and sit down in the temple to proclaim himself to be God and
Yeah.
no war happen,
Right.
right?
Right.
If you look in the Quran, they have a prophecy of Isa, which is Jesus, supposed to be returning, right?
Oh,
So
okay.
then
Yep.
so you got that, right? And then you got the Jewish people supposedly waiting on a Messiah. Now let's just say hypothetically that Satan is gonna come in imitating this false Jesus that's written of in the Quran, right? Let's just say that. So if
Okay.
this cat come, right, he's going to be the cat to be able to bring them two together.
Okay.
Because the Muslims say they believe in their version of Jesus, and then the Jewish people are supposedly waiting on a Messiah.
Okay.
Now, so in my mind frame, if somebody come, right, this person who comes have to be in a way half Muslim, half Jewish, in order to pull both of them in. And the only character that I can see, other than Moses, Abraham, Jacob, is Christ.
Okay.
Between them two. You know what I'm saying? Because you look at the Jewish people, they got Moses, Abraham, these are their patriarchs. And in so-called Quran, these is their patriarchs too as well. And then in the Quran, it talks about Isa, and in the Quran, it talks about when he comes back, and they book how he's going to say he never died on the cross, that he is not the son of God, and he ain't the this, and he ain't the that. And he said he's going to point and tell everybody to worship this character they have called the 12th Imam, the Mahdi. So to me, I'm thinking like, well, if they come and Satan like, all right, I'm gonna use the fake Jesus narrative in the Quran, and that individual come doing miracles, right? Because he's supposed to come doing miracles.
Okay.
He'll
Right.
they'll be able to pull people together, bro. That is ain't no Catholic, just put it like this, ain't not a person, not a religion outside of these two religions that I'm speaking about, Islam and Judaism, is not gonna be an outside religion that's gonna pull them two together.
Right.
It's not gonna be not gonna be no Christian, no Mormon, no Hindu. It's not gonna be a Catholic. It's gonna come from inside them two. That's gonna be able to bring them two together. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying. That's the
Right.
only
Right.
way that can happen. Because
Yeah.
if the Jewish people, the Muslims is not happening. Like you can talk about the Jewish people all you want, but to me, I look at the Muslims. They not worshiping nobody but the dude that they waiting on, which is Jesus and they Jesus and the Mahdi. And they
Okay.
not dealing with the Pope. They're not dealing with nobody. They're not dealing
Right.
with none of that.
Right. Yeah. Right. Right.
You
That's
know what I'm
right.
saying? So to me, this is what I'm looking at because I've been studying and looking at the end time prophecies in the Quran. So, and I'm thinking like, dang, these people really believe this. If you go look up I think the mosque siege of Saudi Arabia, it was a group of people who thought this certain dude at their time was the Mahdi. So they went over there and took over the mosque and blew it up or blew themselves up or blew other people up. And they said for everybody to worship that dude who was the Mahdi. So I'm like, they already had they little false prophets that came, but every time they came, they killed people.
Mm.
So I'm thinking like, well, if they real one come, then this is what they go be doing. Because
Right.
in the Quran it says that to kill all Jews and Christians. Everybody don't understand.
Yeah. Yeah.
To Muslims, a Christian is a Baptist, a Methodist, a Catholic, a
They're not. Yeah. They're
Presbyterian.
not
It's
Islamic.
all these denominations.
Right. They just ain't Islamic. So anything that's not Islamic,
Exactly.
we getting rid of. Right. Right. Got you.
That's what it says now. My whole thing is if Satan does come, because it says Satan has transformed himself into an angel of light. So that means when this beast and Satan and all this come, right? Remember, it says the beast that came out of the earth, it looked like a lamb, but it spake as a dragon. So Satan is going to come under some type of, or this Antichrist is going to come under some type of religious military ban. And the
Okay.
only religious military cats I know is Islam.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's literally what I mean, literally military, half religious, down the middle, 50-50. If you look at the Shia, because remember there's two branches. If you look at the Shia, when you see the Muslims with the black on, that stand for military. You'll
Okay.
see them with a black flag with white writing. That stands for military. When you see them in white, that stands for governmental. So when you'll see the white flag and them dressing in white with the black writings. The ones I mainly talk about is the ones in black.
Okay.
It's literally the ones in black. It's literally that. I personally believe these people go have a lot to do with the end times. Because even if you read Ezekiel 38, Persia is named amongst those nations that's named amongst Gog and Magog, and the rest of the nations, other than Gomer, are Muslim nations.
Okay.
So you go tell me that
Yeah.
some European is go spearhead this almost Muslim coalition.
Yeah. That
I
doesn't
I
sound
don't
right.
see it being that way. Because
Yeah.
you
That
know
doesn't
what we
sound
just
right.
learned
Right.
about Gog and Magog.
Right.
Well, not God, but the land of Magog,
Right. Mm-hmm.
which lies in between Turkey. What it say lies in between Cappadocia and Armenia. No, in Media.
Mm-hmm.
So if you even look in that area in that land, that's predominantly Muslim.
Yeah. Sure is.
So, like I said, when in order for these, in order for we got to look at it like this: whoever's going to come, he's gonna be able to tie the Jewish people and the Muslim people together.
Right.
It's in order to go up in that temple and sit down in that temple, and they not go to war with him. You know what I'm
In
saying?
order to do that, right. Right. I agree. I agree. And I can tell you what, this water deficit, it can be used to do that. Because see, now hey, when you start thinking and being told our water is drying up, so we got to all come together. You see what I'm saying? For the humankind, for human, you see what I'm saying? For our species to see, these movies is telling you, we'll come together now. We'll fight each other, kill each other, rape each other. We'll take each other's spouses. You know, we'll stab each other in the back. You know, we'll do all of that. But as soon as a threat that is not a human species threat comes, oh, we'll band together then. See, the music, that great heroic music will start playing in our heads. And we'll all come together as a mighty planet and a human race to fight this other species or this other threat that's going to threaten the human race. So water drying up and becoming scarce can be a great influence, especially if this person that is going to claim, they're probably going to claim to them that they have the power to be able to help replenish the water and to help, you know, everyone can drink and everybody can wash, okay, and cook, you know, and we can grow food and we can do all of this. I have the way. We have it. Because like I told you the other day, the documentary I saw on Israel is becoming very plentiful. You know, it's becoming very plentiful, and the world is going to see it. And they're not seeing it now. Very resourceful. So that's what I think it can be done. I think it can be done. I think it could be done. Now we gotta stop. I gotta get to the elephant in the room. To the woman, to the whore. What do you have? She's the only one. We ain't. Come on, what you got? Come on, you got to come with it.
All right, let me get this real quick. Look, Ron's like, look, I ain't letting that go.
You can't let it go. I can't. It's just some reason. That's the reason why I called you on.
I know. I got you, big dog. I got you.
Yeah. Oh,
Revelation 18, in verse 7. Can you read that for me, please?
Rev 18, verse 7. Coming up. All right, how much she hath glorified herself and lived deliciously. So much torment and sorrow give her, for she saith in her heart, I sit a queen, and I am no widow, and shall see no sorrow.
So these are the words that Mystery Babylon says to herself. She says, I sit a queen, I am no widow, and shall see no sorrow. So that's 3, right? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so she said, I sit a queen. So that's, to me, that sounds like a goddess, right? I sit a queen.
Right.
I am no widow, meaning I have no husband, right? Hence
Right.
Nimrod. And I shall see no sorrow. I'm going to show you that when it says I shall see no sorrow, that means the loss of children, meaning she shall not feel the loss of children, and she shall not have a widow, because she is the only God set up. It's not
Okay.
her, a child, and a husband. So just to prove that, can you get Isaiah 47, verse 7 through 9? So
Isaiah.
she sits alone. So she real quick. So she sit a queen, meaning it's just her, and she said, "I am no widow," meaning that I have no husband, and then shall see no sorrow, meaning that she shall see she shall not experience the loss of children because she has no child, because it's just her. So let's
Right.
get Isaiah 47, verse 7 through 9.
47, verse 7 through 9. And thou sayest, I shall be a lady for her, so that thou didst not lay these things to thy heart, neither didst remember the latter end of it. Therefore, hear now this, thou art given to pleasures, that dwellest carelessly, that sayest in thine heart, I am none else beside me. I am, and none else beside me. I shall not sit as a widow, neither shall I know the loss of children. But these two things shall come to thee in a moment, in one day, the loss of children and widowhood. They shall come upon thee in their perfection. For the multitude of thy sorceries, and for the great abundance of thine enchantments.
So she said, when it says I am and none else beside me, doesn't that mean she sit alone?
Yes.
So that's what she mean by I sit a queen, meaning she sits alone. It's her at the top of the peak. And then it says, uh, I shall not sit as a widow, meaning I shall not be a widow. Why is she not going to be a widow? Because she has no husband. There is no other male deity with her that's set up with her when you come to worship me. When you go back and you go to the ancient empires, they had 2 to 3 gods set up, and sometimes even way more than that. She's basically saying if you look at them 3 gods being set up on a wall, right? She's basically saying I sit alone, so you got to take them 2 other gods down. She said I shall not feel the loss of children, so that one god that's lined up with her that looked like a kid, you got to throw that away. And then she said I am no widow, so that male goddess that's next to her, you got to grab that and throw that away. And
Right.
then the image you get from that is her by herself, her
Right.
sitting alone.
Right.
You feel me? So this, to me, this is Mystery Babylon. It's a female goddess religion. So whatever religion that's out there today, where that god is a feminine god, in that religion has to be a city that's over the kings of the earth
Man,
too.
don't
So that's
don't
another way.
don't sit here and try to say, don't even begin. Okay? You are saying to me that this Catholicism deal, that's what you're saying. Is that what you're saying? Maybe that's not
Man,
what
I'm
you're saying. You said feminine God. And I only know one that is doing that today. Now, maybe back then, was there a different one?
No, I think that personally, from my opinion, the one that you thinking of kind of was the old school one that came up from old through the Renaissance, through from the death of Christ leading all the way through the Renaissance, the Crusades and all that. That's the one you're talking about. Now that's the one I had on the table originally, but over the last couple of years, somebody else has popped up on my radar.
Mm. Okay, come on with it.
So that there's some the and a lot of people they talking about it now, but I've actually looked at Mecca.
Okay.
And this is why. This is the only reason why. Even though Mecca is a religious city, right? So we can move that out the way. And then how does Mecca rules over the kings of the earth? Through oil. I looked up and researched oil. Everything that modernizes our world today, everything that sets America apart from the other side of the world is oil. Oil
Okay.
powered machines, airplanes, plastic is made out of oil. If the material isn't made out of oil, the machine that produces the material or the any machine runs off of gas and oil. So I'm looking because I doing my research. What would America be if America didn't deal with the Saudis? I did my research on the Saudis, the petrodollar. Now, America um, buys oil from the Saudis, and America basically defends them. We go hook y'all up with weapons. If somebody attack y'all, I have my troops down here. Don't even trip. Let me just get them barrels. So now we got the petrodollar. Now the whole world has to buy oil with the American dollar. Even the people that hate America has to find some way to get American dollars in order to buy oil. So I believe the reason why America is what it is today is because of the moves that the royal family of Saudis have made, and I personally believe that Mecca is a contender for the title of being Mystery Babylon. You feel me? Because if you think about it, they God is a female goddess.
Okay.
Allah comes from Alet, Aluz, and Manat. You feel me? Those three goddesses that they were worshiping before Muhammad was born. You feel me? It was a female goddess. And that same goddess is the Queen Mother of Heaven. That same goddess is Diana in Ephesians. You feel me? It's the same goddess through time. Like the Mystery Babylon is nothing different. In order to prove who she is, all we gotta so Ron, we know she passed through every civilization. We can even go and point and see what civilization, what ruling class she was over. You feel me? So all we got to do is find out who's really ruling today and see what God is over them. And we can find her. But we be so confused on who ruled the world. All three of us right now gave an answer, more than likely it'll be different. That's
So,
because that's where they got the world confused at. But go ahead.
so why is it okay? Now, if Allah was a female god back then, how did she turn? How did she turn to a male god now? Because
But they don't say she male. Like I deal with them out here. I be questioning them out here. They say basically Allah has no gender. That's what they basically say.
okay,
It's
okay,
genderless.
okay, okay,
You feel me? But then the
right.
reason why, well, somebody be like, well, Josiah, well, how can you say that that God is Semiramis or Ishtar? You know what I'm saying? Ishtar was always represented by that crescent moon and star. If you go type up Ishtar and put a picture up, go look up Diana, go look up all the female goddesses. They got it on Google Images, and you will see they all represented by the star and the crescent moon. All of them. In Greece, she
What
had it on her forehead.
what do
All of
you
them had it.
what do you Google? What do you put in there to see?
So I'll go to Google, I'll go to female goddess of the earth, and then I'll click Google Images, and then they should have more than one on a picture, and then you should see a lot of them are represented by the crescent moon and star.
Okay, let me click images. I said on the earth, didn't I? Of the earth. Female goddess or goddesses, I should say. Okay. I'm not seeing no. Maybe yours is going because you on the West Coast. I'm on the East Coast. I don't see. Man, it's not showing me now. You seeing my screen? Are you seeing me?
No,
In my
I'm on
jumbotron.
Clubhouse.
Oh, okay. Because in the jumbotron, I'm I can't. Maybe it's worked into these portraits or paintings, you know. And not only that, you might have a link that you might have clicked to find this. Because I'm just looking at images, man, and it's not giving me that kind of. It's giving me pictures, but it's not giving me probably what you're seeing on your end. Because I know Google shows you stuff based on your location, actually.
Right. That's I didn't know that.
Yeah. So the stuff that I might pull up for the same search that you're doing over there at the same time may not show you the same thing over there that is showing on that I'm seeing over here on the East Coast. Now,
Okay. Okay. Here now, let me get on my computer. I'll look at. I'll get us a direct one. You feel me? Because I had an ancient picture. If you want to go to the list of lunar deities,
okay.
Mhm. Should be one right here.
Now, if I go to the list, what link am I clicking?
So the first one I see is it should be a picture of a moon and a sun, and at the bottom they have the list of all these moon goddesses. It's just
No,
a
it's
picture of a moon and a sun, and it says list of lunar deities,
okay.
a list of solar deities.
Okay. With the list up under the moon and the sun. Sun and
Right. So
moon
these,
goddesses. Damien Marie at Hope. Guess.
yeah, that's the one I'm looking at.
Okay.
And it's just a list. I don't want to read off none of them names, but these are the list of different goddesses representing the moon. And I'm basically saying all these goddesses being represented by the moon, if it's a female figure, then it represents it's Ramesses. It's like there's no other gods. Like I used to think there was thousands of gods. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, dang, it's over here, the Hindus and man, this, that, this. Okay. But then I started to see like certain of these goddess was represented with either a snake, sun, or a crescent moon. You know what I'm saying? And then I
The
started to
symbol, yeah.
follow the one with the crescent moon. You feel me? So I'm like, now is this a coincidence or? And really, when you get into Nimrod, I done read the book from Babylon. What is that? The two Babylons. I didn't did all that. How they researched and found out all these gods really stem from one family, the pagan family of the world, which is Nimrod and his wife and Tammuz. Like the pagan story of the world comes from them three. Horus, Osiris, their gods, them three. That's them.
Well, I mean, it makes sense because I mean, it was at one time the people were one, okay, and the scripture states it clearly. And I mean, it's just common sense to know that okay, well, human species didn't just pop up and there were just like millions of people at one time all of a sudden. No, we grew. So that makes sense. We had one language at one time. We were in one area of the earth. We had one God, and we would do something like what? Write, engrave on stones or rocks or something. What we would, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it makes sense.
You feel me? Because I learned her under her name Ishtar. You feel me? Because you type up Ishtar, all them gods will pop up. You feel me? It's the key name is Ishtar. That's what I did. I just popped it up, and
Is it
when Ishtar pop up,
ISHTAR?
Ishtar. Yep. Is there? And the first one is it says in Anna in Wikipedia, and I know for a show that was a Syrian god. And then we know Ishtar is the Mesopotamian goddess of love and war. Ishtar, the goddess of love and war. That's crazy.
She don't look
See, we
too
was talking about
attractive.
this the other day, and I asked the brother. I was like, "Bro, the reason why Mystery Babylon is drunk off the bloods of the saints, because if you go do her research, she's a war goddess. So like every time like an empire was killing the Israelites and whatnot, she was the goddess set over that empire. This is why she is drunk with the bloods of the saints. She's been drinking the bloods of the saints since the beginning, all the way down till now. You feel me? So when you got all these Christians being killed by these Muslims, what God is over these Muslims? You know, at the time when they over here killing these Christians and these people, it's Islam, it's Allah. She's always been with every civilization, every empire, every major, right? Every major one, right? And she's
Okay.
been with these kings that conquered and killed the people of God. She was over them. So she is drunk off the blood of the saints. And that's why, because she's been through every civilization, warring with the people of God.
Well, this is crazy. She is also associated with beauty, sex. Now, divine law, I ain't gonna go with that because God's divine law is divine. And political power. Look at that. Political power there. Beauty, sex, political, which is full over here in America. I don't know about nowhere else, but it is overflowing with those things. Not divine law, but political power, beauty, and sex. She was originally worshipped in Sumer under the name Inanna. Wait a minute. This is Inanna. Okay. And later by the Akkadians, Babylonians, there your people out there, and Assyrians, what we've been talking about, what the scripture's been speaking about, under the name Ishtar, and occasionally, because probably the language changed, and of course it did, because God changed it, and occasionally the logogram right here, okay. She was known as the Queen of Heaven. Oh, really? And was as a patron goddess of the Eanna temple at the city of Uruk, or Uruk, also known as Warkar or Warka, was an ancient city of Sumer situated east of the present bed of the Euphrates River. My goodness. On the dried up ancient channel of the Euphrates, east of modern Samawa al Mathunaya, Iraq. Well, Iraq is Muslim. They are Islamic, which was her early main cult center. She was associated with the planet Venus, and her most prominent symbols included the lion and the 8-pointed star. Her husband was the god Demuzid, later known as Tammuz, and her Sukal, or present attendant, was the goddess Ninshubur, who later became conflated with the male deities of, who was this, Labrat and Pomp Sukal. All right. And she was worshipped back then from 400 BC to 3100 BC. I'm sorry, 4000 BC to 3100. All right. Okay. So she had temples across Mesopotamia. All right. With a variety of sexual rites. All right. They continue east. Okay. So she was especially beloved by the Assyrians, who elevated her to become the highest deity in their pantheon, ranking above their own national god, Ashur. So they went and started worshiping her and leaving their own god, other god. Is this, and Anna, Ishtar, is alluded to in the Hebrew Bible, and she greatly influenced the Agaritic, Ashtart, and later Phoenician Astarte, who in turn possibly influenced the development of the Greek goddess Aphrodite. So there's a name change for her there. Her cult continued to flourish until its gradual decline between the 1st and 6th century CE in the wake
You
of
said
Christianity.
Aphrodite.
Yep, the Greek goddess.
So it's Greek. So she went. So you see how she hopping down now, right?
Right. It's changing, she's switching. Yeah, she's just reinventing herself is what we call it. Reinventing. That's what I would understand. She's just flipping names, switching, changing, to humanity, going, like you said, through the people earlier, through the different peoples, through time. And here it is on the right side here. Here it is. Right up under her little bio here. Yeah. All right. Hook-shaped knot, symbol is hook-shaped knot of reeds. 8-pointed star. Lion, rosette, dove. Okay. She got parents. Oh my gosh. Can't believe it. Siblings, and she also has that. I don't understand it. How can spirit beings create other spirits? This is crazy. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Why don't we see demons and angels creating other baby angels? You see what it's kind of weird. Greek Aphrodite, Roman is Venus, Canaanite is Astarte, Anat, Elamite is Pinnaker, and Hurrian, I want to say, is so all of these is her. It's really the same God. It's just a different name for a different type of people and different language. That's why I think the name would change, because the languages are different for those people.
Exactly.
Same God though, same goddess, I should say.
So it's really
okay.
Really not hundreds of them. It's really just one of them or 3 of them. In this case, one of them, but 3 of them.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think she is over a religious city today. You feel me? And even if you look up, Allah, the moon god, that word Allah was used for the moon goddess in pre-Islamic times. You feel me?
Let's take a look.
Yeah, so I'm not just, that's the moon god and she's a moon god. It's in history. It's all there.
Okay. The Wikipedia here, which is really right. Well, let me just open it up. That's the ALLAH, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Which means the God.
Right. Okay. For the Islamic view of God, see God in Islam. For other uses, Allah. Okay. Alrighty. For the Arabic word, God, which is capital G, for their Arabic, it says, in the English language, the word generally refers to God in Islam. The word is thought to be derived. Okay, all right. Let's get all that related to, okay. It's been used by the Arabic people of different religions since pre-Islamic times. Okay. The pre-Islamic Arabs worshipped a supreme deity whom they called Allah alongside other lesser deities. So that's more than one God. They're alongside other gods. Muhammad used the word Allah to indicate the Islamic conception of God. Allah has been used as a term for God by Muslims, both Arab and non-Arab, even Arab Christians, after the term Allah, Allah and Allah are used interchangeably in classic Arabic by the majority of Arabs who have become Muslims. It is also often, albeit not exclusively, used in this way by Babists. I can't read all. Okay. All these different people here, right here that you see on your screen. Okay. Maltese Christians. All right. As well as because we're dealing with languages. That's what I would understand there. As by the Gagauz people, Similar usage by Christians and, okay, all right, etymology of the word there. Arabic components that make up the word. Okay, Allah. All right, that's the Arabic components there. 1, 2, 3. All of these different the writing. Okay, the handwriting there. It's all. This is which the legend to that right here. Okay, just to let people know on the screen. All right. Others held that this is borrowed from Syriac or Hebrew, but I didn't read it all. Etymology. Okay. Which means it's going to be dealing with language. Basically, how we speak of the word Allah has been discussed extensively by classic Arab philologists, grammarians. Both the Basra school regarded it as either formed spontaneously or as the definite form of La. From the verbal root, Lia, I want to say, with the meaning of lofty or hidden. Others held it as it was borrowed from Syriac or Hebrew. But most considered it to be derived from the contraction of the Arabic definite article al. And that's breaking down this here, what we just looked at here. The Arabic components that make up the word, all right? From the Arabic language. That's the etymology. All right. Now, history of usage, ancient Egyptian. Oh, my gosh. Egyptians? Ancient Egyptians. Why, I wonder why if that's ever been discovered in Islam. It's an ancient Egyptian. They're the first. Arabians. Ablayate. Let me just click this show. What is this? Okay. So Amun, okay, I remember Amun is one of their Egyptian gods. Okay. Amun. All right. And then it continues on with all these other gods. Horus is in there. Look at there. Look at where this stems from, based on Wikipedia. Okay. Based on Wikipedia. Now here's Arabian. Here is Allah. All right. And then he's got more going there. There's continuing more. There you go. All right. And then we've got Ablayate, all right, these, okay, stemming from them. Then the Alamite, all right, and then the Hurrian and Levantine, I want to say. And then we've got Adonis. Look at that. I thought that was Greek. No, it's Levantine, evidently. And let's see here, Mesopotamian. Okay. All right. So there you go. That's the regions of the Near East, East Kings that you're talking about. Regions of the ancient Near East. And we got to remember too that the beginning, what determines the East, the West, and the North and the South will be where the first people were. I mean, where it all began at, which was over there in the Middle East. There it is. All right, regional variants of the word. Now,
if anybody out there even get a chance, you can look up, because you read the word. I heard it earlier, but it's Al-Lat. You ain't got to look at it now, but if for anybody out there, it's Al-Lat, A-L-L-A-T. And really, I'll read a little bit. I got it right here on my screen. It's Al-Lat, also spelled A-L-L-A-T, A-L-L-A-T-U, and A-L-I-L-A-T, is a pre-Islamic Arabian goddess worshipped under various associations throughout the entire Arabian Peninsula, including Mecca, where she was worshipped alongside Manat al-Uzza as one of the daughters of Allah. The word Alat or Alat, so Alat is A-L-L-A-T.
You say A-L-L-A-T?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm on the wrong one now. I mean, let me go back to her this other. What was it? Which one are you on? Are you on Allah or are you on Inanna? I guess that's her name.
No, I'm on Al-Lat, so it's A-L-L-A-T.
On Wikipedia?
Yeah, and it's the goddess of war, peace, combat, and prosperity. Boy, she off the hook.
Alat.
There you go.
No, let's talk. I just clicked the link and changed it Allah to Alat. Hold on, let me go back here. Wikipedia. Let me just search Wikipedia itself. Allat. I see Alani. Oh, there it is. That pre-Islamic goddess. Okay, I see it. Pre-Islamic. That was the pre-Islamic goddess here. Yeah, goddess of war, peace, combat, and prosperity. Yes, sir. Okay, go ahead. I'm with you. I want to show it to everybody.
Okay, so where we at? Sure, you want to go ahead and read the top? It's just that top. You can read that top. You can. This is just where I want to really. This is what I want to get at. You can just read the top, and then it's a part in etymology and name I'm gonna read out. But this is the goddess. This goddess is supposed to be the children or the daughters of Allah. That's what it literally says. But go ahead and read it, brother. Go ahead.
All right, Alat, who is spelled okay. Alat, Alatu, Alilat is a pre-Islamic Arabian goddess worshipped under the various associations through the entire Arabian Peninsula, including Mecca. Mecca, where you're talking about, where she was worshipped alongside Manat and Al-Uzza as one of the daughters of Allah. The word Alat or Alat has been used to refer to various goddesses in the ancient Near East. That's what we've been talking about. Okay. All right. Middle East, Mesopotamia, ancient Egypt, ancient Iran, yeah, Asia Minor, the Armenian Highlands. There's more there. Okay. Including the goddess of Asherah, Atheret. Alat is attested in South America. Inscriptions as Lat and Latin, but she had more prominence in North Arabia and the Hejaz. And her cult reached as far as Syria. Oh, wow. Syria. The writers of the Saphiatic script frequently invoked Alat in their inscriptions. She was also worshipped by the Nabateans and was associated with Al-Uzza. The presence of her cult was attested in both Palmyra and Hatra. Under Greco-Roman influence, her iconography began to show the attributes of Athena, the Greek goddess of war, as well as her Roman equivalent, Minerva. According to Islamic resources, the tribe of Banu Thaqif in Taif especially held reverence to her. In Islamic tradition, her worship ended when her temple in Taif was demolished on the orders of Muhammad. Now, you know what kills me? Here's what kills me. Now, if these other gods can have children, okay? I hope you're following what I'm saying. You know what I'm about to say. What is the problem? What is the problem with the Almighty God having his begotten son? What is the problem? Why is that an issue? Anywhere. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
No, I don't know why. I think they think it's less divine, but then that's stupid because I always tell my friend, like, he don't have no kids. He'll see me with my sons, and he be wanting that. He be earning that. And I think that to have that came from God, because God has a son. That had to come from somewhere, that feeling.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So to me, is we get that feeling of the Creator and how he feels about us and how he feels about his son too as well.
Yeah.
So why he can do what the hell he want, to be honest with you, shoot. To be honest.
He's the Almighty, ain't he? So, okay, go ahead, man. Go ahead. All right, so go ahead with what you got. What's next?
Just to put it, it's more research to be done. But like I said, a lot of these goddesses if you go do your research, a lot of these goddesses was represented with the crescent moon and star. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And if you look at that crescent moon star today, it's over every Islamic state. So Turkey, they flag is crescent moon and star. It's almost 22 to 24 uh flags, countries that have that logo as they flag. So these people, these religions are over these states. You know what I'm saying? Like these is Islamic states. They believe in this. They believe in ceramics. That is literally they got it. It's nothing to go do the research and find that out. It's not hard. But then when you go to over there to Mecca today, you look at that big old clock tower that's above in Mecca, it's a crescent moon. I have friends that's Muslims that from Yemen, and I asked them, "Hey man, why y'all got that crescent moon and star as an image?" They say they don't know why that's there. They say they don't
Oh,
have no. I'm talking about on
oh
accountants.
wow.
I asked
Yeah,
accountants of them. They said they don't know why. They do
yeah.
not know why. The reason why it's up there because it's showing you ceramics.
Okay.
It's showing you ceramics.
And this very well may definitely be hidden away from those that have no clue
Because
what
they in the middle of the
they
desert.
are. Yeah.
If
What,
Mecca
yeah.
is this place and they ruling over the kings through oil, and I don't know if you've seen, but Prince Charles, I don't know if he got in trouble, but it's a controversy over him accepting bribery
Yeah.
from a
So I saw
Qatar
something about
prince
that.
in
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I saw
And
something like
then
that.
a lady, the vice president of the EU, got in trouble for accepting money from this cat from Saudi Arabia. We know that the president of Saudi just
Research
came from
shows
Greece.
nostalgia can help you remember ads.
Oh, sorry. No, no. I'm sorry. I thought that was an image. No, it's a YouTube video. Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead. It was the countries with flags and sun and moon, and I thought it was going to be like a image, and I was going to bring it up on the screen, but it was a video. Sorry about that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Now it's all good. Then, like I said, like the Saudi prince, his name MBS, well, that's what they call him. He just came from France and Greece, and they're looking to do business with him to try to get oil because they were buying the oil from Russia, but now we know that that's not happening no more. So like I had to think like, wait, they going to the guy that's in the desert to get oil so they can continue on being the empire that they need to be. Hmm.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
that kind of it sounds
Yeah.
like they doing bad. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like it really like they look. Come on now, we know our own people.
Right.
We dress up and look all good and all that, and ain't only got $5 in your pocket, and you driving around town in an expensive car. We know how these things get. I believe this is what we seeing in front of us. You give it, you give it a year or two, three, whatever, however the Lord see it. But the power is going to shift in front of us. Look at G7, right? We know who that is, and I'll go advise you people to go look up BRICS. Go look up bricks. Go look up
Brick.
bricks.
B R
Yes.
B R I C K S or B
Yes.
R I T. Okay. And
Bricks. And it's
what's bricks?
and, and it's a group with Brazil, Russia, Iran, India, and South Africa, and they're supposed to be like this group to go against the G7, which is wasn't ain't the United Nations.
Man, I'm pulling up brick makers. This is not
Yeah.
this ain't. It must be something else. What's the
You
bricks?
see,
What
so I'll put B dot R dot I C dot KS. No
Okay.
K. No
No C.
KS. It's KS. Because
K.
the
It's
S is
not
for South
okay.
America.
All right. It's not C. Okay. It's no C in there. Okay. Bricks. The organization. Is that bricks said strictly? Is that what you
You
mean?
got to
Let's see.
put Russia in front of it. Hang on.
Let's see.
Russia bricks.
BRICS
There you go.
organization.
BRCS. My bad.
Okay,
BRCS.
okay. I got the Wikipedia right here. Okay, and we got Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. All right, it's an acronym for 5 leading emerging economies: Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. The first 4 were initially grouped as BRIC. Okay, so you get South Africa, you got the S on BRICS. Okay, in 2001 by Goldman Sachs. It's grouped. The first 4 were initially grouped by Goldman Sachs, okay, economist Jim O'Neill, who coined the term to describe the fast-growing economies that would collectively dominate the global economy. Really? This is very interesting. Really? Yeah, and Russia is, look how big Russia is, man, on that map. That is crazy big. All right, BRICS have combined area of, I'm going to say 15,346,100 square miles and an estimated total population of about 21 billion. Okay. All right. So what you got here with the BRICS? Just wanted to give
I
some
believe
info.
this is gonna be the group. So I'm sitting in front of it. So it says Iran applies to join China, Russia in BRICS club, and Saudi Arabia is applying to join BRICS too as well. And if you look at all those individuals, all those are the enemy of Western Europe. Not every single last one of them, but China, Russia, and if Iran get involved, it'll be Iran. You feel me? And they're all not they're not dealing with America. They're trying to come up with their own thing.
Right.
This reminds me of the Steve Jobs situation. Well, I believe when Steve Jobs was working for who was he working for? For Windows, right?
Okay.
I believe one of these
Microsoft.
computer guys was working for one of them, and then they end up leaving them and end up starting their own thing, and their own thing end up being bigger. I feel like this is what's happening. All these nations that's been shunned from the NATO and America and all that, they're getting together and creating the world power. So it was Apple, yeah. My brother
Yeah,
Peter told
Apple.
me it was
Steve
Apple.
Jobs is Apple.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. So
okay. Go ahead.
I think that's what those individuals are going to do. And then if you look at between Russia, Iran, and Brazil and Saudi Arabia, which they said they're going to apply to this. They're going to apply to BRICS, bro. That's all the world's oil, and then Saudi Arabia already got 90% of the world's other world's oil. What do they call that? Oil reserve. Yeah,
Yeah. Well, Brazil's already there. They're already
yeah.
in there. Right. So now let me ask you. Now, how many other people are trying to apply to this? How many other countries?
So
You said it
I
was
know
2
for a fact Iran
and
and
Saudi.
Saudi Arabia.
That's 2 more. That'll be 7.
Right, and then
If
even
you,
think
yeah,
about this. You ever heard of OPEC?
yeah.
Yeah,
That's the
ain't
oil
that's
people.
the oil company between
Yeah,
Saudi
that's the.
Arabia, Russia, and Iran, I think.
Well, let's see. International Convention of Oil Pollution. No, that's not it. OPEC. Did I type that wrong? Okay, Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries. See? It's an organization of the petroleum exporting companies. Okay, so if you got a company that exports or imports, exports oil, ships it out to other countries or whatever. And if you
So they
look
can
at
stay modernized, right? Because
right
oil is
now,
what modernized everything.
right, we got looks like it's Russia's like massive. They are up there. You got the Middle East there. You got your Saudis and you got some other countries there. You got some African countries, some Northern Africa, a couple of them. It's Libya and somebody else. I forgot. Nigeria, is that? I don't know who that is. And you got no southern, no. See, the southern's not there. But Mexico is one. You got a northern Brazil country also that is in there. So that's interesting. But Brazil itself is there in that what you just showed about BRICS. So yeah, so go ahead. What you got on OPEC? What you saying?
So these are the this is the company on when it comes to you shipping oil, right? So
Mm-hmm.
all these, if you look at all these people, mainly it's all Muslims. So if they own the companies that ship out the oil to everybody else, that's telling you who run it.
Yeah,
Like, to me, it
yeah,
leads me back to them. That's why, we got that paper dollar, but they got that money that's in the earth. You
right.
know what I'm saying? That
Uh-huh.
money different. Don't they call that black gold?
Yep,
They call
that's right.
oil black gold.
That's right. Okay, so now this woman now that we're seeing in scripture now that we're talking about the woman now, we're talking about the whore, the woman. Now, are you saying that is this other God that you just mentioned with us not too long ago? Are you saying that's her?
I say yes, it's Ramesses. Yes, that god Ishtar, whoever she is called today.
Okay, the one that says I will not have, but that doesn't. But see, how can she say that though, if Wikipedia is saying she got kids?
But I'm saying that she don't have kids now today.
Oh, okay.
She's
Oh,
saying this in her heart today.
okay.
You know
Okay.
what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because
Okay.
she's set up by herself today. I'm not saying she's never been with kids.
Okay.
She's always been amongst the two or the three.
Okay.
You feel me?
All right.
So,
All
but
right.
today her kingdom, and it's no child and there's no husband. So that means it's just her being
Okay.
worshipped.
Okay. All right. So now, all right. So where were we at with her? So let's go back with her. Okay, let's get back to her or about this woman because I want to know what you got in regards to the whore, this harlot lady. So let's see what else you got.
Let's get it. So let me let me see. Let me get this verse real quick. Mingled. Oh, where is it at real quick? Let's get it. Ron want it, then we go get it.
Yep.
So Jeremiah, we gonna go to Jeremiah 50. So what verse are we gonna read? Let's go Jeremiah 50 and let's read start at verse 9. And you can read to verse, so we'll read verse 9 and then you go skip over and read verse 15.
For lo, I will raise and cause to come up against Babylon an assembly of great nations from the north country, and they shall set themselves in array against her. From thence she shall be taken. Their arrows shall be as of mighty expert man. None shall return in vain. Shout against her round about. She hath given her hand, her foundations are fallen, her walls are thrown down, for it is the vengeance of the Lord. Take vengeance upon her as she hath done. Do unto her.
So the her is Mystery Babylon, right?
Yes.
So can you read verse 37?
All right. A sword is upon their horses, and upon their chariots, and upon all the mingled people that are in the midst of her. Okay? And they shall become as women. A sword is upon their treasures, her treasures. A sword is upon her treasures, and they shall be robbed.
So it says in this verse, all the mingled people that are in the midst of her. What does that sound like to you, Ron? All these mingled people that are in the midst of her.
The worshipers of
Okay.
her
So
followers, her worshipers. That's what I'm thinking.
okay. So okay. So
In the land, it could be, and it also could be, well, those that worship that are in these countries, that are in these lands.
okay, no, I'm with
I
that.
would
I'm
go
with
with.
that.
Okay.
Can you let me see real quick. Let me get this. Let me get my strongs out real quick. Uh okay. Okay. So can you look up the strong get the Strong's number? Well, I got the Strong's number. Can
Yeah,
you read it out for me? It's
yeah.
H 6154. This is the mingled people in H 6148.
Strong's H 6148. Arav. Arav.
In the Hebrew language, which we would say Arab. Arab.
Oh no, so
Arab.
my bad. It's 6154. My bad. H 6154.
Strong's H 6154. Arev. Arev.
Which we would say Arab. Arab, not Arab, but Arab. It says wolf. As mixed, interwoven, knitted material, mixture, mixed people, mixed company.
Mixed company. Right? So this is the Strongs. It says the
Right.
second form. Oh, you want to go ahead? Read out the Strongs. My bad.
No,
Go
you
ahead.
go. No, go ahead. I don't know which one. I mean,
No,
because
go
the
ahead, Ron.
Strongs
Go ahead.
can.
Go ahead.
Well, we got the Brown drivers, we got the Gesenius, and we got Strongs. So this is all three of them are here. So you want the Strongs from 6148, the one we just came from. The web or traverse threads of cloth, also a mixture or mongrel race, Arabia, mingled people, mixed multitude. Yeah.
So it says Arabia right there, right? So if
Yep.
I click on this, it says the second form used in First Kings 10 and 15, right?
Yep.
And it says so. It says besides that he had of the merchant men and of the traffic of the spice merchants and all the kings of Arabia and of the governors of the country. And Arabia is 6154. So the same one that we're reading here. You feel me? So there's one thing that I'll did my research on Arabia. The Arabian are mixed people.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Nah, it's good. So I'm taking so when I look at mingled people, right? So I'm taking that means Arabian people. You feel me? The mingled people. It also means mixed company, like you said. So I want to just go just in a couple of different verses with that same mingled people. So it's this is one of them. This is Jeremiah 25 and 20, and it says, "All the mingled people and all the kings of the land of Uz." Hmm. And
Okay.
all the kings of the land of the Philistines, Ashkelon, Azad, Ekron, and the remnant of Ashdod. So is it putting all these mingled people in the land of Uz? Because
Give
it
me
says all the
give me your chapter and verse again.
Jeremiah 25 and 20.
Yeah. All the mingled people and all the kings of the land of Uz and all the kings of the land of the Philistines and Eshkelon and Azah and Ekron and the remnant of Ashdod.
Mm-hmm.
Edom.
So I,
Edom is there.
mm-hmm. Yep.
Moab, children of Ammon, the kings of Tyrus, and all the kings of Zidon, and all the kings of the isles which are beyond the sea, Dedan, Tema, Booz, all that,
Mm-hmm.
and the other to the utmost corners, and all the kings of Arabia, Verse 24.
Uh-huh.
And all the kings of the mingled people that dwell in the desert, and all the kings of Zimri, and all the kings of Elam, all the kings of Medes, kings of the north,
That's talking about everybody in the desert. That's basically
right,
naming everybody in the desert.
basically.
So it says, and all the kings of Arabia, and all the kings of the mingled people that dwell in the desert. So
Right,
that's saying that there's a mingled people that dwell in the desert,
right,
right?
right,
So when I hear that, and when I go back to where it says all the mingled people that are in the midst of her, so I'm taking that these mingled people are in the desert. So that means she is in the desert
okay,
because these mingled people are in the midst of her.
okay,
You know what I'm saying? So that's what I get from where is it at? Oh, that's what I get from that. I personally believe that she is in the desert because that's what I got from that verse, leading to those what they call that, to them Saudi Arabians over there in the desert today. You feel me?
okay,
So I think that's who she is today. I think
okay,
she is
okay.
the a
Yeah,
feminist goddess religion in the middle of the desert.
right,
You feel me?
okay,
So, and I believe that that's so. If we go look, and so that's I'll point at Mecca, and then I'll look at Mecca, and look at as how the oil, and not only this, if you look at Freemasonry, one of the highest degrees in Freemasonry are Shriners, and
okay,
if you go look up those Shriners, they all represent Islam. Like when you get to the highest degree of Freemasonry, they start worshiping Allah.
okay, okay. That's a pointer. You got a pointer. Now here's what I want. Now also, okay, I want you to keep that point for me. I want you to keep that point for me,
I
cause
got you.
I gotta run. I gotta run away for about 2 minutes, real quick. Maybe no, maybe less than that. But Yoshi, do you have anything here? Any questions right now, so that we can fill up the time that I gotta move away from the computer. I gotta move away from the computer real quick. And also, Yesiah, do you know that really that what you're speaking about there in Jeremiah 25, it really didn't stop until verse 26.
I
And you
know.
know it
See,
says there, yeah, you know what it's saying there. So get ready for me. I'm gonna be right back, Yoshi. What you got? What you got? Come on. Where you at, Yoshi? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I've just been listening to everything you guys been
Get something
saying.
going.
It's very eye opening. So I've just been taking it in.
yeah, like I said, I just want to let me read this real quick. That's just how I'm see it. You feel me? That's just I mean, I the questions can come because like I said, I've been looking over this stuff. I look over it more than one time before I make a decision. I even pray on it before I make a decision. You feel me? Because I ain't trying to be no false prophet. Because that stuff is when it comes to the Bible, bro. All that stuff is serious. Heresies and a lot of people don't tune in and think that stuff is serious today. But when when it's time to get judged, we go be judged on this stuff, and we go think it's nothing. But to the Most High God, it's gonna be something big. So to me, I've looked over a lot of this stuff, and the wrong narration is always there. I can leave and always come back to it. It's always there. So when I'm looking and seeing other stuff that's leading me somewhere else, not to the Vatican, but more so in the desert, you feel me? That's just, you know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. You feel me? Because when we read real quick, if we read Revelations real quick, not Revelations 13, I'm sorry, Revelation 17. And it's in 17 and verse 3, it says, so he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness. And I saw a woman sit upon a scarlet colored beast full of names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns. And then I'm going to go ahead and go to the Strongs real quick. Where is it? So, verse 3, it says the wilderness. That's G2048. So it says lone, desert, waste, uninhabited. It says in the Strongs, of certain affinity, lonesome, that is, waste, desert, desolate, solitary wilderness. So I believe when John was carried into the spirit, he carried him into the desert or into a wasteful place, a place where it's desolate, no buildings, no nothing, right? And he's seen the woman sitting upon the beast. So there's one thing I know about the Hebrew word wilderness. It means desert in a lot of places. I really want to say it means desert, but I ain't gonna say that. But it means desert in a lot of places. You know what I'm saying? So I know that the woman was carried into John was carried into the desert, and he seen the woman in the desert. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, man, the scriptures is there, man. The scriptures is right there, man. I'm just keeping up with them, writing them on paper, reciting them, keep looking at them, having conversations about them. You know what I'm saying? So to me, it's just clear. You know what I'm saying? It's I personally who I think this is. So you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna wait till the brother come back. You know what I'm saying? But Yoshi, what's up, man? What's going on, man? I know you listening, man, but I know you got thoughts too at the same time, big dog.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to make sense of a lot of things that I thought was one way, and like I said, you guys will point out a totally different viewpoint. So I'm just taking it in and just deciphering it.
And real quick, cause I think me and you on Clubhouse. I'll I'll friend request you, and you know what I'm saying, we can chop it up in the back chat, and you know what I'm saying. I'm not contentious like that, Brody. I'm just really trying to get down. Cause this stuff that I learned, bro. I got 5 kids. I go teach my wife, which is somebody else's child, and I go teach my children this, and I'll be just trying to make sure it stick. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to make sure I'm not just diving in and ooh, it sound good, and ooh, and then I'm running with it, bro. I've been reading this book for like 12 years, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's still stuff that I've come around the second or third or fourth or fifth time to, and then I really get it. And I'm like, dang, I didn't get it them other times. I've been reading this book for like 2-3 years leading up, so I know how this word can be. You know, you think you know something, and then you turn around and it ain't what it is. So all this that I've been bringing up, I've been sitting on this stuff at least for probably like 5 years, probably 6 years.
Yeah, I mean, but that's how it is though. When you can read a book, interpret it, and then you think you have it, go back and read it again, and it's totally different from the first time you read it or picked apart it. You know what I'm saying? So, Bible has always been like that.
All right. This is a long one. All right, but that's okay. I'm back. I had to check on a few things. Man, I haven't eaten nothing all day but water. Gosh, Lee. All right. All right. So now, this Jeremiah 25, this woman, all right, that and I told you, like the verse 26 says, and all the kings of the north and far and near, one with another, and all the kingdoms of the world which are upon the face of the earth, and the king of Sheshach shall drink after them. Okay. So now this
Boy,
is
why you bring that up? Why you do that, Ron?
because it's all one sentence, really. You know, if you look at it, all of that verses that you told me to start out, and let's see. It starts at 19. That whole sentence.
That's my secret weapon right there. Why you pull that out?
Because the whole sentence, man, is all that from 19 to 26. That's all one sentence. You know, in our English, it is. Yeah.
And let me ask you this: so when we look at this, right? And I'm actually I'm happy you went here, bro, because who is the king of Sheshach? And I'm gonna let you know right now, the Sheshach is another name for Babylon.
Oh, I thought that was like some chick's shack in the backyard. She-shack.
Nah.
That's what I thought.
Nah, if you got a definition, if you can pull something up to define that, it'll tell us that.
Yeah, I got it right here live on screen. Bible Blue Letter. So let's see. We're going to show it. The H8347.
Strong's H8347. Sheshach.
See? Sheshach. All right. Fine linen. Thy fine linen. Another name for Babel. Look at you. Look at you, man. You still seeing it there. You finding it. Babylon, apparently taken from the goddess Shach. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, so go ahead, man. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
So me and brother Ron, right? We started off with the kings of the east, right, being let loose in
Right.
Revelation 16 and 12. And then we paired that, referenced that with Revelations 9 and 14, right? And the big army at the bottom of that, right? There's supposed to be thousands upon thousands. And then we went and checked out the Assyrian, and we see this end time figure called the Assyrian going head up with the Lord, right? So now
Mm-hmm.
when we look at the landmass of Assyria, and we see that Iran and Iraq is right by that area, right? And we
Mm-hmm.
know that that whole area is the old Babylonian Empire, right? The old Babylonian Empire. So right here in Jeremiah 25 and 26, if you notice, it talks about the cup of the Lord. And I'm going to go ahead and read verse 15 of Jeremiah 25, verse 15. For thus says the Lord God of Israel unto me, take the wine of this fury at my hand, and cause all nations to whom I will send you to drink it, and they shall drink and be moved and be mad because of the sword that I will send among them. Let me ask you this. Is this not going to happen during the end times? This is basically Christ judging the world, right? Can we not say that in a nutshell?
We can say that.
We can say that, right? Because it's the cup of the Lord, right? We know that the cup of the Lord is really talking about the vengeance, right? And he said, go and make all these nations drink of it. So we know this didn't literally happen. He didn't walk across all nations making everybody drink it.
Right.
So
That's
this is
true.
talking about, yeah, that's true. This is talking about something in the future that's going to happen. This is talking about the judgment of all nations. But the last person to be judged is the king of Shishak, which is the king of Babylon. Ain't
Yep.
no
That's what
Nebuchadnezzar
it
there.
says. That's what it says, all the way down to verse 26, right here, all the way down. And it ends from, yep,
It's talking about
yep,
the cup of the Lord's wrath. When will the cup of the Lord's wrath be poured out? During the end times, during the
yep. That's
second
true.
coming of Christ.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
During these second, so we got to look at who is the king of Babylon. But wait, we just looked at some guy called the Assyrian. But wait, last time we checked, the Assyrian was in the old Iran, Iraq area. But wait, that's the same territory of Babylon. That's still the Babylonian area. That's still, when we go way back, that's Babylon.
It is. Yeah, like we talked about earlier, showed it on the map. Yeah, yep.
Mm. The
Let me,
king of
yeah,
Shishak,
mm-hmm, yep.
Babylon.
Ancient Babylon, yep. That's that same place. I mean, maybe a city in Babylon, but Shishak was. But I mean, it's Babylon, and that was before Israel was. Okay, that's that ancient land. It's the same area, the same land. Is the fight is over. And I may be going too far here, but I'm starting to understand and see that these gods are all fighting over the same area of the earth.
Mm.
The same one area where Adam,
But why is that?
Eden was made. Adam was made. Eden. Yeah, he prepared Eden. He made Eden. Put a human in there. Adam is there in that same area. They're all fighting about it, battling over it.
It's always been that. It's always been wars outside of that area. But when we read the narrative of the Bible and where it take place at, it's all take place over there in that area.
Right. Right. So the woman. Okay. So we're getting closer to this harlot, this whore. And a lot of people say it's Catholicism. That's what they say. I mean, that's what they run to. I mean, I ran to it before, but now we're starting to see
Me too as well.
some different things here. We're starting to see some different things. So, because that's going to represent who though? That Holy Roman Empire. That's all it is. Oh, well, they're Catholics. So yeah, let's look at Catholicism, and say, oh yeah, she's done it all. The whole world, she made them drink. She did it. She's a whore. She's the one. She's riding the beast. And then Roman is the beast. Rome is the beast. Yeah, they're the ones. Okay. Well, we're going to find out. We're going to see what Josiah has here. So what we got next? What we got next? Let's see if it is.
Let's see. Let's go to Daniel's 11. Let's see. So we go to Daniel's 11 and 36. Can you read the first verse for me, please, Ron? Daniel's
And the
11
king,
and 36.
yeah, and the king shall do according to his will, and he shall exalt himself and magnify himself above every god, and shall speak marvelous things against the God of gods, and shall prosper till the indignation be accomplished. For that that is determined shall be done. 11:36.
So that is determined shall be done, right?
Right.
That's what it says.
That's what it says, and we already know when
That's
he
what
say it's gonna be, it's gonna be.
That's why we went there. Now that determined shall be done. You know, all the prophecies that we going to today, y'all, you gotta understand. All these things are going to come to pass in their fullness. You know what I'm saying? In their fullness. It's not gonna be. It's not gonna be a dud. You know what I'm saying? When we used to be out there popping firecrackers, you know, you pop that one, you think it's gonna be real loud and super, but it's not. It fizzles out, right? It's not gonna be no duds and these pack of fireworks that the Most High is gonna let off in these prophecies. You know what I'm saying? We about to see some major explosions. We about to see some major stuff, and believe it or not, it's already starting to happen in front of us. So let's just jump back on real quick. I just wanted to bring that out there real quick. So we've been saying about the whore that the whore has been since the beginning, and the whore is the goddess Ishtar Ceramyces, the West Semitic goddess, and the goddess from Iran in the Babylonian area today, right? So we see that goddess has came down through all civilization. She didn't slept with all the kings of Egypt, Assyria, all the kings of Russia, Europe. She didn't slept with all of them. This is how she was able to get through time. You know what I'm saying? So now we got to figure out who she is today, right? So then, excuse me, Ron, my last point that I brought out, how it says all the mingled people that are in the midst of her, right?
Yep.
And it says that all those mingled people is in the kings of Arabia and all the mingled people that dwell in the desert, right?
Yep.
All right, so real quick, if I go to Revelations 13, Revelation 17, I'm sorry, and read verse 3. So it's Revelation chapter 17, verse 3.
Okay. And it says,
So
so
it's
he okay.
no,
So
go ahead, Ron.
so he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sit upon the scarlet-colored beast, full of names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns. And the woman was
7
arrayed.
heads, 10 horns.
Right.
Right. So if you can read the Strong's definition for wilderness, which is G2048. G2048.
Right. I'm just going to click here, open up in a new link. As you can see on the screen, here we go.
Strong's G 2048, Eremas. Eremas.
The wilderness in our language, original Greek language there. In my Thayers, looking for that Revelation 17. And it states, a desert, wilderness, desert places, lonely regions.
So the verse we just read before this, it says, all the mingled people that are in the midst of her, that are in the midst of Babylon, right? And then it says all the mingled people that dwell in the desert. And now we seeing John being taken into the spirit, into the desert. And when he gets into the desert, he sees a woman sitting upon a scarlet color beast. Mm.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can't make this stuff up, man. I can't
That's
make
right.
this stuff up.
That's right. Okay.
So I personally believe when John was carried away in the spirit, he went to an actual location, and he seen in this location Mystery Babylon sitting upon the scarlet colored beast. So I believe Mystery Babylon is in the desert, in a desolate place, whatever solitary place you want to think. But personally, I think it's the desert.
Okay.
Because even if I look in the desert today, can I see a religious city in the desert? Yes, Mecca. It's
Oh.
literally a religious city, right? It's literally a religious city.
Okay.
So I believe
Okay.
yeah. So I believe that religious city. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on a
Is
second.
is is
Hold on
it's
a
in the
second.
desert.
Let me see this map of Mecca. Let me go here. Maps. Let me see here. Let me get me a geographical. The satellite look here. And let me see here. Now, is the center? Is that where the big thing is? The big, the big temple, black. What is that? That big black.
That cube.
What do they call that? I forget. There it is. It's right there. That's the Kaaba, I guess. Kaaba, sacred mosque of the Muslim pilgrimage site. Okay, it's right in the heart. It's right here, as you can see on your screen. I'm using Google here. Unless they're lying to us and trying to tell us that this is what this really is, and it's not. I have no idea. I've never been there. But as you can see, we're not seeing any green around here. Around the land in the area, it's all brown. So
Desolate.
it is, yeah. It's pretty brown. Yeah, I'm even trying to go down to the streets and stuff. Well, they got little trees in it looks like in a little residential area, a little tree here, a little tree there, but it's not no grass. And we know the desert does have some vegetation in it. It can. And here's some, but that's just a little tiny patch there. I wonder what that is. Okay. So, yep, it looks pretty brown. It looks kind of desert. Yep, it's in there. And we know that, let's see, that is the Red Sea. It's east of the Red Sea. Saudi Arabia is desert. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Very little vegetation, very little greenery around, close to the Red Sea. So it gets a little green, a little bit. But, yeah, and it's west of the Saudi Arabia. So it is desert. Yes, sir.
Desert.
Yeah,
So let's get another one. It's desert. So let's get Isaiah 13 real quick.
Okay.
So we go get Isaiah 13, 15 to 20. So that's Isaiah 13, verse 15 to 20.
Everyone that is found shall be thrust through, and everyone that is joined unto them shall fall by the sword. Their children also shall be dashed into pieces before their eyes. Their houses shall be spoiled, and their wives ravished. Behold, I will stir up the Medes against them, and shall not regard silver. And as for gold, they shall not delight in it. Their bows also shall dash the young men to pieces. And they shall have no pity on the fruit of the womb. Their eye shall not spare children. And Babylon, there it is again. Babylon, the glory of kingdoms, the beauty of the Chaldees, excellency, shall be as when God overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. It shall never be inhabited, neither shall it be dwelt in from generation to generation. Neither shall the Arabian pitch tent there, neither shall the shepherds make their fold there. It's going to be a land that is going to be like bitter and very uncomfortable to be in. Because if you can't even pitch a tent in Arabian can deal with the desert, no water. They can deal with that heat. They can deal with that stuff, those harsh conditions. But if the Lord is going to make it to the point where they can't pitch a tent there, man, that's going to be terrible. That's some
So
serious
what I'm
stuff.
saying is Mystery Babylon is in Arabia. So if Mystery Babylon is destroyed, right? And so we went from mingled people that live in the desert, and then we went from all the mingled people that's in the midst of her, and then we went from John being carried away in the spirit into the desert, and he sees Mystery Babylon in the desert. Now we seeing the Medes and the Persians, right? Iraq, destroying Babylon, and it said, it shall never be inhabited, neither shall it be dwelt in from generation to generation, neither shall the Arabian pitch his tent there. The Arabians predominantly pitched a tent in Arabia, in the desert.
Yeah.
Arabians don't pitch their tent in England. Any Arabian that lives outside in England, United States, or in Rome, they are not like the Arabians that's in the desert. They don't pitch tents. They don't go by traditions. They hold on to the Quran, but they dress like me and you. They eat Subway like me and you. They sleep in a bed like me and you. They got homes, houses, and rent like me and you. They drive in cars like me and you. So when they come over here, they take on some of the customs of the land that where they at. So obviously these Arabians that's not going to pitch their tent. Obviously, these are talking about the Arabians in that area. You feel me? And if you go over there and look on Mecca, next to Mecca, they have like a little area where it's nothing but tents. It's nothing but tents. It's literally nothing but tents that them people that go on that Hajj, that they sleep in. They all sleep in these tents. And even when you read verse 21, but the wild beasts of the desert shall lie there. So wherever she at, she has to be near where desert animals inhabit because they're going to travel and go there. So obviously she is not too far away from desert animals, from wild beasts.
That's right.
You have to think about that. But 21, but wild beasts of the desert shall lie there, and their houses shall be full of doleful creatures. Owl. Is that not a desert animal? Shall
Is
dwell
it?
there. I mean,
Is
is
the
it?
owl? That's a good question. I never thought about that. I never thought of
they
it.
are.
I mean, because the owl, Yossi says yes. The owl that, you always see him like at your house or at the barn or something like that. They don't see him in the desert. Wow. I never known him to be in the desert, but yeah. Okay. Good
Yeah,
deal.
most deserts do have owls. They actually hunt other, of course, creatures of the night. So yeah, no, owls can exist
Oh,
everywhere. I mean, you got
good
owls that can
deal.
actually exist in the Arctic. The
Good
Arctic
deal.
owl.
Yeah, there's an Arctic owl. Yeah, I remember that. Now they got this weird movie about this owl staring at. No, yeah. Never mind. We'll talk about that later. Talk about it later. I was like, I'm trying to think of when I've seen an owl or whatever. And I'm trying to think about the stuff I've seen on maybe documentary, Blue Planet, something, And I went back to this movie and they talking about, there
I've
was an
actually,
owl here before this happened.
I've seen quite a few of them when I was in Afghanistan. So
Oh, okay. Good
Right.
deal.
So let's see. Let's take a look at these animals. What's the next one after the owl? Ron.
I don't. What's your verse? What's your chapter verse?
So we at Isaiah chapter 13, and we reading verse 20. We at verse 21.
Oh, you went to
But
the
we
okay.
look at
All right. Wild beasts of the desert. shall lie there, and their houses be okay. Doleful, and their houses shall be full of doleful creatures, and owls shall dwell there, and satyrs. I want to say satyrs shall dance there, or satyrs. Wild beasts, doleful creatures. What is satyrs? If it is satyrs, let's see.
Strong's H 8163. Sa'ir. Sa'ir.
Let's. Oh, Strong says shaggy as noun. A he goat. All right. By analogy, a fawn, devil, goat, hairy, kid, rough, satyr. I want to say he goat. Okay. Hairy one too. And I think we've seen them before. I've seen pictures of them. Those massive horns, and they got all that hair on them. So these are desert. They're in the desert then.
Hold on, let's keep going.
Oh, there's more. Okay. All right. And the wild beasts of the islands shall cry in their desolate houses, and dragons in their pleasant palaces. And her time is near to come, and her days shall not be prolonged. Now, you know I done went over here to this dragon, right? So let's see. Now, if that's the little lizard dragon we're talking about.
Strong's H 8577. Tanim.
Yeah.
Tanim.
Okay, intensive from the same as H8565H. All right. A marine or land monster, sea serpent or jackal, dragon, sea monster, serpent or whale. But this isn't for desert here. This would be for desert. Okay. Which I know, like they done migrated them from, I want to say the desert, over to South Florida. You know, down there in Miami and stuff, where people be walking, and you see all these.
Iguana, snakes and stuff?
Yeah. They call dragons too, but they can't. When it gets too cold, like 40s or 50s down there, they freeze up and seize up, and they just lay on the ground. They lay on the ground. All of them are laying there, and then till the sun come up or it gets really warm enough, then they pop back up and just keep on moving. Every time it gets too cold.
It's an animal that has to live in the heat, tropical.
Right. Somebody brought them over there, and they started, I guess, mating or like little pets and stuff. You know what I'm talking about?
They spread it over there. Yeah, so
right.
they having like a little. I don't want to call it an epidemic, but they got a gang of them.
Right. They falling out the trees and stuff when it gets too cold. Right. Yep.
Laying right in your grocery bag on the way inside the house.
Yeah. Now, Gesenius says a great serpent, a sea monster, which is in the reading of many copies, from which this reading has been corrupted, either by writer or by copyists who were familiar with the plural of this Hebrew term here, but is neglected the etymology. Where we are, Isaiah 13. It says, I was trying to find to see if it's listing it in the lexicon there. It's not. Is it a serpent? Okay. Or a crocodile, maybe, where there is, which is used as an image of Egypt. All right, Isaiah 51. That's not where we are, though. Okay. All right. So there you go. Dragon. All right. Which really they are labeled. We even call them a little dragon. Little iguana dragons. We call them those. But they're desert creatures, and they are. Because you can tell, because if it gets too cold, freeze up. And, okay. All right. Let's see here. Yep, we good. We got nothing else in the lexicon showing, nothing there. And we got jackal, dragon, sea monster in the Strongs. Okay.
So we see that Mystery Babylon being destroyed, neither shall the Arabian pitch their tent there, nor the shepherds make their fold there. And one places where they still got shepherds at is over there in the Middle East.
Okay.
In the desert. When it says neither shall shepherds make their fold there, What is that talking about? They're talking when it says shepherds. I think it's
That
literally talking about
yeah,
goat herders.
right, right. That's what I would think. Animals, they herd an animal or some kind, or right, or goats or lambs or sheep or right.
And one place where they do that at, I know they do it in Amish country and in Greenland, and you know what I'm saying. But then these places are not locations in the Bible that the prophets point to, but they point to the Middle East.
Hmm.
So I know that still over there today, there's shepherds over there that make their fold. But the Bible says once Mystery Babylon get destroyed, they won't make their folds there anymore.
Hmm. That's true. Okay,
Can we get
that's a fact.
Isaiah 21
Basically,
now, if you don't mind?
yeah. It's verse. Uh oh.
You
Going
can
out of
start
order.
right there at
Okay,
the
good.
top.
Okay. Oh, okay. Good. Good. Good deal. The burden of the desert the burden of the desert of the sea, as whirlwinds in the south pass through, so it cometh from the desert, from a terrible land. A grievous vision is declared unto me. The treacherous dealer dealeth treacherously, and the spoiler spoileth. Go up, O Elam. Besiege, O Media. All the sighing thereof have I made to cease. Therefore are my loins filled with pain. Pangs have taken hold upon me, as the pangs of a woman. That travaileth. He spoke about that when he walked, didn't he? I was bowed down at the beginning of it. I was dismayed at the seeing of it. My heart panted. Fearfulness affrighted me. The night of my pleasure hath he turned into fear unto me. Prepare the table, watch in the watchtower, eat, drink, arise, ye princes, and anoint the shield. For thus has the Lord said unto me, Go set a watchman, let him declare what he seeth. And he saw a chariot with a couple of horsemen, a chariot of asses, and a chariot of camels, and he hearkened diligently with much heed. And he cried, A lion, my lord, I stand continually upon the watchtower in the daytime, and I am set in my ward whole nights. And behold, here cometh a chariot of men with a couple of horsemen. And he answered and said, Babylon is fallen, and all the graven images of her gods he hath broken unto the ground. O my threshing, and the corn of my floor, that which I have heard of the Lord of hosts and the God of Israel, have I declared unto you. The burden of Duma, he called to me out of Seir, Watchman, what of the night? Watchman, what of the night? The watchman said, The morning cometh, and also the night. If ye will inquire, inquire. Ye return, come. The burden of Arabia, in the forest, in Arabia shall ye lodge, O ye traveling companies of Dedanim. The inhabitants of the land of Tema brought water to him that was thirsty, and prevented with their bread him that fled. For they fled from the swords, from the drawn sword, and from the bent bow, and from the grievousness of war. For thus hath the Lord said unto me, with a year according to the years of an hireling, and all the glory of Kedar shall fail, and the residue of the number of archers, the mighty men of the children of Kedar, shall be diminished. For the Lord God of Israel hath spoken it.
Okay. So we see that these areas are going to be going through something, right? But
Yeah.
right above, we see right before that, we see the fall of Mystery Babylon. And we before that, we see because Isaiah is seeing this vision of Elam and Media. And the vision is so I guess painful to watch. He started going through pains and he started feeling his stomach and bowels and stuff, right? So we jump down, verse 9, and it says Babylon is falling, right? And then it says in verse 11, the burden of Duma, right? Verse 13, the burden upon Arabia, right? In verse 14, it says the inhabitants of the land of Tema. So Tema, Arabia, Duma, even Dedan, right? Because it says Dendanum. Let's remember these areas. But if we can, real quick, Ron, can we go into the Strong's number for Duma in verse 11?
Got it.
To see if we can get a location.
Strong's H 1746. Duma. Duma.
Looks like it might be Arabia here. Strong says a tribe and region of Arabia. That's what the Strong's Concordance states. The Brown Drivers Briggs lexicon states. They're all dictionaries. It's the same thing. The Gesenius lexicon here on screen shows the same thing. So they're all in agreement. Definitely. It is
Okay, so the
Arabia.
so the next land they name is Seir, but we know that's in Arabia. If we want to bring it out, you can. And then the next location we get is Arabia in verse 13. If you want to look that up, we can. We know where that's at. And then the next one is Dedanum. It's H 1720.
Okay, hold on one sec. It is Seir. Palestine, but that's really still in the same Middle Eastern, still the same area. All that stuff is going on. We're talking about Seir. Mountain range of Edom extending from the Dead Sea to the see that? Yep, Dead Sea.
That's
All right,
northern Arabia.
Seir. Yep. All right. Okay. So there you go with that. Okay, and what's our next one you looking at? What you looking at now?
So it's
All right, and we're back. All right, had a drop on the internet. I knew it was gonna happen. I don't know if you heard me. I was like, "Don't do it! Don't drop! Come back!" And it went down. All right, a low country, and it must be in Arabia. Low country, descendants and inhabitants of Dedan. Let's see here. Okay, made it back. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep rolling. Sorry, man.
it's all good. So we see those areas being being spoken of having a burden and going through something right after Babylon is being been destroyed in that chapter that we just read. So if we look at there's so the name is Dedanum, we got Arabia, we got Mount Seir, which we know that's the home of Edom, right? And
Right.
what else we got? Tema, right? So can we get Jeremiah 49, brother 7 through 8?
Yep. Concerning Edom, thus saith the Lord of hosts, is wisdom no more in Teman. Is wisdom no more in Teman? Is counsel perished from the prudent? Is their wisdom vanished? Flee ye, turn back, dwell deep, O inhabitants of Dedan, for I will bring the calamity of Esau upon him, the time that I will visit him.
Right. So that same D-Dan, is that the same D-Danum? Let me see.
Let's
Let me get
see.
that strong.
Strong's H1719. Dedan. Dedan.
That's the same one. Low country. It's the son of Ramah. I just mentioned that. Grandson of
Mm-hmm.
Cush, son of Jock Shan, and grandson of Keturah. A place in South Arabia is what the outline has for the Browns Divers Briggs and the Strong's Concordance. An uncertain derivation, Dedan, the name of two Cushites and of their territory.
So
And
D-Dan.
Dedan, that's it. And Argosinius says the same deal.
So let's
That's it.
yeah,
I
so let's
see.
get okay, so let's get how I'm gonna do this. Which one I wanna read first? Let's get Genesis. So we already in 49, my bad, we already here. So with Genesis 49, right?
No, we're at
So
Jeremiah 49. We at
I'm
Jeremiah.
sorry, Jeremiah 49, my bad. It's Jeremiah 49. So we go skip down and we're gonna read verse 16 to I'll say 21. 16 and 21.
Thy terribleness hath deceived thee, and the pride of thine heart. O thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rock, that holdest the height of the hill, though thou should make thy nest as high as the eagle, I will bring thee down from thence, saith the Lord. Also Edom shall be a desolation, every one that goeth by it shall be astonished, and shall hiss at the plagues thereof.
You already see what that sound like, right?
Yeah, sound like
Yeah,
the
so watch this. Watch what we're about to do. Keep going.
as in the overthrow of Sodom and Gomorrah and their neighbors' cities thereof, saith the Lord, no man shall abide there, neither shall a son of man dwell in it. Behold, he shall come up like a lion from the swelling of Jordan against the habitation of the strong, but I will suddenly make him run away from her, who is a chosen man, that I may appoint over her. For who is like me, and who will appoint me the time? And who is that shepherd that will stand before me? Therefore, hear the counsel of the Lord, that he hath taken against Edom and his purposes, that he hath purposed against the inhabitants of Teman. Surely the least of the flock shall draw them out. Surely he shall make their habitation desolate with them. The earth is moved at the noise of their fall, at the cry of the noise thereof was heard in the Red Sea, where we just was there not too long ago. Behold, he shall come up and fly as the eagle, and spread his wings over Basra. And at that day shall the heart of the mighty men of Edom be as the heart of a woman in her pain.
Well, we keep running into that phrase.
Oh man, I'm gonna make y'all like, oh man, wow.
We
Concerning
keep running
Damascus,
into that phrase.
right.
So that's
That's
like,
it.
believe it or not, that's how you know we on track though, too, at the same time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So when we
I
read
see.
this, everybody be like, whoa, hold on. I thought we were talking about Babylon. This is talking about Edom. This is talking about the judgment upon Edom. But I just want to show everybody something real quick about this chapter and about the chapter right behind it. So it talks about it's certain things I hope that really sticks in the mind, because we're going to hear this again, but we're going to hear the same conversation being had. But instead of it saying Edom, is going to say Babylon. Now
Okay.
look, we see that dwells in the cliffs of the rocks, right? Edom shall be a desolation, plagues, and it shall be an astonishment. Fire shall drop on it, just like in Sodom and Gomorrah, right? The swelling of Jordan against the inhabitants of the strong, right? And then his purpose against Edom and the inhabitants of Teman, right? These are the things we want to look out for on the next one we about to read. And then the earth is moved at their noise, at their fall, and at their cry, right? So let's go to the next chapter, Brother Ron, and where we at? And let's start at verse 39, and we go read all the way down.
Okay, now here's what I want you to do. I want you to grab the factors of the last chapter, 49, okay? So we can hold them. So now you want me to go to 39 all the way down, right?
So yeah, so we in chapter 50, and we want to start at 39 all the way down.
All the way down, right.
I got
Therefore,
you.
hold on one second. I got this thing on. Turn it off. Okay. Therefore the wild beasts of the desert, with the wild beasts of the islands shall dwell there, and the owls shall dwell therein, and it shall be no more inhabited forever. Neither shall it be dwelt in from generation to generation, as God overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah and the neighbor cities thereof, saith the Lord. So shall no man abide there, neither shall any son of man dwell therein. Behold, a people shall come from the north, and a great nation, and many kings shall be raised up from the coasts of the earth. They shall hold the bow and the lance. They are cruel, and will not show mercy, not show mercy. Their voice shall roar like the sea, and shall ride upon horses, every one put in array, like a man, to the battle against thee, O daughter of Babylon. The king of Babylon hath heard the report of them, and his hands waxed feeble, anguish took hold of them, and pangs as a woman in travail. Behold, he shall come up like a lion from the swelling of Jordan into the habitations of the strong. But I will make them suddenly run away from her, and who is a chosen man. He said that. Oh yeah, he said that before. And I may appoint over her, for who is like me? He said that. And who will appoint me the time? He said that. And who is that shepherd that will stand before me? That's what he said. Therefore hear ye the counsel of the Lord, that he taken against Babylon, and his purposes that he purposed against the land of the Chaldeans. Yep. There are surely the least of the flock shall draw them out, surely shall make their habitation desolate with them. Yep. And the noise of the taken, at the noise of the taking of Babylon, the earth is moved, and the cry is heard among the nations. Okay.
So we see this same languages, same content being used between Jeremiah 49 and Jeremiah 50. So Jeremiah 49
What
and
verse?
18 says,
Okay.
as in the overthrow of Sodom and Gomorrah and the neighboring cities thereof, saith the Lord, no man shall abide there, neither shall the Son of Man dwell in it. So in this context, it's talking about Edom. But then if we read Jeremiah 50, which we just read, which is in front of us, Jeremiah 50 and verse 40, as God overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah and the neighboring cities thereof, saith the Lord, so shall no man abide there, neither shall any son of man dwell therein. Right? But in this context, he's talking about Mystery Babylon.
Right. So what he's saying is for these people, I'm about to do this. And for these people, I'm about to do the same thing, basically. So this group of people, right. So he's addressing the people that he's about to do some things. He's going, not about to, but going to do some things to. And we're seeing where they are. We're seeing, yeah, we're seeing
So
that. Yeah, go ahead.
so what I get from this, Ron, that it could be
Yeah,
that Edom is either talking about Edom and the land of Edom, or just the land of Edom period. Has to be
be
near
both.
Mystery Babylon, because Edom was in Arabia,
Yeah,
Edom was in the desert. You feel me? We see Mystery Babylon, certain verses pointing her towards the desert, and then we see her destruction. But then when we hear Edom destruction, it sounds the same as hers.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's either they're near each other, or Mystery Babylon is inside the land of Edom.
Either way, yeah. Oh, you know what? Let's do this.
E-
Let's do this.
Let's do this.
Oh wow. Already knew this though, didn't you? You already knew this.
What?
Ammon, Judah, where is doesn't this doesn't show it to me. Why have they got it on here? A theoretical map of the region. Okay. Oh, Edom, there it is. At the bottom. It's south. South of Israel. South of the south where Judah was ruling. Okay. South of there. So what is there today? Let's see.
Ooh, let me ask you a question real quick, Ron. Mystery Babylon, is her destruction? Is it not coming from the north?
Her destruction is coming from the north. That's right.
So does that mean she lie in the south somewhere?
She lies south of whoever's coming from the north. Yes.
Okay, so we
Right.
know that it's the Iranians that's supposed to come from the north, right? Well, hold on. Let's
Uh,
get it now. Now, hold on,
I
hold
don't
on,
know.
hold
I
on,
don't
hold
think
on,
Iran.
hold
I don't think
on,
Iran is north of them.
hold on. I got you. I got you. I know. I got you. I got you. I got
Yeah.
you right now, big dog. I got you. Hold
Yeah.
on. Let me get this.
This ancient Edom is now actually. It looks like it's actually now Israel. It looks like it based on this drawing. Trying to keep it. Try to match it. Yeah. It looks like it's ancient. It's current day Israel country. Maybe is it or Jordan? Israel. Maybe it's split. Let's see. See, they got this little body of water right here, and it's like right up under here. Let's see. Yep, it's split. It's split between current day Jordan and Israel now. And Basra. Ah.
Palestine. I mean, not Palestine, but it's on the other side of the Jordan River, right?
Uh, is this the Jordan River right here? Yeah. But yeah, wait a minute. Is the Jordan River separating Israel and Jordan? That's a highway.
Yeah. I think
Okay.
yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Yeah, it's running through
On
this.
one side is Israel, and then on the other side should be it should be Mo- uh Bozrah or Moab and Ammon, either or.
Okay. So
Now you know it's crazy. So what land is that today? Like on the other side of Jordan today? What do they call that today?
that's gonna be, but the way that this maybe it's they don't count it. Well, yeah, Moab would be Jordan,
Mm-hmm.
and on the side of Jordan, though, is Iraq. Is it? What is that? Yep. No, that's Saudi Arabia. Iraq is too far over. It's too far east of Jordan. That's gonna be Saudi, the Saudi Arabians, and like I said, though, yeah, that. But you know what? What Okay, I see what it is. Jordan is connected to Israel by this river. Okay, so this is actually this Edom, kingdom of Edom now, is actually made up partially of Israel and the the eastern part of it is Jordan today. The western part from the river is South Israel. Okay, today's Israel, and it might even be a piece of what is this? Egypt. It might even be a little bit of piece of that, of Eastern Egypt. The way that this is drawn, no, it's not an actual. Let me see if I can find another one, because that one might not be really the best one to have.
Yeah, I'm
Ancient
trying
map
to.
of
I'm looking
Edom.
on my map myself.
Ancient map. Now, Wikipedia now is the one that has the kingdom of Edom as current day Eastern Israel and Western Jordan. See that down there below the body of water? So it's very possible, and another one has it like that too. Yep. I'm gonna go with that. Three. I see a total of 3 or 4 of them are like that. Ancient Edom. So that's what I'm gonna go with. So it's gonna be it's gonna be either southern. It's today's part of it. Part of it is southern Israel and western Jordan and eastern. Could be Eastern Egypt is in there too, as their western tip, okay, of Jordan. I mean of Edom, western side, the very western side. So of today, modern day.
That's it.
Yeah.
So we know that her destruction, right? We see here Edom and Babylon, same destruction supposed to be going on between them. I personally think the reason why that is because it's either Babylon is in Edom, the old land of Edom by the Red Sea, where the children of Israel came across the Red Sea, and the Edomites territory was right there. You feel me? Because remember, he said, "Can we pass by? You won't touch nothing of yours."
Right.
That's right. As soon as they came after off the Red Sea, they wrote letters to the king of Edom. You feel me?
Okay.
Asking if they can pass through their territory.
Right. Okay.
You know what I'm
All
saying?
right.
So we see that, right? So I asked the question. So we know that Mystery Babylon is her destruction is supposed to come from the north. So if we can find out who and where, these people that's gonna come from that's supposed to be destroying Mystery Babylon, maybe we can get a little bit closer. So where we at? Can we read Jeremiah 51, verse 22? Verse 22 to 28.
Okay. With thee also will I break in pieces man and woman. Wow. And with thee will I break in pieces old and young, and with thee will I break in pieces the young man and the maid. I will also break in pieces with thee the shepherd and his flock, and with thee will I break in pieces the husbandman and his yoke of oxen, and with thee will I break in pieces captains and rulers, and I will render unto Babylon and to all the inhabitants of Chaldea all their evil that they have done in Zion in your sight, saith the Lord. Behold, I am against thee, O destroying mountain, saith the Lord, which destroyeth all the earth, and I will stretch out mine hand upon thee, and roll thee down from the rocks, and I will make thee a burnt mountain. And they shall not take of thee a stone for a corner, nor a stone for foundations, but thou shalt be desolate forever, saith the Lord. Set ye up a standard in the land, blow the trumpet among the nations, prepare the nations against her, call together against her nations of Ararat, many, and Ashenaz, I want to say.
Ashkenaz.
Ashkenaz. Okay. Okay, cool. You got it. Appoint a captain against her. Cause the horses to come up as the rough caterpillars. Prepare against her the nations with the kings of the Medes, the captains thereof, and all the rulers thereof, and all the land of his dominion.
So we see that the nations of Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz are going to join together with the kings of the Medes to destroy Mystery Babylon. So if this is the destruction that's going to come from the north, then what's south of all these nations? And if you want to, Brother Ron, if you want to go into the Strongs and click on those the names of those nations,
Like the Medes.
Yeah, you can look at the Medes, but I will start with the kingdom of Ararat.
Ararat, okay. Let's see what Ararat is.
Strong's H780. Ararat.
Eastern Armenia. The Brown's driver says eastern or mountainous region, eastern Armenia, the river Arxes and lakes Van and Amora, the site where Noah's Ark came to rest. That's what they tell it. The mountain where Noah's Ark came to rest. TWOT. That's not thought. That's twat. Okay? For anybody that's okay, just want to let you. All right.
Wow.
Back to this. Okay. Let's see here. Gesenius is saying, okay, region nearly in the middle of Armenia, between the Arxes and the lakes Van and Urumia. All right. Even now called by the Armenians Ararat. Okay. So that's the area there. So there you go.
So it's Armenia, and Armenia.
Yeah. Mini. And the other one that you mentioned, that other one that I had a problem with. All right, let's see what this one is. Mini.
Strong's H4508.
Bam.
Meni.
It looks like it's
second entry.
Mm-hmm.
Meni.
Looks like we're still dealing with this area of Armenia. Okay. For Mini. Let's see the next one.
Strong's H813. Ashkenaz.
Now it says they're a descendant of Japheth, northern people, perhaps of Bithynia, but let's see here what Strong's has to say. Japhethite, also as descendants of Ashkenaz, and the Brown Drivers Briggs, which was the first I just read. All right, northern people, the people of Bithynia, I want to say. And the Gesenius says Armenia again is saying it. A region of people in northern Asia. What? Name of a region in a nation in northern Asia sprung from the Cimmerians, I want to say. Is that Cimmerians or Cimmerians? I don't know. To be sought for near Armenia, unless this were a province of that country. A similar form is this Hebrew term here. The modern Jews understand it to be Germany. That's what modern Jews understand it to be. And call that country by this Hebrew name, which is only to be attributed to their wonderful ignorance. Of geography. So it's saying that the modern Hebrews that claim Germany, this is Germany, is wrong. Not unless Germany's previous name or ancient land name was Armenia. I mean, hey, or Bithynia. Bithynia. That's what you got.
So that's Armenia, right? So those are the
Again,
northern areas of Israel.
so let's see here. Let's do this. Show it on screen.
So you see
Right. I ain't even
Armenia, and
spelling
then
it.
his memory says that all
I ain't
these
even
people were
spelling it
going to
right.
join together with the kings of the Medes.
Armenia is nowhere near Germany. Nowhere near it. Period. And it is north of. It's north of. Is this modern day Armenia you talking about? Yeah, because Armenia is still Armenia.
Yeah, that's not
On
my
this
check.
map. Okay, all right. It is. I want to say northeast of Turkey, and it's north of or northeast of also of Israel. Yeah, Germany is way on the other side over there.
Mm.
No. Mm-mm. Based on this map. Okay, good deal. Good deal.
So
And
we know
that
that
would make
if
lots
these
of.
nations,
I'm sorry, that would
these
make lots
nations,
of.
go ahead, go ahead.
I'm sorry, that would make lots of sense too of what the Gesenius is saying and what he's saying there because it said Asia. It said, didn't it say that in there? Yes, Northern
Yeah.
Asia. So
That's
that makes
Turkey.
a lot of sense. Yeah. That makes a whole lot of sense. Yeah, because Asia is up here, northeastern area, and that's way over there. That's European over there in Germany area, Austria and Poland, all that. No, Okay. All right, I got you. Let's go. Let's roll. What you got next?
So we know that these are the nations, according to this verse, this chapter, that these are the nations that's supposed to run on Babylon. You feel me? It tells you the Medes. We know that Elam is involved because we can go back and read Isaiah 13,
Yeah,
and it said
we see that.
Elam and the Medes.
We got
And
that.
now we see Ararat. Well, we just see Armenia because all three of these are in the area of Armenia. So we see that. And then we go, but let's go back to something. Let's go back to the Assyrian. The Assyrian, that area is close to Armenia too, isn't it?
Assyria. Let's see.
When we looked it up earlier, it was close to Armenia.
Let's see here. Iraq. That's what it says. So maybe is it northern Iraq? That's where that was, I think. Let's see here. Let me go with it again. Yeah, it's showing that's in Iraq. So we zoom out. Yeah. I mean, it's on that eastern side of Turkey. It's at the eastern side of Syria, and it's south of Armenia.
Exactly.
Yep.
So, and that's, and if you think about it, everything we've been going through been consistent because you got the Assyrian up in the north, you got Armenia up in the north, you got the Medes and the kings of the east to the northeast, right? And even when they attack, they have to come north because they never go through the Arabian desert to cut through in order to, go to Jerusalem or to Egypt. They always went through Syria, down Damascus, through Jerusalem to get in that area. They never cut through the desert because they can't survive in the desert like that.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, you're saying that they're coming from the north down, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
And Babylon is down. She
Right.
down there somewhere in the opposite
Right.
of the north, opposite
Right.
of
Well,
the Euphrates.
right. And Babylon is this weird. It was a weird kind of formation, but Israel is formed over that land. Now, Babylon to me looks like it would have expanded over Israel, because Israel wasn't Israel back then. It would have touched into or bordered into Egypt, Eastern Egypt. I'm sorry, they would have bordered. It would have flowed over Israel, over Jordan, over Lebanon, and maybe dipped into a little bit into what we call Iraq right now, and Saudi Arabia. So it would have, the way that it is shaped, it would have touched all these current day lands in that area. Yeah. But it was the land. It was Babylon was there before Israel was, because Jerusalem was in Babylon before it was Israel. From what I could see, am I right there? What do you have?
Yeah, I would say that. Even when if you look at Assyria and the Pharaoh at that time, and you look at Jerusalem, like they were both of the, so where Assyria, the northern empire ends, that's where Jerusalem begins. And where the southern empire begins, that's where Jerusalem begins. So what I mean is the Nile and the Euphrates River. If you think about it, that's the original location of
Yeah.
Jerusalem, of Israel. So if you think about it, those nations that's north to the north border of Israel is the Assyrians, and the neighbors that's south of Israel, that's south of Judah, are the Egyptians.
Yeah, because they're going into eastern Egypt there, right? They
So by
border.
me saying that the border, so if I'm looking at it, if I'm the Assyrians, so where my land border, where it stops at, that's where Israel starts. That's when the land of Israel starts.
Yeah, that makes sense because these people have grown, taken over, fought, ruled a lot of land. And they got, somebody else came along and discovered a way to beat them, and it changed. It changed, but it's still that same area. So that definitely. Let's see. Here's one for the Assyrian Empire, and they won't even let me enlarge it. Can you believe that? They won't. I gotta. It's crazy, man. Site's better than this now. Oh, it's a PDF. I'm not downloading that stuff, man. I'm gonna hit this Zoom over here. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay. Assyrian Empire. Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah. They the Assyrian Empire. It was huge, man. Yes, sir. Yeah, it was a huge deal. Oh yeah.
And then in Egypt consists of that empire too, right?
Yep. They went over into there. Yep. They sure
So
did.
that's when you made the comment that when Israel land a part of that land, yeah, after like those the Assyrian came out and conquered from Assyria all the way down into Egypt, that's when Jerusalem came a part of that.
All of this is, yeah, man. This is oh yeah, like I say though, you got to remember, like through time, you got to remember, man, there was battles going on. Medes, Assyrians, you got Elam showing on here, Arabians down there at the south of the Assyrian Empire. You got, they're all battling through time. They all take over. They all try to, do their thing or whatever. As these, like you say, the land is the same deal, the same area, but this woman is going through who's ruling at the time. You know what I mean? Who's got it going on? She just jumping from one to the next one to the next one to the next one. She hoeing, man. That's what she doing. That's what she doing. So now this woman, that's it. So this woman now, so we're seeing that this woman is jumping through. Now we got the Lord who's a little angry about this going on and how he's going to handle all these different people and what he's going to do, as he's saying it right here in Scripture, which not a lot of people are really focused on, of course. They're focused on other things. in this battle about who the real people are and who, all that's still going on. So this woman now, you're saying is actually this horde that's showing up in Revelation, riding the beast, is actually this woman, this ancient goddess. Then she's ridden through all of these people, and God is angry with her, and He's also because they're riding with her, He's destroying them. Is this why He's doing it?
I mean, he got to render unto Babylon what's due. You feel me? I mean, she been going through all these times, and she, like I said, she is drunk off the blood of the saints. You know what I'm saying? Let me get this. I'm gonna get this verse real quick.
Okay, so you're saying, hey, she intended to get His people away from Him, which is we know as the 12 tribes, and therefore they went. That's right. They said somewhere in Jeremiah, didn't they, when He was telling, come back to me, and they was like, we don't want to come back to you. It's too hard. I think it's in Jeremiah. It's too hard. We're going to go and worship this. And they said this goddess name, I think it's a goddess name, a female name, God, that they were going to worship because being in covenant with Him was too hard. Is that what you got?
And that's it. And then also you got to think about it too. God set up the kingdom of Babylon. You feel me? Through Nebuchadnezzar. You know what I'm saying? It says God gave him the where is it at? Let me get it. I don't want to quote it. Let me get it. Daniel chapter 2, verse 37 and 38.
Thou, O King, art a King of kings, for the God of heaven hath given thee a kingdom, power, and strength, and glory. And wheresoever the children of men dwell, the beasts of the field and the fowls of the heaven hath given unto thy land, and hath made their ruler over them all, and have made thee ruler over them all. Thou art this head of gold. So He's the head. Now, let me ask you. Now, if Nebuchadnezzar is the head here of the gold, and I can flow with what you said about, the silver and the brass and the iron and it's all really the same area, but it's all stemming and starting from Nebuchadnezzar. Now, why is it that is Nebuchadnezzar? Why did he give him this dream? Why is he? And why is he the one that's the one that he's giving this dream to? What's the significance of him?
So the significance of Nebuchadnezzar's dream and him getting the dream is because the dream was going to have something to do with his kingdom, with the territory of his kingdom.
Okay.
This whole dream, you know how we know it has to be? Because we know Nebuchadnezzar did not live to see the brass kingdom nor the silver kingdom.
Right.
He was not going to be there. So why would the dream be important to him? Well, obviously, what was going to be there after him was his land, his territory. This is why he's seen a dream of all these different conquerors coming into his land and ruling from his land. And the fourth beast happened to be one of those conquerors, aka the Antichrist.
Okay, now let me ask you this: is it? Because I'm not sure about this. Is it something that King Nebuchadnezzar did? Because with Nebuchadnezzar, I don't think he wasn't ever a 12 tribe of Israel, was he? He's not a descendant of Abraham, is he?
He is, I know, a Chaldean. I know that for a fact.
Okay. So did he do something against God? like, did he have like these other gods before? Not. I can't say. I'm trying not to put him up under Mosaic law or whatever. I mean, was he one that was to come up under that, or because I think isn't Nebuchadnezzar like before Moses? No, he wouldn't be.
Nebuchadnezzar, because you got to think about it. Nebuchadnezzar is living during the time of Daniel, and Moses was way before Daniel.
Yes, so he is part of Daniel. So anybody that's going to be sending me this stuff about Nebuchadnezzar wasn't a part of them, and he's not that. This is before that. That's wiped out. Now, so therefore, Nebuchadnezzar, was he made a king by God? Because God started to call kings for Israel, right? He started to choose them.
Yeah, exactly. I think so. I believe every king and his statue was, when I say called by God, is used by the Most High God. You feel me?
Well,
So
yeah.
he used Nebuchadnezzar, he used Cyrus, he used the generals, and he's going to use the end time Antichrist.
Okay, so Nebuchadnezzar, though, to me, appears to be someone who's not worshiping the Lord God under the ways that God wants the 12 tribes to worship him at the time. He's went to other gods. Maybe it's because his parents were not, or they went astray somewhere. The lineage, the 12 tribes, went astray. But he's now king in this land. Now, is he king of the 12 tribes at the time? Is he ruling them? Or because, I'm just trying to put it together of why is it that he is significantly being by the Lord now being shown and chosen that basically your kingdom is going to come to destruction and all.
So I will go to, let me see, to biblically answer that question. I will go to Daniel's chapter 5, and start at verse 18 and read to 23. So Daniel's chapter 5, verse 18 to verse 23.
Okay. Because see, I want to try to uncover. I want to see why is this happening to him. Why is he getting all this? What did he do? Is this something he did? Okay. Let's see. O thou king, the Most High God gave Nebuchadnezzar thy father a kingdom and majesty and glory. Okay, so he did. And honor. Okay, God gave it to him. And for the majesty that he gave him, all the people, nations, and languages trembled and feared before him. Whom he would, he slew, okay, and whom he would, he kept alive, and whom he would, he set up, and whom he would, he put down. But when his heart was lifted up, and his mind hardened in pride, that's the reason why, which is the normal reason why God does these kind of things with man, because man acts like a fool for some reason. He was disposed from his kingly throne, and they took his glory from him. He was driven from the sons of men, and his heart was made like, oh, he's the one. Yeah, he's the one. The handwriting on the wall, he started acting like a beast. Okay. He was made like a beast, and his dwelling was with the wild asses. I'm sorry. They fed him with grass like oxen, and his body was wet with the dew of heaven, till he knew that the Most High God ruled in the kingdom of men, and that he pointeth over it whomsoever he will. Okay, and thou, O son, O Belshazzar, hast not humbled thine heart. Yes, thou art though thou knowest all this, but hast lifted up thyself against the Lord of heaven, and they have brought thee vessels of his house before thee, and thou and thy lords, thy wives, and thy concubines have drunk wine in them, and thou hast praised the gods of silver and gold, of brass, of iron, and wood, and stone, which see not, nor hear, nor know, and the God in whose hand thy breath is, and whose are all thy ways hast thou not glorified? Then was the part of the hand sent from him, and this writing was written, and this is the writing that was written, Mene, Mene, Tekel Upharsin. This is the interpretation of the thing, Mene, God hath numbered thy kingdom and finished it. Tekel, thou art weighed in the balances and art found wanting. Peres, thy kingdom is divided and given to the Medes and Persians. Then commanded Belshazzar, the divided, see? I'm doing too much. I'm going too fast, aren't I? I'm jumping ahead of you. Thy kingdom is divided and given to the Medes and the Persians. And then commanded Belshazzar, and they clothed Daniel with scarlet and put a chain of gold about his neck and made a proclamation concerning him that he should be the third ruler in the kingdom. Okay. So
they put scarlet around him, right?
Yeah. Yep, okay. With scarlet, and put a chain of gold around the neck. And they clothed Daniel with scarlet. With Daniel, it said. And put a chain of gold around his neck and made a proclamation concerning him that he should be the third ruler in the kingdom. So we see real quick, we see right here that his Belshazzar, right? And we see that this is talking about the feast of Belshazzar. Belshazzar is Nebuchadnezzar's son, right? So we see that he is saying that he was the totally opposite of his father. And this is when the kingdom started going downhill with God right after this, because Nebuchadnezzar did what he did, but Nebuchadnezzar bounced back from his sins and from messing up. He acknowledged the Most High God. This is why Nebuchadnezzar is the head of gold. And we know that gold is precious to God. We know that. I have not found one time in the scriptures when God talks about gold in an evil manner, like it's bad or negative. You know what I'm saying? But right. It's when I hear it, it's always, I shall try you as gold. You shall come out as gold. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Gold is it's a precious metal. It's precious to the Most High too. Not saying money wise or whatever, but that this basically is what I'm saying. Expect to see Nebuchadnezzar in the kingdom. That's all I'm gonna say. Expect because he's the head of gold. Right.
Cyrus
I got you.
Was his anointed.
Okay.
You feel me? So I got what you're saying. I personally believe that Babylon at one point, we know it was messed up. I believe when Nebuchadnezzar got it, he ended up seeing the Most High. So at that time, God was like, I'm going to deal with you, Nebuchadnezzar. But after that, it failed. Right? After that, it failed. So I got one more scripture I want to go to, because I want to let you know, man, I got to get ready to take my kids